What is up, everyone? How's it going, guys? About a month after we streamed through all of Steins Gate, we are back for another visual novel from the makers of the same. Hey, what's up, Beyblade? This time, Chaos Head Noah. This game is apparently somewhat controversial because it was originally banned on Steam. Edgy. Obviously, eventually it got overruled or turned around or whatever you want to call it, and it was unbanned, and that's how I bought it for today. So we'll be playing the Steam version. And the fan patch for the game is finally out today. Which, for those of you who play along with my Steins Gate streams, kind of rewrites some of the dialogue to be a little bit more localized and also adds in some, I believe, some cutscenes that were cut due to disturbing content from the West and all kinds of other cool stuff. So it's been restored to its original form. So we'll be checking that out. Not sure how big of a following this game will have as compared to Steins Gate, but we'll certainly see. I'll probably give people a little bit of time to join. I always give people a couple minutes to join on my Steins Gate playthroughs. We'll see. Definitely going to need some spicy memes to help promote this, because these games always get copyright stricken on YouTube because of Mage's soundtrack, but maybe this one won't. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky. What's up, Wandering? Kyler. Vibing. How you guys doing? I took a nap earlier today, and then I woke up just in time, thanks to Vibin letting me know that the patch had dropped. It was actually a pretty big patch. It was a couple gigabytes, which was surprising. So I feel like it's got a lot of content. I actually know absolutely nothing about this game at all. We're kind of keeping in the dark about this, considering there have been members of my community that have been recommending I play this since basically Steins Gate, so I didn't even bother looking into it at all, because I was like, well, if people want me to play it, then I'll just do it. So I know literally nothing about it. In fact, everything that I see in this opening screen here is vastly different to the game I was looking at when I bought it. So this will be an entirely blind playthrough. Hey, what's up, Reese? What science adventure games have you played before? Yeah, just Steins Gate and Steins Gate 0 are the only... Well, and also technically Steins Gate, My Darling Embrace. Can't forget that. So yeah, those are the only science adventure games I've played so far. The mainstream ones. But yeah, this was this is already much different. It looks like there's a sword and part of a bridge, and obviously like a destroyed building with like a baby head kind of going on here. This is much different than the bright and colorful, cute pink-haired anime girl I saw on the download screen. So much different. If you were God and your delusions could be reality, what delusions would you wish for? A sensual world? A despotic society? Or destructive sanctions? Or ... Fancy. Published by the boys at Spike, my fave. Big fans. Also, I thought fun to mention, I signed up for a voice acting class. I kind of talked about this in yesterday's stream a bit. I haven't started, or the class hasn't really started yet. I'm going to start taking some of the lessons this weekend, so hopefully that'll be fun as we go through this game. Maybe it'll give me something to work with. Figured if I was going to be doing some more visual novels, that would be fun. I also just thought it would be fun to take a voice acting class in general. Kind of get some help. Considering I stream so many like JRPGs and visual novel-esque games, I figured it'd be a better viewing experience for everybody if I could start putting at least a little bit of differences in some of these voices, or at least have a better cadence when reading. So, that'll be fun. What's up, AK? We plan on forcing Cuba to play through the whole series. Wandering definitely has been wanting me to play through the whole series. That's for sure. Are you keeping the voices on or off? I'll probably keep them on, and probably do a little bit of a mix between what I did with Steins Gate, where obviously I read all the dialogue to you guys. And then hopefully as the series goes and my voice acting classes go right alongside it, I'll improve my reading of the dialogue a little bit for you guys. I like to read the dialogue for one, like you guys to be able to experience, and for viewers that I know are like watching along, because I know some people that watch my streams like don't actually watch, they just listen in the background. So I do end up reading every line of dialogue, but like in some of the more like heated emotional scenes of Steins Gate, I would let the voice actor like do the line and then I would read it. Because in Steins Gate there was no English dub in the game. I don't know if this game has that or not. So I just ended up reading everything. I would usually just talk over the voice actors on like normal, everyday, day-to-day conversation lines. Alright, should we just get started? I've sent a notification out to everyone on the Discord. It's been a couple minutes for the YouTube notifications to come in. The normal Steins Gate crew of viewers seem to be here. Probably run into everybody. A couple more stragglers will probably come in along the way. I assume now that the fan patch is out for the game, the Committee of Zero patch is out, I'm assuming a lot more people will be looking up this game and seeing if anyone else is playing. Let's go ahead and get started, shall we? You guys dropped a like for starting the game. And Taro better show up, yeah. A gaze rains down from the sky. Those eyes are always watching me. The stare pierces through the thick, pitch-black rain clouds. Got that GTA remake rain going on in the background there. And pours down on me like a rain. I'll move my chat and webcam based on where the text will be. Don't look at me. My body won't stop shivering. Not from the chill of the rain, but rather the ice-cold rubble pressing against my back. So terribly cold. Gaze pierces me from the heavens. Who it belongs to, I can't say. As if to escape it, I raise my head to look at the environment around me. Once we get into actual dialogue, I gotta fucking turn on something to speed up this text. There I see a ruined city. It's the shitty world line from Steins Gate. There I see despair. There I see death.
そこにあるのは
There I see
無。
nothingness. Well, obviously there's a bunch of stuff there.
誰もいない。
Not a soul is
誰
there.
も動いていない。
Not a soul is
誰
moving.
も生きていない。
Not a soul is left alive.
聞こえるのはただ降
The
り
only
続
thing
け
I
る
hear
雨の音だけ。
is the sound of the rain continuing to pour.
このまま全てを
At this rate, everything,
生きているものも死んでいるものも
both living and dead,
全てを優しく包み込んで洗い流してしまうんだろうか。
will it all be gently embraced and washed away?
全部の出来事が単なる妄想だったらよかったんだけど。
How nice it would be if all of this was just a delusion. But that doesn't seem to be the case.
体が動かない。
I can't move my body.
動かせるのはかろうじて
I can only move my eyes and neck, and even then, just barely.
体が震えているけど、
My body is shivering.
そんなのただの生
But
理
that's
現象
nothing
でしか
more
ない。
than a physiological phenomenon.
僕の意志じゃない。僕は身
It
を
isn't
震わせ
happening
た
by
い
my
なんて
own
思っ
will.
てない。
I don't want my body to tremble.
僕の自由にならないなら、こんなの
If I
僕
can't
の
move it
体じゃない。
freely, then it isn't my body. Wow, that's a really
あるいは
philosophical way to
生ま
look
れた
at it.
時から僕は自由なんかじゃなか
Or
ったか
maybe
も
I've
しれない。
never had free will ever since I was born.
心の保管してある場所なんて誰にもわからないんだ。
Nobody knows exactly where the soul resides, or if the soul is real at all.
一体誰がこの
Bearing
体
that
の
in
中に
mind, how
僕
can
の
anyone
心があるっ
say
て言い切
that
れ
there
る
is
か。
a soul inside this body of mine? Is this like one elaborate poem to start the game off? But
だったら僕はどこにいたんだろ
then
う。
where exactly am I now?
僕は
Am
ここにい
I
るのかな。
really here?
僕はどこにもいないのか
Am
な。
I anywhere at all?
すべてが静止している。
Alright,
壊れてしまった世界に。ふと
in this shattered world,
死の
where all
音
stands
が
still,
響く。
where all that can be heard is the reign of death, suddenly another sound echoes.
無の中から浮かび上がってくる。
A single, solitary existence begins to emerge from the sea of nothingness.
君は誰？
Who are you?
その肌が青白く見えるのは
Is your skin so pale?
雨の冷たさに凍えているから。それとも
Because it's been numbed
君
by
が
the
も
chill
う
of
死
the
んでいる
rain?
から。
Or is it because you're already dead?
でも彼女は震えていなかった。
And yet, the girl isn't
そ
shivering.
して前髪で隠れそうになってい
And
る
those eyes of hers,
その瞳は
nearly hidden by her bangs. Oh, what an early 2000s haircut. Oh, she's not shivering because she's wearing a jacket.
奥を見るな。
Don't look at me.
ひどく悲しそうにも見える。
They look so
狂気
terribly
じみてい
sad.
るようにも見える。
They look as if they hold a
何
hint of
も映してい
madness.
ないようにも見える。
They look as if they reflect nothing.
もしも世界には僕と彼女の二人だけし
It's a
かいなく
remarkably
て、
clean jacket in the apocalypse. If she and I were the only ones left in the world,
お互いだけを永遠に見つめ
we
合ってい
stared
た
into
ら、
each other's eyes like this for all eternity.
僕の世界は彼女の瞳に映るものだけになるのかな。
Would my world be reduced to the reflection in her eyes?
彼女の世界は僕の瞳に映るものだけになるの
Would
か
her
な。
world be reduced to the reflection in my eyes?
彼女の瞳に映るものは僕。僕の瞳に映
The
る
only
も
thing
のは
reflected
彼
in
女。
her eyes is me. The only thing reflected in my eyes is
そ
her.
う考えると、世界は途端に矮小化する。
When I think of it that way, the world seems so much smaller.
ねえ
不意に僕の耳に届く。
Suddenly a flash of static reaches my ears. One endlessly beautiful, yet deeply discordant.
彼女はうなだ
Like
れ
my
て
Discord channel, link in the description below. Feel free to join.
両手を左右に広げる。
She lowers her head and spreads her arms wide.
まるであの雨雲の上へ向けて飛び立とうとするか
Almost as if preparing to take off. To soar high above the rain clouds.
あるいはこの雨すべてを受け止めようとするかのように。
Or as if trying to catch all the falling rain.
あなたを見つめ
うなだれた彼女の表情は僕の位置からも伺い知ることができない。
What?
雨の薄膜の向こうで君はどんな顔をしている？
殺してあげる。
天使、乱舞する光の羽は僕を祝福しているのか、それとも
She just pull out like a
ああ、
sci-fi bow and arrow.
理解したよ。それで僕を殺してくれるんだね。ゆっくりと倒れている僕の前に彼女が膝をつく。いまだに彼女はうなだれたまま。僕の頭をそっと抱えてくる。僕を見てくれないことに僕はほっとしてただ身を委ねた。耳元でささやき、綺麗なノイズ。でもよく聞こえない。暖かくて
This is weird.
柔らかくて優しくて甘美な感触。それは麻酔のようで
I feel like I'm intruding on an intimate
体
moment
の震えが
not meant for me to be a part of.
彼女のかすかな鼻息が僕の頬をくすぐる。とても甘い匂い。ふと胸に圧迫感を覚えた。彼女の持っていた大きな剣が僕の胸の皮膚を裂き、肉をえぐり、骨の間を縫い、ゆっくりと体の中に沈み込んできている。
I kind of thought it was a bow and arrow, not a sword that she was holding when it did its like weird scissor motion.
もう痛みを感じない。こんなにも優しく殺してくれるから。不意に切なくなって、涙が溢れそうになって、それをごまかすために、彼女の頭越しに雨を落とし続けている鈍色の空を見上げた。空が滲んでいるのは雨のせい、涙のせい。もうあの視線も感じない。もう何もない薄れゆく意識の中で僕は空へと手を伸ばす。誰か教えて。僕たちのあの空はどこへ行ったんだろう。
Okay. That was weird. I guess that was supposed to be like the end of the game first type deal? Like, look at the apocalypse. Takes place on the Steins Gate world line. Obviously the bad one. Copyright music time. I mean, all of the music's copywritten. Mage's copyrights even like the generic menu music for their game. Like, you can't even open up a pause menu and be safe. I feel like that intro was supposed to be really deep, but I don't know. Maybe it was important. That's totally like a bow and arrow. See, they should have opened up with the anime girl fight. Which is, it was just shown there. The girl with pink and purple hair fighting. That's what we should have opened up with. You gotta give me a kicker to get interested. I don't need some poetry. Oh, the sky is beautiful and it cries out for me as I die. Nah. We need the waifus to clash. That would have given me the hook. Oh, am I in charge now? Is the cutscene over? I couldn't see the gaze. I couldn't see it even though it was watching me. It was strange. For as long as I could remember, I sometimes felt like I was being watched by some mysterious gaze. But whenever I turned to look, there was never anyone there. I was still convinced that someone was watching me. That's a good song. I could tell by the chills that ran down my neck. Was I just being too self-conscious? Or did I just have the fear of being watched? Way back in elementary school, I thought of it differently. That gaze is God watching over me, and I genuinely believed it, too. I'd even written an essay about it back then. In retrospect, it must have just been a bad case of chuny, but now it hurts just thinking about it. If anyone were to read it now, I'd probably shut myself away from society for the rest of my life. Fui. I can still remember the title of the essay. Whose eyes are those eyes? That's weird. Is this like 3D? No, like, wait, no, don't close the game. Just open the menu, please. Is there no pause menu? Tab brings up nothing. 4 brings up nothing. Right click, okay. Okay. He has the costume DLC. Actually, the costume DLC is automatically installed by the fan patch. The Committee of Zero patch. I mean, I totally bought it. Some backgrounds are 3D. That's cool. To be fair, it's free. Oh. Well then. Is there like a important time thing up here like there was in Steins Gate to give you the day that we were playing? Or should I move the chat here, or should I have it up on the top left? Because in Steins Gate we kept it here because there was always the timer up here of like what the day was, and that was important. No date in this game? Okay, then we'll just move it out of the way up here then. Okay. Cool. My chair groaned as I leaned back.
僕を見るな。
Don't look at me. I muttered that towards the gloomy ceiling, irritated. Naturally, there was no response. This was my room. I lived here alone. This is an actual closet. Aside from me, there wasn't a single person here. I tried turning around. Does he live in one of those shipping crates? What the fuck? My room was dim and cluttered, with various belongings stacked all the way to the ceiling. The only source of light in the room was the desk lamp near my PC. He's got a bunch of just anime figures, instead of, like, getting an actual place to live. It's funny, the rest look like 3D models, but this one looks like a JPEG. Or maybe it's just because we can't see the whole thing. There weren't any windows, so the darkness should come as no surprise. Since you couldn't see outside, you couldn't tell whether it was night or day. Oh no, they're all JPEGs. Do we recognize any of these or no? I guess not. I don't recognize any of them anyway. I started speaking to the dark corners of the room.
僕の名前は西条匠。17歳。
My name is
水明学園2年。
Nishinijo Takumi. I'm 17 and I'm in the second year at Suemi Academy. Not like I really go to school much.
まあそれでも勉強はでき
That's
る
just
方
because
だ
I study from home.
定期テストはちゃんと
As
受
long
け
as I come in and take the
て。しかも
tests,
それ
I
なり
can
に
ace
上位
all
な
of them
点数を
just
取ってる
fine.
からね。頭はいいんだ。
I'm pretty smart, you know. But how does he know when the tests are if he doesn't go to school? It wasn't like talking to myself would accomplish anything. It wasn't like anyone was going to show up out of nowhere. The darkness just kept sitting there and being darkness. Still, darkness was delusion fuel. After all, the unseen might as well be the unknown. In the darkness, even if you knew it was impossible, you couldn't help but wonder if something might be there lurking in the shadows. This isn't helping. I was only making my own creepy delusions worse. Why'd I do this to myself? To get off the topic, I decided to keep monologuing.
僕は現在アウェイじゃなかった。渋谷で一人暮らしをして
Right now, I'm deep in enemy territory. I mean, I'm living in Shibuya.
この紅会館ビルは父さんの経営
This
す
is
る
the
ビル
Kurenai
会社の管理下
Conference
にあるんだ
Hall.
けど
It's owned by my dad's property management company. Your dad owns a management company? Or property management company? Yet you live in a shipping container.
その屋上に設置されたコンテナハウスを格
But
安
I'm
で
just
借りてる
renting
んだ
out a shipping container on the roof. How did that get up there? What?
街の環境は最
The
悪
area around here does suck, though.
僕が住んでる
I'm
新
in
鮮町は小さな坂
Shinsen,
の上から疲
which
れる
means
し
a lot of small
す
hills.
ぐ
It's
近くにラブ
exhausting.
ホ街もあ
And
る
if
し
that weren't bad enough, the Love Hotel district is right around the corner.
ここが秋葉なら最高だ
I
った
just
のに
noticed that they renamed the MasterCard the Slave Card. Edgy. If only I lived in Akiba instead. Now that'd be epic. Totally epic, bro.
ほんと渋谷ってひどいもん
This is early 2000s.
円数で言うとディーンズバレーくらいひどい
Seriously though, Shibuya is a horrible city. It's as shitty as Dene's Valley in ESO. ESO, Elder Scrolls Online, was the name of an MMORPG that was basically my life. Game's ahead of the time. Its full title was Empire Sweeper Online. Oh. Motherfucker's got the Samus Aran from Metroid shoulder pads. Rocking the light suit right now. I dive into Baselard, that's the world of ESO, pretty much every day at this point. Sacrificing sleep in the process, of course. The Valley was a region in ESO that was full of annoying mobs. They hit super hard, and yet they couldn't be bothered to drop any decent loot. Only idiots went there to grind. Every vet worth his shit would go to the Forest of Lead instead. It was a much better place to grind, and it was nearby. Of course, that was where I went. Like I was saying, this city is full of DQNs. How do I pull up tips? Is there a shortcut button for it? DQNs, pronounced Dokyun, used to refer to people who are stupid, antisocial, or delinquents. I have never heard this expression. What? I just actually tried to fucking hit the X to exit out of that menu. Lamau. Most terms are from Japan. Yeah, but I'm pretty chronically online. I've never heard that expression. I'm a gamer. No one in my fucking Overwatch all chats has ever called me a DQN. Like I was saying, the city's full of DQNs and egotistical douchebags looking for an easy lay. I wish it'd just get demolished already. It's also 2000s, I assume. I was like a teen in the 2000s. What do you mean? I was gaming. So long as I'm in the comfort of my own room, I don't need to put up with any of that. Average antisocial behavior. I have a top-of-the-line PC and super fast internet. That's all I need. In the shipping container? It's all any student could ever need, really. Oh, right. That's why I call this room my base. As always, there wasn't a single living creature in here except me. Realizing how ridiculous I sounded talking to myself like this, I decided to stop introducing myself to whoever was watching me. Wink. Still, the room is a total mess. The whole room reeked of rot. I could feel the stagnating air crawling on my skin. Gross. Empty soda bottles and boxed lunches from the convenience store were scattered all over the floor. Also, my bed was covered in piles and piles of eroge. Thanks to that, I always slept on the couch. This place is a pigsty. Who the hell makes a mess like that? Oh, me. Fed up with my own creepy laugh, I took out my frustration on a plastic bottle lying by my foot. Why do all these look so weird? Oh wait, that's an actual Fate character. I actually recognize that one. She's like the mascot of the series. That's the only one I recognize, though. Yeah, I literally don't recognize any of the other ones. The bottle ricocheted off the wall and flew straight towards my shelf of perfectly organized figures. With a shriek, I leapt out of my chair to catch it. I'd never let anyone lay a finger on any of my 100-ish waifus, daughters, and older sisters. These girls were my darlings. Just looking at them soothed my aching heart. I made sure to tidy up their shelf once a week. It was the only place in the room I ever cleaned. I was always looking for the best ways to display their cuteness. I would constantly rotate and reposition them, trying to create the ultimate layout. Naturally, if I let them get dusty, then the whole thing would be ruined. So I always made sure to clean them regularly. breathing a sigh of release. I tossed the bottle aside and turned back to my PC. Kept my beloved PC enshrined at the back end of my room. Next to my monitor was Sierra Tan, 1/8 scale pre-awakening version, a figure from my current favorite anime, Bloodtoon the Animation. Is that something by mages as well? Let's look that up. Is that a real thing? Bloodtoon the Animation. No, it's just a anime in an anime. Look at the tips. Hey, what's up, Mario? Maru? Welcome to the stream. The lead heroine of the anime, her signature catchphrase is "ya big dum dum." Okay. Sierra is what one might call a tsundere childhood friend type character. Man, the writers of Steins Gate, I guess the writers at Mages certainly love that tsundere trope. I would advise not looking up things like that and strictly using tips, as anything could really spoil a lot about the game. Oh, okay. She sat there, striking a moe pose and smiling at me. You're so cute. Staring longingly into her eyes, I grabbed a nearby bottle of cola and took a sip. It was lukewarm, but I didn't care. Alright, let's get back to ESO. I sat back down and plopped my hands into the keyboard, just assuming the position made me feel relaxed. My character is Nineheart, a paladin. I had already leveled him up to the max and reset twice. Right now, he was back to the max level 50. That was the highest rank you could reach on official servers. ESO players far and wide knew me as lightning fast. They treated me like a god. I already had all the rare weapons, armor, and magic. I still only had 95% of the total rare items, but whatever. I had so much gold that I didn't know what to do with it. Aside from RMT, real money trading, which I made a living off of. Even if I stopped grinding right now, I'd still have enough to keep living like this for about half a year. Aside from that, I was particularly adept at chatting online. Oh my god. I am the mod of all of my Discord servers, and I can talk in all of them simultaneously. It was the only source of social interaction I ever got, after all. I gave advice on the huge anonymous forum channel. I posted in epic threads, too, of course. Oh, yeah. And I had over 100 friends on Free Para, a social network I used. This is supposed to be a reference to Facebook. I thought this would be a tip because it's in blue, but it's not. Oh well. Respect, trust. I had it all. Wow. I didn't go to school. It wasn't so much that I didn't want to, more that I had no reason to. I could study anything online. School's completely useless useless when you can get everything done from home. But what about socializing? Well, I did need to attend every once in a while, or else I wouldn't earn enough credits to graduate. It was why I went to school as little as I possibly could. That was the smartest way for a student to live. My parents always nagged me about it, though. To make things easier, I'd invented the minimum attendance chart. I did this in college, though. I guess I can't argue too much. But I worked jobs when I was in college though, so I was still going out and doing stuff, I suppose. It's a little bit different. According to the chart, I only needed to attend 2 to 3 times a week. The other students would always make fun of me for being an otaku freak. But as far as I was concerned, they were the stupid ones for going to school every day. Maybe try thinking for yourself for once, dipshits. How do you go to school only like 2 to 3 times a week and get a reputation as an otaku freak? I don't understand. Wouldn't you really be known more as like the what the fuck is going on with that dude? How is he like how's he function? Why is he never at school? Is everything alright? I feel like that's how most people would react right away. All in all, my life here really isn't all that bad. You okay? You're not replying. You AAK or something. Yo? Oh, whoops. I've been so busy thinking about the gays, I forgot I was in the middle of chatting with Grimm. Grimm was the handle of one of my ESO friends. I talked to him all the time online, though I'd never met him IRL. He had a keen eye for useful info, so I could generally rely on him to keep me in the loop. I just have a bunch of sound data files. What is AAK? Alright. I sat back down and started tapping out a response. LOL. Tip? Oh, there was a tip. Asleep at keyboard. Used when someone has fallen asleep or become unresponsive while logged into a game or chat room. Related term is AFK. Well, I knew what AFK was. I always just say AFK. Might be. Nah, I didn't fall asleep, just zoned out for a sec. Guess you must be tired. Do you not get enough sleep? Or do you just stay up late doing the dirty with your GF, lol. Lamau, imagine thinking this weeaboo would have a girlfriend. You know I'm not into 3D. Raffle. Raffle died, man. R.I.P. Raffle. Ugh. The only ones left standing of the early internet slang are lol and lamau. The two of us chatted about all sorts of things. Since it was anonymous, I was comfortable with talking about pretty much anything. I'd never act like this IRL, obviously. But that's why... But wouldn't he act like this IRL? That's how he's known as an otaku. What is up with you and lewd shit? You're the guy that has porny delusions all the time. You were literally just going on and on about girls in school swimsuits, remember? LOL. I was? I definitely don't remember that. Anyway. If that's what we were talking about, then here's my take on it. School swimsuit plus glasses equals perfection. Wait, what? You're so cute, Sierra. I'll put you to rest now. This is weird. Does this actually matter? Choose wisely. This actually matters? What is this? I'm gonna say no. Not a big glasses guy. Oh, why is it all like red? I thought it meant like I made the wrong choice. Like it was weird. Save your progress. The decisive. Oh, it doesn't show my choice in the save here. Okay. I'm gonna say no. The competition swimsuits are definitely better than regular school ones, of course. Wait, what are competition ones? Yeah. Are competition ones actual, like, two-piece ones? A swimming cap is absolutely required. No. Oh, there's a lot going on. Glasses? Who cares about those? I prefer competition swimsuits, and I'll pass on the swimming cap. I can't get off to that. I should wear my glasses, shouldn't I? You really like swimsuits, huh? Slow down, bro. Lamau. This Grimm guy I can't get behind. This absolute animal has cycled through every different laughing expression in this conversation. He said lull. He said raffle. He said Lamau. Pick a fucking team, my guy. Which one are you saying? Everyone says one of the laughing abbreviations. You can't just drop all of them willy-nilly, then they have no meaning. You know what I mean? That's just absolute lunacy. I'm gonna, speaking of, wash my glasses off. I just bought a pack of lens wipes for my glasses. As any man should, logically speaking. Very logical. By the way, it's not really about how much skin is shown. What? Isn't that the whole point? Hey, what's up, guy? Like, you know how a grill having her panties completely exposed is epic, but the implication that she's going no pan is so much hotter? It's like that. What the fuck is a no pan? Do I want to know? I woke up briefly. Well, good morning. No pan probably means no panties. Oh, good. I was cleaning my glasses, so I didn't want to pull up the tip yet. Do I actually want to wear my glasses? I'm cleaning them, and now I realize I don't really want to wear them. The problems of being... The lucky thing is I'm not nearsighted, though. I just can't see things far away, but wearing glasses does always help the reading, regardless. It improves my vision, obviously. Okay, sure, but I'd be happy either way, really. What sort of knave can't acknowledge the superiority of implications? I mean, not gonna lie, I just like him native. Or, I just like him naked. Does that make me a knave? You stupid dumb fuck. You don't get Moe at all. Not gonna lie, it freaked me out for a second when he said, you stupid dumb fuck, and then the music just cut out. Or not the music, I should say, the ambient noise. I got, like, spooked for a second. What are competition swimsuits? I don't understand. What is the difference? Your libido is at full throttle today, but that's what makes you you. I should be disgusted. What do you mean that's what makes you you? I mean, yeah, I guess I went a bit crazy. You just fell asleep during the day. I feel that. Yeah, I napped before stream today, too. I'm still trying to maintain a cool image for myself. You cool? Ha 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 ha. Oh my god, the insanity. This Grimm guy, not only does he say all the laughter abbreviations, but then he also just fully types ha 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 ha. Absolute madman. Who the fuck is this guy? Stay in your lane, bro. What are you laughing at? Anyway, what were we talking about before I went AFK? Probably something to do with ESO. Did you, sirs, forget? There was an incident IRL recently. I remembered something like that, but what was it? Shogun has joined the room. Greetings, Lord Shogun. I so miss, those are like, God, I'm such a boomer. Those are like the facial expressions I miss a lot on, like making, before the introduction of emojis and now like a regular normie, I respond using the default emojis on the iPhone to people while texting. But I really miss making all of those like, here, I'll type them in the chat. Oh, they even stand for faces, or like emoji icons, but like the old, like those old those text faces. I miss making those a lot. I remember when I used to be on the GameSpot forums. I used to, in the GameFAQs forums. I used to use those all the time. I introduced myself, but there was no reply from the user named Shogun. Spooky! Who is this guy? But nowadays, I mean, if you're a member, you can use chat things like the emojis in my server. Obviously. Those are the superior versions to, the old text emojis. It's in the same universe as Steins Gate. I'm hoping we eventually build up to as many viewers as we were getting with the Steins Gate streams. I guess I'm going to need some meme ideas to try and selfishly plug this stream everywhere we go. Because the Steins Gate streams ended up getting quite popular towards the end. Where I was getting a couple hundred views. Let's get back to that, baby. I mean, I'm streaming this game for the culture. Not for views and subscribers. What was up with that? Was this Shogun guy ignoring me? And I was being so friendly to him, too. Do you see? I even said sup. Did he know who he was talking to? I'll have you know, I'm the lightning fast Neidhart. Lurking wasn't even allowed. Yeah, don't lurk in the chat on the stream if you're here. Chat with me. Leave a message in the stream chat. Don't lurk. Become a part of the community in the stream. Well, whatever. We might as well just ignore him. I guess that was another great thing about the internet. There was no need to worry about pointless etiquette. What's going on? Anyway, what were you saying, Grimm? I was talking about those cases that have been all over the news lately. Like I know what's happening, IRL. Probably something stupid, right? Yeah. Pretty shocking, though. Shocking. Must have been some real grisly murder then. There've been a few here and there recently. You're not gonna send me gore again, are you? What, can't handle a little gore? People back then on the internet, I feel like used to really think like they were cool if they like sent you gore on the internet. That used to be like something where people thought that was really hardcore. Definitely like a 4chan thing of like, oh my god, look at how disturbing this is. What's wrong, normie? You can't see a dead person? Okay. Calm down, you little shit. I mean, there's nothing I can't handle, but still, I really didn't want to see it. Lately, though, it hadn't been easy to avoid that kind of stuff. People were always trying to trick others into clicking on nasty stuff, like gore or some kind of creepy edit. And once you fell for it, you couldn't unsee it. This game probably made... The writer of this game got fucking baited into looking at, like, Blue Waffle or some shit and was like, I'm gonna make a fucking creepy-ass game in response. Think you can trick me into looking at something gross? God. But that is definitely an early 2000s meme. Okay, guys, Google Blue Waffle, but turn your safe search off. Blue Waffle? Oh god, Vibin, please don't. Please don't. Don't Google that. Oh, man. I forget I'm older than you guys, I think. Oh. I remember people trying to do that. Yeah, that was you know, like, I think, Blue Waffle was, like, the OG, and then later on, a couple years, people kind of brought it back with that, like, what was it, Lemon Party? Or whatever? It was, like, a very similar kind of thing. Yeah, this is, like, old internet. Yeah, I'm going to give somebody, mental scarring. I don't know about the waffle thing. You don't need to. Lemon Party's a classic. I think, yeah, but Lemon Party's not the OG, though, right? Or maybe I just missed Lemon Party, but Blue Waffle, I remember, was my first experience of, someone trying to, like, bait you into looking at that stuff. Basically, back in the early days of the internet, Rickroll was ultimately the only thing that kind of survived this era of, like, tricking people to click on something. Because you could do that, with anybody, and then it was always kind of just fun, lighthearted humor, and I think basically everyone kind of realized that Rickroll was the superior version of this, but the thing that you could really only do with your friends was, like, the graphic stuff, like Lemon Party and Blue Waffle and, yeah, Two Girls, One Cup, and all the, like, that creepy shit. I guess it's not creepy, but disturbing, I guess would be, well, not even disturbing, weird shit would be the way to do it. But you could Rickroll anybody at any time, and it was the same thing. Yeah, One Guy, One Jar, Mr. Hands. Yeah, but that was kind of like that era of early 2000s internet where you try to bait people into clicking shit. But yeah, Rickroll is pretty much the only thing that survived. Because basically after a while, everyone was kind of like, okay, I don't want to watch this shit anymore. Like, this is really weird. You ended up being tricked into watching Two Girls, One Cup. But see, then there were also people on the reverse side of that. Like, some people got tricked into it, but there were other people who would watch it, and then you would just say that you watched it, and then you were like, yeah, it wasn't even that weird, so you could sound cool. And you're like, oh, I mean, what, were you weirded out by that? What, are you a normie? Only normies get weirded out by something like that. Even though on the inside, like, you're watching it, like, Tub Girl sounds cursed. All of it's pretty cursed. This definitely just sent me on like a nostalgia trip of like the worst era of the internet. Like, absolutely. That is like the average wannabe cool kid at my school back then. Yeah, exactly. That's what everyone who thought they were cool would do. Or you'd absolutely be like, or you'd get some people were tricked into watching it and say that's my fetish. Yeah, I mean either that or you would like you would double down on it and be like, what's even so weird about that, dude? Because you'd had to, like, it was the show of, like, one-upsmanship, right? Like, you would send someone something, like, weird to watch, and you'd be like, yeah, that's gonna freak them out. And then you'd, like, the only way you could counter was to be like, that didn't even weird me out, dude. Like, what the fuck? That's basic shit. And then, like, that's how you would get back at them. When, if you were cool, you'd be like, you didn't even weird me out. As you just watch someone eat shit, literally. Ah, dude, I'd watch that regularly. And they'd be like, no, I was supposed to get you. Oh, it's so weird, you can't like that. And you would like... Yeah. The one you watched was a virus that would open anytime you tried to close the window. Ugh. I had a similar one that was, oh, that's Meat Spin was another one. Yeah, Meat Spin was like that. Oh, yeah. Glad I live under a rock back then. Yeah, it's probably for the best. The internet was a shit show back then. An absolute shit show of degeneracy. You spin me right around, baby, right around. Achievement Hunter meme, yeah. Achievement Hunter was really big on that. I do remember that. What a weird nostalgia trip I was not expecting to go into. Yeah, people were always trying to trick others into clicking on nasty stuff like gore or some kind of creepy edit, and you couldn't unsee it. True. I think I'm used to it by now, sort of. Yeah, this is also the classic coping mechanism. You just watch someone eat actual shit, and you're like, that's not going to horrifically scar me as a person. I'm totally used to that. Whatever, bro. Yeah. And they call you the greatest paladin in all of Baselard. Watching so many shit. Oh my god, Vivan. Part of me feels like I need to explain it. The other part of me feels like we should just progress on without elaborating it at all. But I feel as if I don't explain it to you, you'll get curious and Google it and then scar yourself. So I feel much like a guardian. I must explain it to you to prevent you from wanting to search. But other parts of me are like, I'll give you a warning, much like a parent that knows the child will not listen to the warning of just don't worry about it. I don't PK, though. PK stands for player kill. In other words, it's when you go around in MMOs killing randos and stealing their golden gear. So typical DQN stuff. Trolling. I'm no troll, and I don't stoop to their level, either. And just in general, I try to avoid breaking ESO's rules. It goes against my policy. Well, except for the rules that prohibit RMT. I broke those all the time. Calm your tits there, oh mighty hero. I'm sure you've heard of New Gen, right? Question mark. What's that? Had he ever mentioned it before? Grimm was talking like I should have already known about it. The hell is New Gen? The New Generation Madness. People call it New Gen online. It's a name for the mysterious set of incidents happened in Shibuya. It's all up in your neighborhood. Now that he mentioned it, I did feel like I heard about it somewhere. Though all I knew was that they existed, I hadn't looked into them at all. Wait, what happened to all of the swimsuit stuff I picked? Why did I select any of that stuff again? I feel like it's just not been mentioned again. Oh, God. Fucking use dark theme when you're Googling shit. I tried Googling New Gen and instantly got a few results. Madness explodes in today's youth. Okay, Boomer. All we know is the protagonist of this game is absolutely using white theme on stuff. Or light theme. And that's horrifying. Truly a degenerate protagonist. It's a primitive time before dark mode? I don't believe that. Dark mode's been a thing for a while, I feel like. Okay, I remember back then I used to use Firefox. It was before Google Chrome came out. You fucking zoomers. And in my Firefox I had an extension installed that would make every site dark. It was very cool. New Gen is the name for 2 incidents in Shibuya that happened in the past month. Including a fetus. There have been 7 victims. My God, who spilled all that strawberry jam? That's an absolute waste. Bruh. You know how many peanut butter and jelly sandwiches you can make with that? Speaking of, I was eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich before I started the stream. The first incident was the group dive, where 5 friends jumped off a skyscraper. Let's do it, bros. It'll be an epic prank. Let's jump off the building together. In the second one, the fetus was found inside a man's body. That's a controversial topic nowadays. You serious? A chill ran down my spine. God, one of these times... Oh, I don't like that. One of these times we're going to turn around and there's going to fucking actually be something there, isn't there? Oh, my God. Before I had realized it, I turned around and was looking at my room again. No, I don't like that. I don't like that it actually, like, turns around. Where is my Steins Gate just CG backgrounds? Don't fucking do that. There were a bunch of results for New Gen on Taboo News, so I went to skim through them. New Generation Madness, the incidents that had an entire internet in uproar. There had been 2 of them so far. One of them was so brutal, several TV channels didn't even describe the crime out loud. The first incident, the group dive, had been initially thought to be suicide, but rumors had risen that it may not have been. Parents and friends of the 5 victims all said the same thing. None of the victims had shown any sign of planning to commit suicide, and they hadn't had any reason to do so either. On top of that, some physical evidence had been found too. While tragic, suicide is, or like suicide always is, right? But I always feel like that's such a moot point, because I feel like every family and friend, whenever like someone talks about like suicide in like a public forum like that, it almost always is like They would never have done that. They had no reason to. And it's like, well, obviously they did. You just didn't know. You didn't see the signs. It always just seems so weird. Or they're like, no, they were so happy. I just don't get it. It's like, no, obviously not. Like, I don't know. It just feels like that's always the story. Instead of, like, having an actual, like, you know, hey, you should check in on your friends. You never know what they're feeling like. You know, sometimes people have dark things going on behind the scenes. Da 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 da. It almost always feels like a denial speech every time, instead of using it as like an awareness moment. It's so weird. Had a quick Google. It's like something out of a creepypasta, right? You shit yourself yet? Oh man, remember creepypastas? Do people still make creepypastas? I feel like the last big, like, creepypasta was, Slender Man. Remember Slender Man? I feel like that was the last, like, trendy one, and that kind of, like, blew the thing up to, like, viral status, and then people stopped making creepypastas after that. Not really. I don't care, to be honest. Here. If someone sent me a link that was ilovegore.com, zero chance I'm clicking that. Take a look at this, LOL. What is it? It's a picture of one of the victims' corpses. He's getting a kick out of this. This would absolutely be one of those things where I would just respond to the dude and be like, yeah, man, looks gross. And not click this fucking link. But we're gonna absolutely click that link, aren't we? He did stuff like this from time to time. But if I wanted to keep up my reputation as the great Nineheart of Baselard, I couldn't let it faze me. Unlike in the real world, I was a god in the world of ESO. I was the strongest, wisest, and most noble knight in all of the land. Mocking me would be a fool's errand. And so, gathering up whatever courage I had, I clicked the link. I just lie, bro. It's the internet. People lie on the internet all the time. Just be like, yeah, dude, I totally looked at it. I didn't care. The horror. It was just some shitty doodle. Nice Photoshop, nerd. I got baited. Who did this? Oh. I drew it in like 2 minutes. Damn, the god of art finally shows himself to us mortals. Anyway, not gonna lie, I'm dead tired, so I think I'm gonna go pass out. Good night. See you tomorrow in Baselard. Grimm has left the room. Come to think of it, that Shogun guy has been here the whole time. I'd completely forgotten about him. Not that I cared, though. Well, I don't really feel like sleeping yet, so I guess I'll farm ESO for a bit. Wait, no, the new episode of Bloodtoon comes out today. I didn't have a TV, so I just made do with my PC. 15 minutes to go. Might as well go to the bathroom while I wait. I took a quick look at Sierra next to my monitor. I'd get to see Sierra Tan today. I couldn't wait. With that on my mind, I made my way over to close the chat window. Eh? Gazoop.com? The Shogun had sent a message. He actually posted. It's the Raiden Shogun from Genshin Impact. So he wasn't just a lurker. Judging by the file extension, it looked like an image link. So what is this, like, group thing that he's in that someone can just join? Is this like his game chat? Like, what is this? You couldn't just randomly join someone's conversation without being invited in the old, like, AOL MSN messengers. How did this guy just, like, hack himself in? What is this? This looked like an image link. A sudden link posted by a suspicious stranger that hadn't sent a single message until now. I gulped instinctively. Bro, that is literally a virus. Don't just click it. Avoid suspicious messages from people you don't know on the internet. That's like 101 on the internet. That is a virus. I couldn't explain why, but I had a bad feeling about it. A feeling unlike anything I had ever felt in all my time on the internet. I really didn't want to click it. I clicked my tongue and glanced at the clock. My rendezvous with Sierra was in 12 minutes. I should probably get this conversation over with quickly. Or just don't. What? What kind of bait and switch is this, Lamau? Die White Alder Die Welt Ander Schnee Wenn du darauf klickst. It's probably not at all how you say that, but whatever, it's fucking German. What's with the German, lol? I was trying my best to act calm and casual. To be honest, I really didn't want to chat with a shady guy like this. I was so uncomfortable, I could feel a cold sweat forming. Just ignore the message. My dude's out here getting cyberbullied. Just close the chat window. He was saying something like, the world changes if you click it. Seriously, what's his deal? And if the guy only spoke German, I definitely wouldn't be able to deal with him. Sorry for startling you. Oh, so he could speak normally. I relaxed a bit. Damn. Protagonist out here saying that Germans aren't normal. Don't worry, you're fine. Any reason for lurking? Did someone give you the you need to lurk for 6 months before posting spiel? I was thinking. Where are you chatting from? For some reason, there was a short pause. Shibuya. Why did it just flash like that? Was that literally just to be the jump scare? I don't get it. All at once, images of those gruesome new-gen incidents flashed through my head. Even though I hadn't actually seen any photos, I could picture them so vividly that it was almost like I'd been there myself. Why? The man's torn-up stomach with a lifeless fetus shoved inside. The 5 people that dove off the building, instantly turning into a pulpy, inhuman puddle upon the ground. Just thinking about it was almost enough to make me puke. I shook my head violently as if to shake the gruesome delusion out of my head. This Shogun guy was so suspicious I couldn't stop the paranoid delusions from forming. What was he trying to drag me into? Just don't respond! Close the window! Same here. Ooh. There's like a lot of weird incidents have been happening lately. More are coming. Shibuya is so scary. Ooh, shiver. Fun to the 10th power times intelligence to the 40th power equals IR2. I don't fucking know. What's that? Was this Shogun guy some kind of Denpa nut job? What now? A term used to refer to individuals who act or speak in a way that's commonly regarded as incoherent, nonsensical, or disconnected from the world. The term comes from the Japanese word denpa, which translates literally to electromagnetic waves. What? This is because people in this category often believe that they're hearing voices, thoughts, or instructions in their head via electromagnetic radiation. Okay. I'd never seen that formula before in my life. And when you were as smart as me, that was saying something. Average high school dude. I tried looking it up. In this day and age, there was all sorts of info on the internet, so it'd be easy to find. Huh. Not getting any results. Was he trying to act smart by typing some nonsense formula? Fuck if I knew. He said a swear. That formula has killed this world's possibilities. What are you trying to say? What was that link from earlier? Should I just take the bait already? I thought it might interest you. So far he's sent like 10, 11, some image and links to us. $20. Or just don't click these. They're a virus. This is how you get your password fucking hacked. Is someone randomly DMs you a link to something and you click it. You have no idea who the person is. All of a sudden, the chat was flooded with links. Just who was this guy? Was he just trying to scare me for shits and giggles? Maybe he was a friend of Grimm's and they teamed up to mess with me. God, stop doing that. I really don't like that. Feeling the gaze again, I took a look around the room, but surprise, all that was behind me was darkness and clutter as per usual. I was hit with an unnatural sense of dread. The feeling of perpetually being watched left me feeling restless. Don't look at me. Upon saying that, I realized my voice was trembling. It was almost like the cluttered room I knew so well had transformed into something, a place completely foreign. Have you ever had to go to the bathroom at night after watching a horror movie or listening to a ghost story or something? You may know the feeling of being unnerved or even terrified by the dark dwellings of your own home. That was close to how I felt right now. You think this shitty bait is gonna faze me? In spite of my shuddering, I faced the monitor, leaned in, and before I knew it, with the slightest twitch of my index finger, I clicked one of the links. Don't do it. No, wait. No, I actually saw it, by the way. I was putting my hand up for the meme. I didn't realize it was going to fly through what was showing there. I thought it would just, like, stay there. I really had no clue how it happened. It wasn't like my hand had been possessed by some unnatural force or something. I had just sort of done it without thinking. But even though I knew full well that would be a mistake, I clicked it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. What is this? The image that filled my monitor looked like some kind of modern art piece. An arrangement of spikes, like the quills of a hedgehog or the pins of a pincushion, protruded from the wall in the shape of a cross, and below it a puddle of dark red. And in front of it were small pieces of something, scattered across the ground like garbage. What was that? The work of some pretentious avant-garde artist? Those sorts of idiots were all over the place. They'd make gory stuff like this, then spout some bullshit like, it depicts the latent chaos oft laid bare in this cruel world. No way in hell I'd ever consider that shit art. Still, what a weird image. It hadn't been explicitly gore, but it was definitely borderline. So then why had it seemed so graphic? Why had it seemed so realistic? Why was I imagining the stench of blood? Why was that stench so strong that it nearly made me choke? It was all in my head, so why did I feel sick to my stomach? Oh, because it's him. He's the one that's going around doing that stuff. Like how he didn't remember the first half of the conversation that he was having with Grimm. That's because when he's asleep, he's the one going out and murdering and causing those incidents. I felt a sharp throbbing pain in my forehead. The nausea wouldn't go away. I desperately reached for the mouse, but my trembling hand knocked it off the desk, leaving it dangling above the floor by its cord. I reeled it back up to the mouse pad and then closed the image. But just as I thought it was finally over, my eyes were struck by... Whose eyes are those eyes? Struck by what? A smooth criminal? I was gonna say something and I just totally lost my train of thought. Because of the whose eyes are those eyes thing. That was what he titled his essay, right? About the being watched thing. In the end, I hadn't managed to catch the new Blood Tune episode live. No big deal though. Someone had upped it to MewTube after the fact, so I'd just been able to watch it there. I still didn't feel any better though. Those last words Shogun had left behind. It was almost as if he knew about God's gaze and how much it terrified me. It was way too specific for it to just be coincidence. Maybe someone had leaked some info about me online. Maybe it was another ESO player with a grudge against Nineheart or something. Prodigies like me got a lot of love, so naturally there's a lot of hate. Most haters out there are just jealous. You wouldn't see them around much, but every once in a while some child would try to start some shit because he was jealous of my strength and popularity. They weren't worth anyone's time. But we've gone off topic now. Anyway, yeah, that Shogun guy really got to me. Earlier I tried logging onto ESO to grind for a while and I couldn't concentrate. And to make matters worse, of all days for this to happen, it just had to be a shitty day like this. Is the day he's got to go to school or something? On top of everything else that happened, I'd also had to go to school today. I seriously didn't want to go, but if I didn't follow the minimum attendance sheet to a T, my calculations would get completely thrown off. Worst case scenario, I'd even have to repeat the year. I'm so tired. I stifled a yawn and started trudging off towards school, a trip that was about 10 minutes from my base on foot. As soon as I started walking, my mood sunk even lower. I just realized, how's this dude going to the bathroom and bathing while living in this, like, shipping container? I guess public showers are more common in Japan, right? My body grew heavy, and I found it strangely hard to breathe, causing me to break into an uncomfortable sweat. This was always what happened on school days. That's called anxiety. Going to school was pure suffering. Why'd I have to go through this? Grumbling to myself with my eyes fixed on the pavement, I kept walking. I turned to enter Shoto Park. The school was just past it. Over by the lake, an elderly couple was taking their morning stroll. Nearby, a businessman sat on a bench reading the sports section of the newspaper. For a park on the outskirts of a bustling city like Shibuya, it's surprisingly calm. Definitely a great place to relax. I took a seat on another bench nearby. Before heading to school in the morning, I always came here to eat breakfast. I gazed out towards the peaceful pond, the water surrounded by trees with off-color leaves, their hues slowly changing as autumn rolled in. as per usual. Today's menu was just a cream bun that I picked up from the convenience store on the way. It'd be enough to tide me over until later tonight. I always skipped lunch. What? The madman. When I was just a growing boy in school, I could barely make it to fucking lunch without eating, like intermittently throughout the day. God. I don't need to snack as much now that I'm older, but when I was in high school, man, I had to have like a fucking granola bar before lunch, and then I'd devour my big ass lunch, and then I would need like another granola bar or something before the day ended, or else I just wasn't gonna fucking make it, man. When I was a teenager, dude, I remember that like just constant like need to eat, man. Probably because I worked out a lot when I was in high school, though, but still. Couldn't imagine going through the whole school day without eating. I would have just straight up assaulted somebody. I would have gotten so hungry and hangry. Every day, someone would say something dumb to me, and I would just fucking bop their head in with the school textbook. If I didn't eat anything. Wild. Nobody wanted to eat lunch with an otaku freak like me, and there was no way in hell I'd eat alone when surrounded by people eating and chatting together. After washing down my breakfast with some cola, I began staring up at the sky absent-mindedly. No matter the season, the sky above Shibuya was always pretty bleak. My parents only lived a few train stations away, but there was still a clear difference between here and there. Don't get me wrong, I didn't especially mind the bleak sky, but I also couldn't really explain why. I glanced at my watch to check the time. I needed to get going or I'd be late. I had to avoid that outcome at all costs. I only came to school 2 or 3 times a week, so I had to keep a low profile. To make it through school, I had to blend in, become invisible like the air. The ideal school day was one where nothing happened, one where I didn't have to deal with any of my teachers or DQN classmates. It sounds like they're the ones that are not antisocial, though, and he is the DQN if he's only going to school like twice a fucking week. That was the ultimate goal I shot for, and it would continue to be until the day I'd finally graduate. I had near-perfect attendance in high school, the opposite of this guy. This is the Sumiya Private Academy, the school I went to. Apparently, it had only been built around 10 years ago, so it didn't exactly have a rich history or anything like that. Since it still looked brand new, it made a pretty good setting for high school TV shows. On top of that, the school uniforms had apparently been designed by some famous designer. A ton of shallow-ass girls enrolled just so they could wear it. And while they called it a prep school, most students here didn't score much higher than the national average. Even more ironic, though, was that the school's slogan was, "Here you'll be free," and yet the school rules were actually really strict. Are they really strict if you can only attend 2 to 3 times a week? I don't think so. I feel like in my high school, if you were only attending school 2 to 3 days a week, they would have sent the cops to your house. And again, they never bothered actually enforcing those rules. Okay, there we go. So I guess the slogan wasn't really wrong in the end. Then why'd you bring it up? I mean, I barely ever showed up, and I passed my classes just fine. If you could get away with that, you could probably get away with anything. As I closed in on the school, I could hear the other students more and more clearly. I wasn't good at dealing with crowds, so I just kept my head low as I slipped through the gate. Nobody talked to me, nobody talked to me. I repeated those words in my head like a mantra. My younger sister also attended this school, though she still lived with my parents. Run into her, and any perfectly fine day could turn into a nightmare. Bro. Luckily, I hadn't run into her this time. I made it to class safe and sound. He's already moved out in high school and doesn't like his sister? Weird. I rushed over to my seat, being extra careful not to make eye contact with anyone. I could feel a nearby group of girls shoot a glance at me, but thankfully, They went right back to chatting afterward. They all thought I was a freak, I was sure of it. Well, from my point of view, you 3D sluts are the real fake freaks here. Yeah, okay. If you think I'm a freak, then don't look at me. Just pretend like I'm not here. Don't acknowledge me at all. Oh my god. If you all just do that, then I won't bother you either, and I can go about my day in peace. Right, protagonist is an incel? That's why it always confuses me when I see DQNs calling people freaks. I just don't get it. If you think they're such a freak, then why even bother talking to them? Just stay in your corner, and they'll stay in theirs. Perfectly normal thoughts. Yeah, totally normal, insane thoughts. Regardless, I was just sitting there looking down at my desk when...
Yo, Taku.
Suddenly, someone clapped me on the back. Startled, I turned to look behind me. Didn't know you were coming in today.
Misumi-kun.
Misumi. Welcome, maybe Vegeta, by the way. It was Misumi Daisuke. Daisuke? One of my classmates. He shot me a friendly smile from beside my desk. The guy was pretty handsome, so all the girls were into him. But he was also into them, and dating them. A lot of them. Usually multiple at a time. If you asked me, he was balls deep in DQN territory. Okay, I don't get it. What did DQN mean again? Why does he keep calling people that? Antisocial delinquents. But how is he going around socializing with everyone and having lots of girlfriends if he's antisocial? A lot of projection going on from this character, I see. If it were up to me, I'd steer clear of him, but... You're looking as grim as ever. You stay up all night playing games again? I'm guessing this guy is actually Grimm, right? Not really. He was the only person in the class who was comfortable talking to me. Though we had absolutely nothing in common, I had no idea why he bothered. I've been suspicious about it ever since the school year began. If I were a girl, I could understand, but since I was a guy, it made no sense to me. Yes. No one has ever been bi. You should know Masumi's BA. Yeah, I was gonna say, unlikely. I'm a dub person. I don't really listen to Japanese subs. I wouldn't recognize any of the actors. I've got no idea who this is. I know it's hard since you're shut in and all, but you should really try to speak up. I would if I could. Just the act of talking to another 3D human being was painful. Anxiety made it hard for me to speak naturally. My lack of experience made it hard for me to articulate things. I can't believe he has a lack of experience. Maybe try going outside, bro. I was always afraid of being teased for saying something weird. That was why I was always shrunk back. Jotaro Kujo? Oh, cool. You know, I have no idea how much pain I'm going through, so please don't talk like you know me. Also, I wouldn't say I was a shut-in, per se. Real shut-ins stayed in their rooms 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I wasn't like that. I mean, I can understand feeling nervous around chicks, but if you keep stuttering around me like that, people might start thinking we're gay. Was he just dating girls as a cover? Had he been into guys all along? I tried to back away from him, nearly falling out of my chair in the process, but I quickly grabbed onto my desk to catch myself.
何してんだお前
How are you doing, dude?
三角君は
Are you gay?
ん
What?
なわけねえだろ
No.
お
Did
前
you forget all the chicks I've
俺の
landed?
音今日忘れたのかだよね
This is definitely early 2000s humor as well. Lamau, are you gay? That's funny. Dating this game for sure.
ちなみに
Speaking of landing chicks, Asumi took a quick look around and lowered his voice and grinned from ear to ear.
昨日このクラスの
I just bagged my third girl from this class. Wanna know who?
誰だ
Not really, no.
だよ
Come on, you can at least pretend to care.
田中だぜ
It was Tanaka, man. Tanaka.
田中って誰
Who's that?
お前
You seriously not know the names of our classmates? It's nearly October, dude.
覚えてねえのかま3次元に興味ないんじゃ
Well, you say you're not into 3D girls, so I guess it makes sense. Visibly frustrated, he shrugged his shoulders and let out a sigh. Interestingly enough, he never insulted my tastes in girls, which was, to put it simply, that they had to be from the second dimension. But he never called me a freak for that, he just didn't bother with things like that didn't interest him. That was what made me think he may not have been all that bad. It was also probably the reason why I didn't mind talking to him. CNM Japan version VA from yesterday's game is the same VA. Oh, that's funny. So I was right that the Hi-Fi Rush was a Japanese game. It was just English dubbed. That's really funny. Anyway, I've pretty much scored on every cute girl in this class by now. I think it's about time I start heading next door. Okay, maybe he was pretty bad. If a girl heard some of the shit he said, she'd be horrified. There's a real hot one in Class D, but it doesn't look like she comes to school much. Ain't got much in the chest, though. What's happening here? Now that I think about it, though, aren't you into flat girls anyway? All that moe stuff? Are you talking about 2D? Also, please never say the word moe again. Alright, new topic. You heard about New Gen? Unexpected to hear those words come out of his mouth. And here I thought he was only capable of thinking about girls. I couldn't even picture him watching the news or reading the newspaper. There have been some rumors that the group dive wasn't actually a suicide. What? That's what Sports Tokyo said. So his source was Sports Tokyo? That kind of erased any kind of credibility. Who is Sports Tokyo? Wait, it gave me the tip for the source? But not what Sports Tokyo was? Okay. Still, I'd already known about the rumor, not that I cared. Ah, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. Listen closely, this is the good part. An eyewitness said that the killer's a chick and a real hottie. A chick? Watching Masumi get so excited, it finally hit me. Why did he suddenly care enough to read Sports Tokyo? Same reason he cared about anything else. Something to do with girls. What a twist. I would assume this guy, if he's like a lady killer, is into sports and stuff, right? Or maybe that's just an American stereotype that I'm putting onto this game. Usually in American media, the guy who gets all the girls and has a bunch of girls like on him all the time at once is like the sports guy. So why are we shocked that he's reading Sports Tokyo? Wouldn't that be like the thing that he does anyway? Or is this like a more Japanese stereotype where he's just a pretty boy? I guess Misumi would even go after serial killers as long as they were cute. Nothing like a cute yandere GF. Am I right, boys? Yandere, best dere. He looks more like a host than a sports ball enjoyer. He looks like he's the local pretty boy. Hey, I'm a big sports ball guy. I mean, if it were me, I'd take a cute 2D serial killer, but... Misumi stared longingly at the blue sky outside the window. For some reason, his face suddenly lit up as if he'd reached enlightenment. Really, though, I wonder what kind of person the murderer is. Is she really a cutie? If she is, then I really want to meet her. Yeah, this dude definitely thought exclusively with the wrong head. I know she wouldn't kill me. I mean, look at me. I've got the looks. Chicks dig me. No matter how many people she's killed, she'd definitely fall in love with a nice guy like me. That's why she wouldn't kill you? This guy was so delusional, he gave me a run for my money. The fact that he was able to say all that without even a hint of irony was honestly pretty gross. I don't really care. How do you mean you don't care? You know the killer is somewhere in the city, right? It might even be someone you've met before. Or it can be me. I bet you it's Takumi. For all I know, you could be the murderer. Okay, probably not. But it was entirely possible that the killer could be one of the students at this school. If that turned out to be true, maybe I'd use my PTSD as an excuse to come less often without hurting my attendance. Want to check out the crime scene with me? It's close enough to walk to from here. I hear they haven't even finished cleaning up the blood yet. I have absolutely zero interest in doing that. I just want to get through school in peace, go home, greet Sierra Tan, and get back to being worshipped like a god in Baselard. Come on. Even Kobashi and Hasegawa have gone to see it. I really don't want to. What just happened? I felt bad about turning Misumi-kun down since he seemed so excited about it. But I really did not want to go. But even though I was trying my hardest to refuse, he wasn't listening. Maybe we'll even see the murderer. They say the criminal always returns to the scene of the crime, right? I like that there was no sound effect for that. That was so weird. You guys said this was There's 3 choices. You press a button. Click Z or C. It seems really weird that that whole thing happened without a sound effect, right? I mean, every game has normally like a... like, normally games have like a sound effect when they're like introducing something like that. Like in, even Steins Gate, another visual novel from the same people, like when you time leapt or whatever. And then like the time, like you would play the like time leap effect. Nothing happened here. That whole thing just like shimmied across the screen in absolute silence, and it was really weird. Okay, anyway. You're locked into one ending in your first playthrough, so do whatever you feel like. It's part of the mood. Is it part of the mood? I feel like it would be a cool sound effect, like, I don't know, if the ambient noise started playing in reverse or some shit.
で次はタクがターゲットにされる
Maybe
んだ
she'd pick you as her next
死を
victim.
も罪を償う
To atone for your sins, you must
最初
die.
はそうだ
You
な
know, that kind of thing.
引きこもって
As
た
for
か
your
らって
sins,
こと
though,
で
maybe being a shut-in? Honestly, didn't even know this was a mechanic. Choose one. Choose what? There's no option yet. It's just dialogue. Wait. What the fuck is this? Don't tell him what the colors mean. I want him to figure it out for himself. I mean, I feel like I could guess, right? If the theme of this game is delusions and his utter paranoia, if I were to guess, this is just normal, like his baseline levels of paranoia. This helps cure him of his delusions, because it's a green light going normal clockwise. And then this must be to give in to the delusions. Because it's got the heartbeat sensor and the reverse time. Yeah. Doing nothing gets its own scene too. It feels so weird that this mechanic is completely unprompted. Is there something I should do, I guess? Like... Let's live a happy life, I guess. I don't fucking know. I mean, there's no real, like, elaboration on any of these. Let's have a good... a happy land. I don't know, fucking know. It's kind of just what you're feeling in the scene, but what do you mean? I don't. What? What am I feeling? It's unprompted. It's not. They didn't elaborate what that meant. What do you mean? What am I feeling? Fucking green or red? What if I'm colorblind? What does that mean? Like, you can't even go with a feeling there. Most people end up going through the whole game without even knowing what these did because it showed nothing. That's lame. God, that's so lame. Whatever. I picked green because green means go, and that progresses the story. Whatever. I felt like it should have been obvious to him how much I didn't want to go and see a puddle of blood and gore. It would have been way too much for me. It wouldn't be like a haunted house or a horror movie or something. People had actually died IRL, and the killer was on the loose. So wherever the murderer was likely to be, I'd have liked to be anywhere but. Still, I was curious about the murder. What could have possibly been their motive? Hey, what's up, Brian? I just started this game and I didn't even know about it until now. What, that you were like supposed to hit the lights there? Hey, Quintuple A. Have a good night, my bro. Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's kind of obvious that you're supposed to do something there because it's the first time the game does anything. But it's weird that there's no explanation for it. Would they think it like would get rid of the mystery, I guess, if they explained it? It just seems lame. Anyway, was the murderer a psychopath that committed crimes for the hell of it? That's probably the most reasonable explanation. Well, whatever. It doesn't really matter to me. I mean, I was a serial killer, too. And even though I'd killed hundreds of people, they still treated me like a hero. That was in ESO, though. LOLOL. Just goes to show how much better 2D is. Anyway, I tried my hardest to turn down his proposal. I imagined myself like a brawler straight out of some fighting game. A psycho killer? If I ran into a guy like that, I'd turn him into mincemeat. My delusions, I could kill or spare anyone I wanted. But the people who actually tried to live out those sorts of delusions are idiots. Didn't they know that real-life actions had real-life consequences? Even the new-gen killer would be caught eventually, and then they'd rot in prison for years. Decades, even, just waiting to be sent to the gallows. If I could say one thing to them, it'd be... What a pity. You really should have just kept your delusions to yourself. Hey, this is where that one dead guy was. In the one gore screenshot that Shogun sent us, right? The dude was dead on this wall. I went out to buy myself some dinner. I took the road I used to get to my local convenience store. It was only a 3-minute walk from my base. I walked down this dirty alley more times than I could count. But for some reason, walking through it today, I couldn't help but feel as if I'd stepped into another world. Ooh. The alley was the same as ever, but it felt like this was the first time I'd ever set foot in it. Familiar yet new, like the opposite of deja vu. I researched the phenomenon online before. The name for it was apparently Jamasu. I don't know how to fucking say that. What's more, the stench of rotting garbage was lingering in the air. The moisture in the atmosphere was so thick that if I hadn't known any better, I'd have assumed that it had just been raining. The air was like syrup on my skin. This is way better than Chaos had PC. When Delusion triggers popped up, it was 2 tiny GIFs in the top corners. But that did give sound cues. Yeah, again, it's so weird that didn't have any sound prompt. Like that whole, like, thing that appeared. Jamais. Okay. I heard a sound. The faint sound of something dragging across the ground. I stopped in my tracks and listened closely. It sounded like it was coming from up ahead, from somewhere down the alley and around the corner. Without any street lights or lit up windows, it was pitch black down there. Why would you ever walk down an alleyway? I'm gonna be real with you all. 0 chance I walk down an alleyway. Ever. All bad things happen in alleys. You bet your ass I'm just walking around the entire building. Like, always. I'm never walking down an alleyway in my life. I never have, and I never will. Like, I'm never cutting through the alley of a building. I'm going around the block. Around the building. Are you nuts? Nothing ever good has happened in an alleyway. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't see a thing. Which is really weird. Because we can literally see a street light here lighting up the alleyway. So there's a little bit of a disconnect here between the description and the word, but okay, sure. It was strange. This was modern-day Shibuya, a place that, along with Shinjuku, was known as the city that never sleeps. So how could there still be places that were this dark? Because it is an alleyway, bro. Get the fuck away. Turn your ass around and walk away. It almost felt like the entrance to a haunted house. Actually, there was one very large distinction. The darkness wasn't man-made. It was real. What? I didn't want to go any further. Nothing good would come from it. My brain set off every alarm bell it could, trying to prevent my body from taking another step. But for some inexplicable reason, my body stepped forward anyway, as if drawn to the repeating sound. CG analyst Kubaya on his way to scrutinize every detail in a 15-year-old game. First of all, just wondering, this is a fan-made game that just released today by the Committee of Zero. I'll have you know. Everything has been HD up-resed and improved. If the fan-made mod was so good, they would have removed the street light from the CG. I just don't understand. There was a line of text in this 10,000 dialogue line game that said there was no light in the alleyway. God. Are they even trying? I wonder why people aren't subscribing to my channel. My fear urged me to stop, that something horrible would happen if I kept going. My heart started racing. My forehead was slick with sweat. CG analyst Kubaya on his way to scrutinize every detail in a less-than-day-old game. There you go. Can you believe these guys who released this fan-made patch totally free, that they made in their own free time, messed up on a detail? Fuck, bro, I want my money back. Committee of Zero. Jesus. This scene seems to be different from what I did. Did the color change it? I imagine, yeah. Maybe because I chose the green light of Happy Fun Times. That's why the hallway is lit up. So I don't go insane. Much like, what was that game called? Amnesia. Where staying out of the light makes you go nuts, and staying in the light makes you keep sane. Suddenly, a noise that was beautiful, yet somehow discordant at the same time reached my ears. A voice, garbled by static. The writer really loves this discordant word. Really weird to note, but this word has appeared 5 times already to describe things in this game so far. We are 2 hours in. Whoops. Remember to subscribe, because I'll be doing a full playthrough of this entire game. By the way. How's that for discordant? Oh no, there's about to be a jump scare as soon as I hit enter here. Fucking better brace for it. Before I knew it, someone grabbed my forearm. It was all too sudden. I panicked and tried to scream for help, but all that came out was a puff of air. It sounded like... Terrified, I tried to force my body to run away, but it wouldn't listen. I couldn't move an inch. I looked toward my arm, and the hand of the thing that grabbed me came into view. Swamp Thing! Actually, wait, is this the Steins Gate tie-in? Is this someone who just fucking got Gel-fied? It's the living Gel Nana. I guess there is replay value for this game. Don't worry about replaying it, Brian, when you can just watch my playthrough of a different route by subscribing and hitting the bell button. You can stay tuned for all of my streams and more content like this. Please, God, help me. I'm desperately trying to get new subscribers. Welcome to the channel. Please subscribe. Stay tuned for more Mage visual novel playthroughs. Nerd plugging moment. I'm desperate. Vibin. It was dark green, with skin taut like a mummy. Countless veins protruded from the surface. It didn't look alive. If you go any further... To be honest, it made sense I couldn't move. Going all deer in the headlights was a natural reaction to what was happening. What was surprising to me, though, was that the voice in my ear was so soothing. The fear swelling inside me was starting to vanish. So is this someone who just, like, failed time traveled to, like, let Takumi know not to go meet the murderer or something? You'll be in danger. A serious yet gentle voice. I slowly looked over my shoulder. Oh. Ma'am, you got strawberry jam all over your school uniform. You're gonna get in trouble. You have to wear that every day to school. The first thing I noticed was the Suemi Academy emblem. The same emblem you could find sewn into the chest of each and every uniform. Then I noticed that the person was wearing a skirt, which meant she was a girl. First of all, how dare you make that assumption? I heard that this is related to Steins Gate. Yeah, I think there's, like, at least it takes place in the same universe. I don't know if it's directly related or anything, but yeah. It's by the same, company. So yeah, I know Steins Gate, but I don't know anything about this game. This is fully blind. Like, literally, I know nothing about it. I didn't have the courage to look at the most important part, her face. She was standing way closer than I was expecting, so I couldn't bring myself to face her. I couldn't put my finger on why, but for some reason, something seemed off. So I turned my attention back towards her hand. Wasn't this all slimy a second ago? The hand gripping my arm was delicate and feminine. Even though just a moment ago, I had seen it as green and grotesque. This girl. Who was she? What kind of expression was on her face? What kind of expression was she making at me? What was she doing here? Brian, you can save money on Steins Gate by just watching my playthrough of Steins Gate. Available on this channel by subscribing and checking out the playlist tab. In spite of all my questions, I couldn't manage to get a single word out. I simply hung my head in silence. At some point, the dragging sound had stopped. Turned back. And in its place, there was a smell coming from her body. Please, Takumi. The stench of blood. Oh. That was awesome! I was sitting behind a computer monitor. I chugged down a cola containing my excitement, then leaned back in my chair. It had been one hell of a delusion. I especially liked the mystery girl. I might give her a name and flesh out her personality in future delusions. I let my imagination run wild like this all the time. Usually I'd go on to cast an existing character as the girl, such as Sierra Tan. So I might well do that here too. Actually, Sierra didn't quite fit the vibe of the mystery girl. Well, at any rate, it was a lot of fun mixing together 2D and 3D in my delusions. I was the god of the world inside my head. In there, everything bent to my will. I'll definitely make the next one more sexy. I said that to myself as if I were at my base. But when I remembered I was in an internet cafe, I quickly covered my mouth. Why does he go to an internet cafe? Doesn't he have, like, great internet in his little shipping container? I like this, free training, only 500,000 yen to apply. Become a manager today at Shea D Corp. That reminds me of, fuck, who's that, the guy from Persona, who's like the shady, salesman guy? Fuck. Tanaka, yeah. Thank you. I like totally blanked on his name. Yeah, looks like an ad for Tanaka. I quietly peeked outside. Didn't seem like anyone had heard me just now, though, so meh. For an indoor person like me, the cafe was the only hangout spot I enjoyed. Why is he even here? He hasn't gone with, like, people, and it's not like he doesn't have internet at home. I don't understand. What's happening? Also, I noticed that the pun, because of the game being about delusions, deluddle. It's like Google and delusions. Being at the center of Shibuya and all, there were plenty of 3D DQN women and office drones occupying it. But since the rooms are private, that wasn't an issue. As for the room I was in, it was the one I always reserved. Room 37, located in the back. It was pretty inconvenient to get refills, but since very few people ever reserved rooms near the back, it was nice and quiet. Once or twice a week, I'd come here on my way from school to log on to my other ESO account. Also, why couldn't he do this from his account? What? Nineheart was essentially a celebrity, so this was my way to just relax and enjoy. All the CGs were translated in the patch, so we can read what a lot of the stuff says now. Oh, is this not originally translated? What a lame port. Well, I did love being treated like a hero all the time. It sure did take its toll. That's why I made another avatar. This one was a female character named... Lissolette? I hadn't accomplished anything big with her. I mainly just made her to help Nineheart look even better by comparison. I played for about 3 hours to blow off steam. I then had some fun messing around with my guildmates while talking about hardcore Delusions and other random shit. Isn't he, like, really good at the game, though? So wouldn't even his alt account character still be really good? By the time I'd left the cafe, it was already around 9 p.m. There are even more DQNs around this time of night. It's one of the worst ports I've ever seen because of the stuff they removed. I heard the Committee of Zero patch added all that back in, though, right? So I'm not going to experience missing anything. What'd they remove the content for? Censor? The DQNs lined the streets like they owned the place, stuffing their faces with greasy-ass hamburgers as they let out the most disgusting laughter imaginable. Just looking at them made me want to puke. So Takumi's just an incel, basically, right? And what was especially bad, if you just so much as looked at them the wrong way, they'd immediately come and beat the shit out of you. Fucking savages. They weren't human, they were animals. Not fit for civilized society. Just throw them in the slaughterhouse or something. Seriously. Well, I say that, but there was no way I could ever hope to stand up to them myself. So there was no point in trying. Regardless, it was time to get the hell out of Center Guy. Did this game come out after or before Steins Gate? I know in the timeline it takes place before Steins Gate, but I wonder... Or is this just the Committee of Zero? Because it seems like it came out before Steins Gate? Wow, okay. Maybe, is that the Committee of Zero patch, though? Because it seems to be of higher quality than Steins Gate. Visually, and, like, the transitions and, like, animations and things like that. Because I remember pretty much every transition in Steins Gate was just like a fade to black. This one's got, like, cool PowerPoint, like, slideshow animations. Steins Gate Zero obviously had more, but the OG Steins Gate game did not. But Zero had pretty good, like, animation quality for a visual novel. Higher budget. But how would the first game have had a higher budget? Now, I would believe it being the Committee of Zero patch just being higher quality because they've had more experience developing all these patches by now. On my way back from the cafe, I always dropped by the Manga Dakare, which was pretty close by, or Anime 8, which was a bit further off. I decided to check out Anime 8 today, so I headed toward the station's south exit. Down that path, there was an instant drop in the number of DQNs. Man, Center Guy was complete and utter chaos. Just walking through it brought me nothing but pain and suffering. I'd never set foot there again if I could help it. I wish the whole place would just get blown to smithereens, except for the cafe and Manga Dargarake. What's up, Calliman? How's the lunch break? No, it was basically the director's cut. Nice. Alright then. Time to go browsing for some comics, Delusions, or whatever else catches my eye. Oh yeah, that's right. Blood Tune Volume 5 DVD was coming out soon. Was it available for pre-order yet? If so, I definitely needed to get that one nailed down. Before I knew it, I found myself in an alleyway in Maruyamacho. The same alley I always took back home from Anime 8. I blinked a couple times to make sure that I wasn't just seeing things. I took a look inside my bag. Nothing inside but the usual, some textbooks and a handheld game system. I hadn't bought anything from Anime 8 today. Strange. Normally I'd never leave Anime 8 empty-handed. Whatever. I let out a sigh and continued walking. Shouldn't take me more than 15 minutes to reach my base from here. I was only a short walk from the station, yet the dazzling neon lights and thick crowds had all but vanished. There were the occasional passers-by, usually older couples heading to love hotels, a random businessman heading home, but aside from that, the place was deserted. Hard to believe this was still Shibuya, home of the bustling, DQN-infested Center Guy. How's the game? I don't really know yet. We're still pretty early on. Nothing's really happened. Nor has anything really been explained. What's for lunch today? Somehow it was already nighttime. And if that weren't enough, it was especially cloudy tonight, making it even darker than usual since the moonlight couldn't shine through. Here we go again. I'd walked down this dirty alley more times than I could count. But for some reason, walking through it today, I couldn't help but feel as if I'd stepped into another world. Hey, wait a minute. The alley was the same as ever, but it felt like the first time I'd ever set foot in it. What's more, the stench of rotting garbage was lingering in the air. So if you do nothing on that scene where you're supposed to choose, do you just start here? The moisture in the atmosphere was so thick that if I hadn't known any better, I just assumed it had been raining. The air was like syrup on my skin. Wait, hold on. Why'd I say again? Has this happened before? Hadn't I felt this same sense of jamais vu before? Fuck. Was I getting my delusions mixed up with reality or something? That sounded like the kind of nonsense some expert psychiatrist would say on one of those TV talk shows. Oh, whatever. The point was, right at that moment, I was feeling a strange sense of jamais vu. Am I saying that right? Can we clarify the difference between that and deja vu? Are we even using that word correctly? Deja vu is the feeling of having experienced something before despite not having actually experienced it. It feels as if one is recalling a genuine past experience as opposed to an imagined experience or dream. However, the individual undergoing the phenomenon is unable to recall when and where the experience occurred, which results in an intense feeling of strangeness. The cause of deja vu is yet to be determined. One theory is that it's a physiological phenomenon caused by an extremely rare temporary desynchronization of the recollection and storage functions of the memory. The cause is theorized to be spasms in the brain's parahippocampal gyrus, which is in charge of spatial reasoning and sensation of familiarity. There's the opposite of deja vu, where one feels that they have not experienced something despite having experienced it in the past. This is known as jamais vu. Okay. They have not experienced it despite having. So it's just like forgetfulness. How could you quantify the feeling of jamais vu then? You feel like it's a new experience despite it being something you've already done before. Seems like hard to quantify. But on top of that, I could feel a prickling sensation on the nape of my neck. A sensation I knew very well. The feeling of being watched from the heavens. And I could say for sure that it was no delusion. It felt inescapable, as if no matter where I went, the gaze would follow. There was no doubt in my mind somebody was watching me. It was just how powerful the sensation was. But that's all an illusion. You can't actually feel or delusion, I should say, because that's the theme of the game. You can't actually feel anyone looking at you. It's not a tangible thing. I desperately wanted to look behind me, but I challenged myself not to. It was a game that I played every once in a while. A test. I called it the "it'll take more than that to turn me around" game. The aim of the game, obviously, was to avoid turning around. I played it when I heard a weird sound, or felt like I was being watched. Man, this guy would have made Orpheus look like a douchebag. Whenever I felt the gaze, I tended to imagine some kind of insanely terrifying ghost or monster lurking behind me. Not like I'd ever actually seen anything in the past 17 years, though. Even on the occasions when I'd lost my patience and turned around. Still, I'd always been able to have at least a little bit of fun with it. I'd listen to the wind, I'd raise an eyebrow suspiciously, and say phrases ripped straight out of a manga. That was the only reason why I did it, because it was fun. Definitely not because I was scared or anything.
貴様見ているな。
What do you think you're looking at, bastard?
その目誰の目？
Whose eyes are those eyes?
なんちゃって。
Gotcha. Okay, to be honest, I was really just trying to act calm. Before I knew it, I'd stopped dead in my tracks. I sensed a change in the atmosphere, paralyzing my body in place. I then noticed my face was soaked with sweat, and my knees were shaking. I couldn't take it anymore, and turned around. Which meant that I'd lost, but thankfully there was no one behind me. Not even a car passing by or something. So why'd I feel so uneasy? The ringing in my ears ceased. I didn't hear any ringing. I hope the first lesson in the voice acting class I take is how to make the anime, like, breath noises. Yeah. I hope I can learn how to properly enunciate those. I hadn't even realized it, but I'd been hearing some ringing sounds this whole time. There was a slight ringing. Oh, I kind of thought that was just my usual tinnitus. Rip. But still, until now, I had been completely oblivious to it. And now that it was gone, I couldn't hear anything at all. For a place like Tokyo, this sort of sudden silence seemed completely unreal. I love when this actually happens, though. I feel like, for me, living in the Midwest of the US, this only ever happens like in the dead of winter, when it's kind of snowing a bit, and there's no wind, and there's just the snowfall. That's when, like, literally everything is silent. That's, like, my favorite type of atmosphere. It was the sort of perfect silence when you could hear a pin drop if you focused hard enough. So I closed my eyes and listened closely, just to see what I could hear. Oh, I thought it was going to play like a stabbing sound effect. But I still couldn't hear anything at all. That was strange. No, that was definitely strange. There were all sorts of things I should have been hearing. Trains running by, car horns in the distance, some sort of small noise. So why did I hear nothing? Was something wrong with my ears? I felt compelled to shout just so I could hear something. I felt like I might go crazy otherwise. But I couldn't do it. The silence was deafening, but it made me fear what would happen if I broke it. The exclamation mark noise, yeah, exactly. I want to get better at that. By the end of my playthrough or read through of this game, I want to be really proficient at the anime noise. Like I'm not very good at it now, but I feel like I'll be able to get there. I'm not very good at it because I really haven't like watched that much anime or read that many like visual novel type things, so I haven't really heard like enough examples of it, but I feel like we'll get there. Suddenly, a single sound resounded through this silent world. I turned my head to look for the source, but instead I found a slew of shining objects scattered across the asphalt.
十字架?
Are those crosses? By the way, how's my dramatic reading? I'm trying very hard to make this game tense. When I saw them, my body suddenly unfroze, and naturally, perhaps too naturally, I started moving towards them. Driven by curiosity, I picked one up. It was made of metal, with a long, pointy end like a needle. A stake? Or a nail, maybe? I just realized, for this to be his right hand, I guess I shouldn't say just realized, but the angle of this image is so weird, because if this is his right hand, right, he'd have to be holding it like this. Like, to get that kind of view. If you think about it. It should be like, it should be angled this way, but instead it's angled like this way. It's really weird. Like, try to hold your, like, right hand up to this image like that. And, like, match the angle. It's weird. Anyway. Whatever it was shaped like a cross, hence my initial confusion. It felt almost phantasmal, like it might float away at any moment. I tightened my grip on it. And the sound continued to reverberate faintly in the distance. A sound cold enough to send chills down my spine, repeating incessantly. Even so, I couldn't help but move towards its source. It was like I was in a trance. Was it just morbid curiosity? Or was I hoping the noise would save me? That it would grant me salvation from this silent world? You know, this reminded me of that one German folktale. Because we talked to that one German dude? What was it called again? Oh yeah, the Pied Piper of Hamelin. A story in which the sound of one man's pipe lured over 100 children into following him. The clanging sound refused to stop, and the further I walked, the louder it got. Okay, wait, what the fuck? Alright, what? Can I Google that safely without spoiling anything? I mean, it should be able to if it's the Pied Piper of Hamelin. What is this? Summary. Give me a summary. What the fuck is that? The poem relates to the classic legend of the town of Hamelin and its burghers, who were desperate to rid the town of the rats overrunning it. Engaged the mysterious Pied Piper to lure the town's vermin to their death in the river. Oh my god, did he also lead all of the children to death in the river then? Is that how that goes? Okay. Ominous. The clanging sound refused to stop, and the further I walked, the louder it got. It was coming from further down the alley, past the corner on my left. I could already tell that if I turned the corner, I would be met with the source of that sound. I'm guessing the sound is whoever's, like, the murderer, like, hammering all those crosses into that dude that we saw. But wasn't... We had the delusion earlier of someone warning us not to go down this way. And yet, I never thought of turning back. Such a thought didn't even cross my mind. It was like my body was moving on its own. Was this like the fucking Telltale gamer choice that I made earlier? It doesn't even matter now, we're gonna go this way anyway? And so, I turned the corner, and my eyes were struck by a smooth criminal, a vibrant crimson, shining through the darkness. Ooh, now the hammering noise is meatier. My first thought was, where have I seen this art piece before? My second thought was, that doesn't look very realistic. Maybe I was so shocked that my brain wasn't processing things properly. Normally, when I saw something this terrifying, I'd freeze, scream like a little girl, and piss my pants all at once. The work consisted of spikes arranged on a wall, like the quills of a hedgehog or pins in a pincushion. But when I looked closer, I realized the pincushion was leaking blood. So then, that meant the puddle of crimson below it was blood. The feeble glow of a streetlight just barely reached it, causing the pool to gleam in the darkness. Scattered around were a few shining pieces of what looked like meat, maybe? I couldn't really tell. I tried to gulp, but my throat had gone completely dry, not a single drop of saliva to be found. And then I realized, the thing that was nailed to the wall was a human corpse. It just did like a silent jump scare, I guess, of the close-up of this dude. But I'll be honest, it looked like this guy's got some anime hair going, but the jump scare guy was bald. A murder that was far too unnatural, far too brutal, far too immoderate. And the one who'd done it, the one who nailed these stakes to the wall, was a single girl. As for how I knew that, it was because she was right there, standing in front of her art, holding a bundle of stakes in her blood-soaked hand. I could only see her back from here, so I obviously had no clue what she looked like. What I could tell, though, was that she was wearing a Sumaya Academy uniform. Also that she had anime pink hair, so it'd be super easy to spot her in a crowd again. The stench of rotting garbage was intensifying, and I was hit with wave after wave of nausea. I put a hand to my mouth to stop myself from vomiting, but I was nearly at my limit. Then it suddenly dawned on me, the cause of my deja vu. The answer to the question, where have I seen this before? Wait, I thought it was jamais vu. The picture Shogun sent. Without meaning to, I said that out loud, without realizing how dangerous or even deadly that mistake could be. In response to my voice, her shoulder twitched slightly. And with that, she slowly turned to face me. This is going to be the real jump scare. In that moment, it was as if her gaze was piercing straight through me. Such desolate eyes. She had just killed someone. Ah. At first, she seemed shocked, but her expression quickly changed to a somber smile, and then...
Yokatta.
Thank goodness. She softly whispered those words. Thank goodness. Thank goodness for what? Why was she smiling at me? I didn't understand. The questions kept piling up to the point where it sent a chill down my spine. Now panicking, I tried averting my eyes. The first thing that came to mind was, I don't want anything to do with this. I mean, for starters, I could hardly make eye contact with regular 3D girls, let alone psycho killers. The police would be here soon, and I was hungry. So I should just go home. Yeah, I need to get out of here as fast as humanly possible. If I don't, I'll go insane. Taku. Huh? Suddenly, she called me by name, even though I never told her my name, even though I'd never met her before. I was looking for you. As she looked at me, her lips twisted into a horrifically fearsome smile, almost like she was a demon. That was kind of cool. I don't know if that translated the same way over the YouTube stream, but if you guys or like wearing headphones or anything, the screen bounced between my headphones. So it was like in my left ear, then my right ear, left ear, right ear, left ear, right ear, instead of like both at the same time. I don't know if it sounded like that for you guys. Screaming at the top of my lungs, I ran as fast as my legs could carry me. It hurt to breathe, but I didn't care. I just kept screaming and running as if my life depended on it. At one point along the way, I turned my head to look behind me, but she didn't seem to be chasing me. I'm guessing she's made up. And that it was actually him performing the murders. I was completely winded. My lungs struggled to shovel air in and out, and my agonizing panting echoed throughout my room. I plopped down in my chair. My body and clothes were completely drenched in sweat. What the fuck had just happened? Another one of my delusions? My nausea was becoming unbearable. Trying to alleviate it, I grabbed a cola from the fridge and chugged it as fast as I could. Why would a cola alleviate your nausea? What? That delusion was way too realistic, even for my usual standards, and boy was it too gruesome. I was still out of breath. Could a simple delusion really do this to me? No, it definitely couldn't. I felt an uncomfortable sensation in my right hand. I've been clenching my fists so hard my fingers had nearly turned white. I hadn't even noticed until just now. I slowly opened my hand one finger at a time, all while my heart pounded like a drum. Lying in the palm of my hand was a single stake. Man, I thought the girl was going to be in the thing with us. Terrified by the sight, I instinctively turned and threw it against the wall. That was the stake from before. Well, I definitely did pick one up off the ground earlier, but how is that even possible? Had it all just been a delusion? I don't know. I don't know. It can't be possible. It can't be. It just can't be. Oh, I don't like that like dynamic changing 3D view there. That was weird. At my wit's end, I started pacing around my room. I need to figure out whether that nightmare had been real or just another delusion. That was the plan, at least, until I slipped on a CD case and lost my balance. In a panic, I reached out for something to keep myself from falling flat on the floor. I barely managed to find something to latch onto, but unfortunately, that something was of my shelf of waifus. Before I had the chance to regret it, it was already too late. In the end, no matter how hard I tried, I wasn't able to stop myself from falling ass first onto the floor. And to make matters worse, several of my beautifully arranged figures came tumbling down on top of me. God damn it. This was the worst. Everything about this was just the worst. Not the waifus. I let out a groan as I rose to my feet. I had to make sure my figures were safe. Ingus Tan from Jingai Makyo, your sword. It'd been snapped clean in two. Why'd it have to be one of the expensive ones? I paid a premium online for this. God damn it. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I tried putting the two halves of the blade back together, but I'd never be able to fix it perfectly. Even if I used glue, any value it once had was now gone. Well, it's not like he was gonna sell it anyway. Give me a fucking break. Fuck. I turned to my chair and kicked it out of sheer rage. Tears began to well up in my eyes. Why'd I have to go through this? What had I ever done to deserve this? I fell to the floor and just sat there for a while, heartbroken, staring dejectedly at my now swordless Ingistan. Once the storm of anger and confusion had passed, I found my mind filling with visions of her face, along with that modern art I'd just seen. I had actually been physically holding one of those stakes, which meant it couldn't have been a delusion. It all had been real. I really wanted to deny it, but there was no way I could. By tomorrow, it was sure to be all over the media. I really, really didn't want anything to do with this nightmare. There was no way associating with that girl, or that demon, could bring anything but catastrophe for me. Hell, we'd only just met for the first time, and there'd already been a disaster. After all, I brought home a critical piece of evidence from that incident. One of the stakes that had been used in the murder. I wouldn't be surprised if that on its own was enough to make me a suspect. Well, it's not like there was blood on the specific one he took. And if things weren't bad enough already, the demon had seen my face. There was no way out of this mess. At this rate, the demon was going to. And forget about that. For now, I should focus on getting things sorted in my head, for my own sake. If I valued my own life, I really needed to figure things out. What? Figure what out? No doubt about it. That picture must have been some sort of advance notice for the murder. Otherwise, there'd be no way the image could have matched up so perfectly with my crime scene. First, she edited the image together, then she recreated it in real life, right down to the finest detail. That was how the crime had happened. No, in her eyes, I bet it was more of a work of art than a crime. That's kind of projection that Takumi's the one that keeps saying that it's a work of art. She seemed like that kind of psycho, dedicated to finishing any job with nothing but sheer perfection. She's fucked in the head. But why show that picture to me? And wait, how did she know I was Nineheart? How the hell did she know my real name? I guess this is an assumption here as well. How did she know I was Nineheart? She didn't. This seems like a big assumption as well. A lot of things about this deduction don't really make sense. So it doesn't necessarily mean that she knows Takumi is Nineheart. Shogun could have just been sending that around to people to try and cause a stir of chaos. The real question is, yeah, how did she know my name? But there's not really a correlation that means she knows he's Nineheart. What was I supposed to do? That demon would definitely come to kill me soon. If she already knew my name, email, and all that stuff, then there was a very good chance she knew my home address too. I curled up into the fetal position of my chair. The image of that twisted murder was etched into my mind. How could I stay calm when I could end up that very way too? I don't want to die. Don't worry. It's gonna be A-okay. Eh? Sierra-tan lays sideways on my desk, facing towards me with a smile. All you gotta do is pull yourself up in this nice little room. Just do that, and the big scary demon can't do nothing to you. She'll get caught by the police any day now anyway. Till then, you just can't trust anyone. Don't listen to anything that anyone says. You see, the thing about demons is that they love taking advantage of the weakness in people's hearts. So letting your guard down is a big no-no. I know you can make it through this.
でもセラ
But Sierra.
逃げるが勝ちって
He
よ
who
く言う
runs
し
away lives to fight another day. I think there was a saying that went like that, right?
三次元のこと
You
な
should
ん
just
て
forget about
きれい
all
さ
the
っぱり
3D
忘れちゃえばいい
Just
さ
keep telling yourself
あ
it's
な
got
たには
nothing to do with
一
me.
切関係ない
You'll feel
ことだっ
much
て思え
better.
ば気が楽っしょ関係ないこと考
If it's
え
got
な
nothing to
くて
do
ダ
with
メ
you,
ださ
then there's no need to worry about it, right?
いいこと教え
In
てあげる
fact, let me teach you something you're really
最
gonna
強
like.
なんよ
Did you know that shut-ins are the strongest people in the world?
つまり
I mean, they never ever see anyone at all.
これぞ
So they
最
can
強
never
の
be
自己防衛
attacked by
方
anyone.
法なわけさ
That means their self-defense is the super strongest.
だからタッキーは引きこもりにな
For
るわけ
Taki,
ださ
all you have to do is to become a complete shut-in. Simple, right? Should have played this game in 2020. That would have made more sense. My sandwich is stale now. Weird. I mean, I guess it's been out for almost 3 hours now. But still.
そうかもし
You
れない
might be right. Talking anime figure on my desk. Just what I'd expect from my waifu. I could always count on her to give me the best advice. Having regained my peace of mind, I reached my hand out for Sierra-tan, lightly grasping her by her slim waist. Even as our faces drew closer, her smile never wavered.
ありがとうセイラ
Thank you, Sierra. I'm feeling a lot better now, thanks to you.
そうだよ
And you know, you're
3次元
right.
なんてクソくらいだ
The 3D world can eat shit.
僕
And
み
as
た
for
いな
that
君
demon
の
girl,
こと
I bet she
君の
doesn't
こと
care
ないさ
that some otaku freak like me saw her anyway.
僕は安全だ
I'm perfectly
安心して
safe.
毎日演奏したり
I can just live on in peace, playing ESO, watching my favorite anime, or whatever else, and everything will be just fine.
でもさっき言ったみたく油断は禁物だぞ
Just remember what I said before, Taki. Never let your guard down, you hear? Yeah, I
分か
know.
ってるよ
I couldn't trust anyone. I wouldn't listen to a single word they had to say. All I had to do was be conscious of everything in the 3D world, and as long as I did that, everything would be fine.
セイラにそこまで心配してもら
I'm
えて
glad you care that much about
僕
me,
は
Sierra.
幸せだなさてと
Well then, time to play some ESO and get my life back in me. Yeah, I was unfortunately too productive during the lockdown because I had to work. It was a miserable job. I think I was out of my place of living almost every day of the lockdown. Pretty lame. Fly and cross, and now the promise. Fly and cross, fulfilled in all its glory. I was in charge of opening and managing warehouses for a very large company. And I'm sure you guys all know, but we will not mention in the chat, so I cannot get sued. But we will all assume the company name together and nod in understanding. Yes. Fly and cross, and Alicia's the one and only. Fly and cross, ending of everything. I don't fucking know what I'm doing here. Late into the night, the sound of a beautiful voice could be heard throughout Miyashita Park. It was coming from a pedestrian bridge that crossed over Mijidori. A steady flow of cars passed underneath it. But in spite of this, the girl known as FES showed no sign of being affected by the noise. She simply kept on singing, leaning back against the handrail of the bridge. On any normal day, if she were to sing in the street in public like this, she would surely attract hundreds of onlookers. But right now, nobody was listening to her sing. For FES was deliberately concealing her presence, blending into the stillness of the night. But she was really trying to blend her presence when she does not sing. This way, she could loiter quietly until the moon left the sky behind. By doing so, by becoming one with the darkness, she felt as if she could free herself from the corrupt atmosphere of Shibuya, if only for a moment. That was what FES felt to be true. Suddenly, she looked up into the night sky. The clouds covering it were starting to clear up, little by little leaving space for the moonlight to shine through in their wake. But sadly, any and all starlight was completely drowned out by the dazzling neon of Shibuya. Is this the OP for the game? Fez halted her song, then slowly reached her hand out towards the sky. Ah, Shogun. Whose eyes are those eyes? About a day had passed, and I'd spent pretty much every hour of it in base lard. I'd hardly even made time to eat. I'd immersed myself fully into the role of Nineheart, and in the process completely erased every trace of Takumi. In ESO, I was an absolute god. No demon could ever strike fear into my heart, and I was respected by everyone. If only I could live in such a comfortable world for all eternity. I was certain I'd be far happier that way. I wish we could play this game a bit, that would be funny. Also, in what world is the HP bar not red and the mana bar not blue? Why are these two switched? Bruh. Also, are you even a top tier player if you don't have every one of your hotkeys assigned? Why are these two empty? Jesus, what a noob. Holy shit, an angelic circlet. No fucking way. A legendary drop. Holy shit. That's Pog, bro. Angelic circle. FTW. I need to equip this right away. Okay, equipment. It even shows up on the character model. That's so epic. Hey, look over here. Check me out, Grimm. Huh? Chill out. Okay. Pretty drastic. I should head back into town and show off. Finally. Another legendary item to add to my collection. Naturally, I was stoked. My depression from earlier had been completely blown away. Someone said big bro. The angelic circlet had a drop rate of 0.0001%. It was so rare, some players thought it was unobtainable. Well, its stats were shit, so it was pretty much just a cosmetic item. That was good enough. People could tell you had an angelic circlet just by looking at you, which was enough to make anyone green with envy. I've done it. Nineheart is now one step closer to achieving godhood. Open up! Who the hell's banging on my door for so goddamn long? Just when I'd finally managed to get a hold of a rare item, this happened. Couldn't a man enjoy his victories for a second? You big jerk! Oh god. That voice. The moment I realized who it was, my mood instantly took a nosedive. There was no mistaking it. It was the voice of an assassin sent by my parents. My little sister Nanami. What a pain in the ass. If you don't open the door right now, you're being really mean. Well, shit. Here came the storm to rain on my parade. I really didn't want to let her in, but if I didn't, my parents would probably get on my case. Stop living alone and move back in with us, they'd say. Damn, that's crazy. My parents were ready for me to move out immediately. I'd ignore them if I could, but my dad basically owned this building, so it'd take just a snap of his fingers for him to kick me out. Ugh, this is the worst. Hey! Shut the fuck up! I swear her voice was so shrill it could shatter glass. The banging didn't stop. Since the middle walls were pretty thin, the sound echoed loudly all throughout the container. Nanami was well aware of that, in fact. That was exactly why she was doing it. In the end, I had no choice. I reluctantly removed the padlock and opened the door. There you are. Routine survival check. This baby-faced runt was my little sister, a year younger than me. These eyes. Why is there, like, no pupil? They look like just big-ass jelly beans. That's really weird, right? At least say something when I knock on your door. I thought you were dead or something. Of course, the first thing out of her mouth was bitching. And to make things worse, she was standing there with her hands on her hips. Like the bratty little shit she was. The spitting image of irritating. Her existence brought me nothing but suffering. Why? I don't understand. This incel, bruh. This place is a total pigsty. Couldn't you at least tidy it up a little bit every once in a while? Nami just waltzed right in without even asking. What the hell did she think she was doing? Did she think she could get away with whatever she wanted just because she was my little sister? And to think there were people out there who seriously believed that little sisters were Moe. I always wanted to tell those guys how much of an epic fail that was. Well, even though she was my sister, she certainly didn't look unsavory. I'm sorry, what? She had a lolly body type, so I could see why that might make her pretty popular in some circles. This line of dialogue has made me cringe so far than any of the dead things we've seen so far. As her older brother, I didn't care about that. I wasn't into her at all. As far as I was concerned, she was downright repulsive, not to mention immature. Not to say I didn't like lollies, of course. Just only 2D ones. It smells like mold. I tell you to clean up every time I come here. Is it that hard? Well, I mean, I know the answer. You're just too lazy to clean up, and you don't have a girlfriend to do it for you. Bruh. Oh, whatever, I'll just have to clean it for you. But I refuse. What? Why? Alright, those eyes look alien, bro. Oh, I can't get over that. What the fuck is this art style? An actual alien has entered my shipping container here. I don't want you to destroy my room. Wow, I can't believe you just said that. Is that really how you thank your little sister for checking in on you? Maybe things would change if you showed your older brother a little respect. What's there to respect, first of all? And why should I be grateful you're checking in on me? I sure as hell didn't ask for that. Jeez, why do I have to be related to someone this difficult? Sometimes I wish I wasn't. Anyway, I'm pretty thirsty. Let me grab a drink. Nanami walked right past me over to the mini-fridge, once again acting like she owned the place. There's nothing but cola in here? You could have at least gotten some milk tea for me or something. Red? No. We're a green, man. Please? No. We already made our choice. We chose green first. No one explained what any of these were. I already made my choice long ago. We're committed now. Next time. How should I have known you'd be here? Well, whatever. Cola it is, I guess. Surprise, fucking surprise. She went ahead and did as she pleased. There's this thing called permission, you know. She grabbed a bottle of cola from the fridge. One I had already drank from, no less. And after only a second of hesitation, she cracked it open and gulped it down. Wouldn't you prefer that she drank from one that you already drank from? So that way she didn't waste, like, one of your full bottles of cola? These animations are so weird, too. Her soft throat rose and fell seductively, pumping the soda down with an audible gulp, gulp, gulp. At least use a cup. Did she seriously just drink straight from the bottle, even though she was a girl? What a disgrace. This is why 3D sucked ass. First of all, he doesn't have any fucking cups. What does that mean, even though she was a girl? Girls don't drink from bottles? I don't understand. Also, what happened to the viewership? Big rip. As soon as she finished her drink, she went right back to pouting like before. Was it just me, or did it seem like she was blushing a little? I could have, but what if I wanted an indirect kiss with you?
Huh?
Eh? Just like that, she dropped a bombshell. She still kept her pouty attitude, but now she was looking at me. I was paralyzed. My little sister was on the verge of tears, and all I could do was stand and stare. Did I just trip a flag like some kind of eroge? Was I on the little sister route?
軽蔑した
Do you hate me?
だとしたら
That'd make me really sad.
悲しくなっちゃうな。言っとくけど、お兄相手じゃなきゃこんなことしないんだからね。
Just so you know, I wouldn't do this with just anyone. Her voice lowered.
お兄のバカ。
You jerk. Her voice was a faint murmur as she hung her head in shame. There wasn't a single trace of her typically bratty attitude.
ねえ、お兄。
Hey, big bro.
関節だけじゃ
Indirect wasn't
嫌だ
enough.
な。
Hearing that, I tried to gulp, but the saliva got caught in my throat and refused to go down. And with that, I was cornered, though I still didn't really understand what she meant.
お兄と
I want to kiss you.
キスしたいわ。お兄が
I want you.
欲しいよ。
She took a step closer to my petrified body. What should I do? I'd always seen Nanami as this obnoxious little brat, but right now, my heart was pounding out of my chest.
いいじゃん。
It's okay, right?
16年間も
I've waited 16 years for it. She reached her arms out and wrapped them around my neck.
キス
Will you kiss me?
して。
She was almost begging, then raised her chin ever so slightly. Bro, what the fuck? Closed her eyes. And my answer was...
その理屈はおかしい。
Wait, that doesn't add up. Jesus Christ. I don't want to play this anymore. Oh my god, barf. I started thinking. Maybe if we weren't blood related, and she fell a little more into the cute little sister archetype, I wouldn't be such a virgin. I need a beer. Pro tip, you chose the worst option possible. Why is it even in the game, bro? Why was that a choice? Okay.
Mm. どうしたの？
What's wrong? After finishing her cola, she shot me a confused look. I've been acting weird because of my delusion just now, and she'd noticed. I took a deep breath and forced the disgusting thoughts out of my mind.
もう帰れよ。
Just go home. You did your whole survival check thing, and now your job here is done, right? How do you feel the need to barge in here?
お兄、冷たい。
Big bro, you're so mean. Seems like I'd managed to offend her somehow. She pierced her lips into a pout and glared at me. I was already done with her shit, though, so I looked away. This is what I get for checking on you? I only came here because I was worried about you. You just shut yourself in here all the time. Sometimes you go for days without talking to anyone, you know? That means you never get the chance to talk to girls. Shut up, stop making fun of me, you stupid bitch. I'm not into 3D girls, so why would I bother talking to them? Okay. In fact, I'm the only girl you ever talked to, aren't I? So I don't think you appreciate me enough. Maybe if you actually start treating your sister right, you'll get a little better at talking with girls. While she was nagging, she picked up one of my figures. Hikaru from the Suicide for Hikari started staring at it. Don't touch my waifus without asking. If you leave a single fingerprint on her, I will actually beat the shit out of you. Bro, what the fuck? You need to take better care of yourself. You're too old to be obsessing over dolls. I don't want to walk in here one day and find you down on the floor, got it? What was she trying to imply? Felt like she'd been becoming more and more like Mom lately, which meant that she'd gotten even more annoying. Shut up. Just leave. Don't just tell me to leave, you're such a jerk. I'm not finished. She was getting more hysterical by the minute. If I made her angrier, things would get out of hand, so chill out, me. Let's buy you a cell phone. What did she just say? Dad told me to help you buy one. Get a phone, we can check if you're alive whenever we want. He even gave me the money to pay for it, so let's go. Everyone's got a cell phone these days. You really live under a rock, don't you? This guy's dialogue is pretty insufferable to go through, his inner monologues. Shut up already, you teenage trend-chasing bitch. I'm not the one who lives under a rock, you wrong-sider. The internet gives me all the info I need. Well, she was right about one thing. These days, it was normal for a high school student to have a phone, and I didn't. Of course, that was because I'd never use it. I didn't have anyone to call or text, and I didn't want to pay for something I wasn't going to use. Ready to head out? Nanami put the figure back on the shelf and turned her attention back to me. I'm sure you're clueless about which model to get, so we'll just get you the same one I have. As she said that, she took her own phone out of her bag and started showing it off like it was some sort of precious heirloom. Check it out! This one's mine. The color's so cute, don't you think? Alright, we might as well get you one of these straps, too. The lazy-ass design. The character hanging from the phone strap was far from cute. It looked horrible. There was no way a professional had designed it. Looked like one of those shit-tier, ugly, cute characters, or like one of those official government mascots. The artist goes into the writing room and just starts, like, fighting the writer. It's not lazy. I'll have you know, this little guy is called Jiro Froggy. They're super in right now. Well, it's not like you'd know what's popular with high school girls these days. If you crawled out of your hole long enough to fix that, I'm 99% sure you'd be able to hold a conversation with a girl. God damn it, just shut the fuck up already, you trend-chasing bitch. The fuck is a froggy? There's no way this thing is popular. Anyone with half a brain could tell you that. She didn't realize she was just being played by the media. It was sad. Anyway, this isn't about Froggy. Let's go buy you a phone. I'm not saying you have to get this model, by the way. It's just that family members with the same model get a discount on their rates. And you're the only one in our family that doesn't have one.
いらない。
I don't want one.
なんで
But why? Dad's paying for
して
it.
くれるんだよ
This design is such an ugly character. What the fuck is up with these eyes, bro? This is so weird. They really amped up Takumi's dialogue to make him like more incel, or was this like what he normally sounded like?
必要ない。
I just don't need it. I'll say the internal incel dialogue is much worse than the internal Chuni dialogue that Okabe had. She's got them Sonic eyes, yeah. It would be a nuisance if anything. If I had a phone, Mom would definitely call every day. And if I kept ignoring those calls, they'd keep sending Little Miss Assassin Nanami over here to lay on the pressure. My family life would become more of a living hell, and I'd have to start being way more careful as a result. I couldn't let that happen. Yes, how dare my family assume I would be alive and also buy me a cell phone and pay for it. Oh my god, it's so tragic. I wish my parents would have paid for my fucking cell phone when I was in high school, bro. You know the tragedies I had to endure? When I was in high school, everyone had a cell phone but me, and I couldn't get one until I was a junior, and I had enough money from a job to pay for it myself. My parents said you didn't need a cell phone. We didn't have cell phones when we were kids. So everyone was texting each other and setting up plans and ways to meet up with each other and have fun, and you know what? I had to make sure I made those plans with people at school before the day ended, because then I had no way to contact people after school, because I didn't have a cell phone. And it was lame. What year did you get a cell phone? Let's see. Uh, 2012 was the first year I had a phone. So I would have been 16 or 17. My first phone was the iPhone 4S. I had to walk home sometimes. Yeah, before I got my car, I used to have to walk and bike to school or ride the bus. And my parents didn't give a fuck. And they're like, too bad. When I got my car and was driving, I was like, I needed a cell phone, so like, what happens if my car breaks down? My parents were like, you can walk to the nearest gas station. I was like, well, how will I know where the nearest gas station is? They were like, use a map. So for the first while of driving, I used to actually have a physical map in my fucking car, just in case my car broke down. Can't believe how much of a jerk you are, you know that? Fine, I'll just leave. There's a mini track phone that was given to me by a friend. Oh, that's cool. Oh, good. Go right ahead. I opened the door for her to leave, but Nanami didn't budge an inch. She just shot her arms down to her sides, looking even more upset than before. You're such a jerk. The biggest, meanest jerk. At least walk me to the station. No thanks. She never acted like this before. Why'd she suddenly want me to walk her to the station? What was so special about today? It's really dangerous out there, you know, with all the murders and stuff. As my older brother, you should at least be a little concerned about me, right? Yesterday's events were resurrected in my mind once again, if only for a second. I frantically shook my head, trying to get the gruesome scenes out of my mind, and I just barely managed to.
どうでもいいし
Not really. Either way, it wasn't like the new-gen murderers was twisted enough to attack some brat like Nanami.
ありえない
I don't believe it.
ナナが死んでもいいって
Are you saying you wouldn't even care if I died? She was tearing up. Seems like my words had really gotten to her. Serves you right. Maybe you should think twice about disturbing my peace and quiet next time. This is just my own way of taking a little revenge for once. Get fucked. Okay. So are you supposed to like this character or what? Jesus Christ. Sniff.
バカ死ん
You
じゃ
big jerk. Drop dead. I hope you die in a freak accident. The freakiest of freak accidents. After spitting those parting words at me, she pushed past me and ran away. Seems like the storm has passed. The room was peaceful and quiet again. This is how things should be around here. My own perfect little world, where stupid bullshit wasn't allowed. I sat down in front of my PC, shaking my mouse a little to clear the Sierra Tan screensaver. I tried to take a sip of the cola bottle on my desk, but it was empty.
しまった
Shit! This is the bottle that Nanami drank from. Oh, I just had an indirect kiss with my sister. I'm gonna puke. Maybe if she was more charming, it would have been kind of a Rogue-like situation. I put the cap back on the bottle and threw it in the big garbage bag in the corner of my room. It didn't go in the bag, instead it bounced off the walls and rolled under my bed. Anyway, time to go back to playing my game. I just want to forget about the annoying real world. It wouldn't last long. One day later, my immersion would be broken again. Tragic. Fucking hell. My mental state had been on the up and up lately, but the moment I stepped outside, it came crashing down again. Why did I have to go to school today? It was so early.
なんで今日なんだよ
This is the
最低
worst.
最悪だ
It wasn't like I could just take the day off. If I did, my minimum attendance chart would get thrown off, and I wouldn't be able to graduate.
卒業って何を卒業するって言うんだよ
I guess I should have warned you the main character is really unlikable. Great. Everyone always talks about graduation, but what's the point? What am I graduating from, really? I was the one insisting on going through with it, but I still couldn't help but complain. As I approached the wealthy district of Tsunami, I finally realized I had been feeling a gaze for a while now. This wasn't the usual gaze of God. I didn't feel any shivers on the back of my neck. That was his sister, wasn't it? As I turned to the corner, I took a quick, tiny glance behind me, and I caught a glimpse of a girl wearing a Sumi uniform. Was that the demon from yesterday? I lost my composure. An extreme amount of tension overtook my body, and my walking became stilted. A moment ago, it was a quiet morning like any other, but now it felt like the entire world was out to get me. I could faintly hear the sounds of birds chirping atop the phone lines, and I could also hear music from the morning news playing in nearby homes. In a peaceful scene like this, where crime would seem totally out of place, I came close to imagining myself getting brutally murdered. I need to calm down. It wasn't like I'd clearly seen her face or anything. There was nothing strange about seeing Sume and students walking behind me. We were headed for the same destination, after all. Ugh. To stretch here with. Good lord. I'd be fine. Even though school was straight ahead, I decided to take a hard right. I was worried about what could be behind me, but I desperately suppressed the urge to turn around. I needed to keep my cool and act natural. My heart was pounding, but I kept walking. I continued for about a minute or so until I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I turned around. Oh, it's somebody different. We made eye contact for a second, but I panicked and turned back around. Why was she following me? This path was obviously the long way to school. That meant she had to be tailing me. Either way, I'd never seen her before. She definitely wasn't the demon from yesterday, that was for sure. She was wearing glasses, and the demon girl hadn't been. Well, the demon girl's glasses could have been bloodied from her murder, and so she could have put them in her, purse or something, I don't know. Or dropped them because she could no longer see from them anymore. That fact alone was enough to calm me down. I decided to just head straight for school. I'd have to skip my routine breakfast at the park because of it, but oh well. Go fuck yourself, girl. To me, you're just some background character. Pedestrian 1 or Girl A. So stay out of my way, goddammit. After I entered the school, Girl A disappeared. I'd expected her to continue tailing me, but instead she turned and headed toward the third-year classrooms. You liking Chuni Okabe more? Yeah, a lot more. This intro is pretty rough so far, not gonna lie. Maybe she was never tailing me in the first place. Maybe I was just overthinking it. But still, it was definitely weird that she'd taken the same detour I had. Did she hate me for some reason? Had I done something to piss her off? I didn't think so. I couldn't have. I hardly ever went to school, and when I did, I tried to keep my presence very minimal. So what was she trying to accomplish? Somehow, I managed to make it through the torture known as school. This is actually the edgiest thing he said so far. Oh my god, school is such torture. I have news for you. School is the easiest thing you've ever done in your life. Fucking weeaboo. On my way back, I made my usual stop at the cafe. I took my seat in room 37. The nearby rooms were normally always empty, but surprisingly, that wasn't true today. There was someone in room 36. The door was closed, but the light from the desk lamp leaked through the cracks. Of what? Cracks of what? I couldn't help but click my tongue when I entered my room. Having someone sitting nearby posed a bit of a problem. Whenever I did things like chatting online, I had the tendency to talk to myself sometimes. Whatever. Time to just ignore it and log into ESO already. As long as I made a conscious effort to stay quiet, it shouldn't be an issue. Well, why not just book a different room? Does he have to be in room 37? Hell is wrong with these people? Irritated, I slammed my hands down on the keyboard. Wrong with what people? It had only been 2 hours since I started playing, and I was already this close to throwing myself off of a cliff. The people I partied up with today were total noobs. I've been trying my best to help them, but one of them went all Leroy Jenkins and just died repeatedly. Lamau, remember Leroy Jenkins? I can't believe that meme still persists to this day. I feel like that meme is now still more popular than WoW is currently. The other was a mage, but didn't cast any healing spells. As a result, we just kept getting full party wiped over and over again. Instead of figuring out why it was happening, all they ever did was continue to piss and moan in the chat. Fuck these shitty players. I finally just lost it. I proceeded to PK both of them, steal all their items, and instantly escape to another area. Apparently one reason the port translation was so bad was because the original translators couldn't stand translating Takumi and half-assed his dialogue. That's funny. Everything Neidhart couldn't do, Lissolette could do without a second thought. This was exactly what I came all the way to the cafe for. Could he not just log in to his other account from his home computer? Finally feeling a bit better, I breathed a sigh of relief and went to grab a drink. The cafe had a bunch of all-you-can-drink soda fountains in the reception area. And related to that was the only bad thing about room 37. It was kind of far away from the reception area. When I left my room, the door to room 36 was open. Naturally, in order to make my way to the front, I had to go past it. I casually took a peek inside as I walked past, but there was nobody in. Come to think of it, I had heard someone get up a moment ago. And although there was no one there, I saw a bag on the ground next to the reclining chair. It looked like a school bag. There was a few toy straps hanging from it. They were the froggies, like the one Nanami had shown me yesterday. There were 3 of them in total. I guess they really were popular. Well, whatever. It wasn't like I cared either way. Besides, if the person came back and caught me staring, they might have taken me for a pervert or a thief. Realizing that, I decided to just go get my drink. However, right when I went to leave, my eye caught a glimpse of the text on their monitor and I froze. All things new Gen. And if that wasn't enough, it was written in the most sickening font, as if it was trying to freak me out. Its computer is empty. New Gen. I've been deliberately avoiding any and all info about those cases. I really didn't want to know anything more about them, and as long as I kept avoiding them, I could tell myself that they had nothing to do with me. Forget about that. More importantly, the customer next door to me was looking at a site lining out everything about New Gen. Was it just a coincidence, or did that mean something? For a moment, the face of that demon girl flashed through my mind, sending goosebumps across my entire body. I shook my head violently, trying to force the horrible thoughts away. I was just overthinking it. Yeah, I had to be. Nobody was out to get me. I was just being paranoid. New Gen was pretty much all the media had talked about lately. By this point, anyone would be interested in it. That's all it was. No doubt about it. Anyway, I should just get my drink already and get back to business. I quickly placed my cup under the dispenser and pressed the cola button. Delicious ice-cold cola started pouring out. I think it's weird how all the CGs in this game are semi-3D, but low texture. Is this a cheaper alternative to CG drawn, hand-drawn 2D images? It almost seems like 3D imaging would be more expensive, yeah? But I guess what do I know about? I quickly placed my cup under the dispenser and pressed the cola button. Delicious ice-cold cola started pouring out. It was getting dark outside, which meant this place was going to get really crowded soon. There were already a few customers standing by the desk, waiting to be shown to their rooms. The darker it got, the more people would show up. In about an hour or so, all the rooms surrounding room 37 would fill up. Once that happened, it would be time for me to head home. I took my cup and headed back towards my seat. On the way, I casually glanced down the hall towards the bathrooms, and that's when... I saw a girl's figure disappear into the corridor. She had been wearing a Suemi uniform and had glasses on her face. I recognized her. It was the same girl that had been tailing me this morning. I thought I might have been mistaken, so I hid behind some bookshelves and looked toward that corridor for a while. She never showed up again. It must have just been my imagination. It had to have been. I'd only seen her for half a second, after all. This place was typically swimming with Suemi girls, and plenty of them wore glasses. But what if it had been Girl A? If she was here, what could that mean? Was it just a coincidence? Or had she followed me? I was starting to get a little scared. I left the cafe and started rushing back to base. In the end, my anxiety had been too much to handle, and I left almost immediately after I saw the girl. I wanted to get home as soon as possible, but the crowded sidewalks were slowing me down. I was feeling sicker and sicker by the minute. I hated crowds and always felt like people were watching me and snickering. A red pedestrian signal stopped me in my tracks. As I waited for the light to change, I couldn't help but take a quick look around. I didn't see Girl A anywhere. As soon as I reached the top of Dogenzaka, walking got a lot easier. Usually I would take the least crowded way back, but after what happened 2 nights ago, I figured I should stick to the main streets, just to be safe. I was stuck at a red light again, so I took another look behind me, but Girl A was still nowhere to be found. The girl I'd seen at the cafe might have been a different person after all. Feeling a bit relieved, I let my tense shoulders relax a little, then turned back around. She's going to be in front of us. Shocked, I took a step back. Interesting, this time seems to be, maybe I just didn't hear it before. I cleared my ears out when I went to go get my beer. But it feels like you can hear the static this time. This one's your choice. Now every choice is green. This is the green run, baby. We're committed. I have chosen my side. We're green all the way. Shocked, I took a step back. On the other side of the crosswalk, standing among the crowd waiting for the light to change, was the girl. To make matters worse, the gaze beyond those glasses was clearly pointed straight at me. She didn't even try to look away. Green run supremacy. Hell yeah. Hey, Dora Flight. Welcome to the channel. Feel free to subscribe. Really going the horny route? Oh, I'm horny, baby. Let's do it. Gonna forget last time? It can only get better. We've already reached rock bottom. Her eyes were so intense, it's as if they were urging me to do something. Give her a big kiss, ooh. Green means go. Green stands for green route. It's all connected. The pedestrian signal turned green. Girl A and the rest of the crowd started walking forward. She was coming my way. I couldn't move. I was absolutely petrified. A girl? This does look pretty identical to his sister. I guess a bit older. Baby, a time traveler. She didn't even look away from me, not even for a second. She just kept drawing closer and closer. Until she stopped right in front of me. I cannot get over these eyes for every character. They're so bad. My instincts told me to run. And for some reason, I couldn't move an inch. It felt like my consciousness had left my body. Equating a random blonde-haired girl with some fucking... the tension of seeing a murder. Whose eyes are those eyes? What eyes are those eyes, truly? The lizard people. The girl reached her hand into her jacket, aiming for one of her inner pockets. Her motions seemed deliberate, as if she wanted me to see what she was doing. She pulled out a fucking gun and shot me. Was she going for a knife? A pistol? A stun gun? Maybe I just watched too much TV, but I had a bad feeling I couldn't shake.
これ
You. She began to whisper something. The gaze deep beneath her glasses was unflinching. She'd been staring straight into my eyes for what felt like eternity.
落としましたよ。
Dropped this earlier. Huh? She held out something to me. A student ID.
さっきのネットカフェで拾
I
いま
found
し
it at the
た。
cafe earlier.
追いつくことができて。
Thank goodness I was able to catch up to you. You didn't just catch up to me, you beat me here. You were across the street from me. Like, ahead. I took the ID without much thought. The second I opened it, I saw my own name and photo. The ID was mine.
西条匠くん。
You're Takumi, right? Her expression, which had been stone cold until just a second ago, was now beginning to relax a little.
すいません。勝手に中身を
I'm
見
really
ちゃって
sorry. I ended up taking a quick peek inside.
私も同じ
I'm also a
学校
student
な
at
ん
your
です
school.
よろしく。
Nice to meet you. Well, that was anticlimactic. Guess my paranoia had been screwing with me after all. Man, she was supposed to stab me! Bruh. That's not very yandere of you. I can't be attracted to that.
ところで西
By
条
the
くん
way, are you seeing anyone?
いますか？
Not at all.
本当ですか？じゃ
That face, bruh. The faces are so weird.
私と
Really? Then, would you like to go out with me? A flag! Time for my new life as a normie to begin! And then he woke up. Suddenly snapped out of it. The pedestrian signal, which I'd thought had turned green, was still red, and Girl A, who should have been right in front of me, was now back on the other side of the street. Had that all just been a delusion? Now she's gonna stab me for real. For real, for real. This time, the pedestrian signal actually turned green, and all the pedestrians started crossing at once. I couldn't move, and Girl A didn't either. She just stood there staring me down from a distance. We were the only ones standing still, as if time had frozen just for the two of us. Why was the girl in glasses not crossing the street? Why was she just standing there? It was strange. Really strange. I needed to stay away from her. I should just run. I'll just run straight home. Run! Whipping my weak, withering heart into shape, I broke into a sprint. I ran back down Dogenzaka, trying to put as much distance between me and Girl A as I could. On the way, I turned to enter a back alley. That's a mistake. Right as I did, I crashed into something and toppled over. Pain shot throughout my entire body. I groaned, not fully understanding what had just happened. The pain was so bad I could hardly stand. I looked up and saw a big motor scooter lying on the ground. That must have been what I'd ran into. I gritted my teeth and tried to force myself to my feet, but my legs just weren't able to hold me up. Well, it didn't seem like I'd broken any bones, at least.
あの
Are you alright?
大丈夫ですか？
Yeah. Before I knew it, Girl A was right in front of me. She was peering into my face, eyes full of concern. What the hell was up with this girl? My body wouldn't move. As pathetic as it sounds, I was scared shitless. I had no idea what to do. My plan had been to catch a train ride to Shinsen and get home that way, but now I was starting to regret my life choices. Same.
怪我
You
して
heard?
ませんか？
Girl A asked me timidly. Was she acting all worried, so I dropped my guard? You won't fool me. I won't fall for your tricks, you 3D wench.
なんな
What
ん
the
だ
hell
よ
is wrong with you?
え
Huh?
ついてく
Quit
る
following me.
なよ
What do you want from me?
僕に何の用だ
Panicking, I lashed out, who just stood there in surprise. I tried scuttling backward to make some distance, but I was still flat on my ass. Hey, Matt, what's up? I'm taking a trip to Japan, holy moly. Nice, dude. Hope you have a good time. Where are you going? I like to think the character eyes look cursed and creepy because Takumi is scared of eyes, but it's most likely just budget. I mean, it's an artistic choice. Just a bad one. Going to Tokyo? Cool. Doing anything particular or just sightseeing? If I didn't get away from her, she'd reach into her jacket, pull out a knife, and jump me. That was my thought process anyway. That gruesome scene flashed through my mind over and over again. All I could think was, that's how I'll end up. We need another murder to take place in this game. I feel like anyone would be desensitized to the fucking dude, like, nailed to the wall by now. That's not even scary anymore. I mean, it wasn't really from the beginning, but, like, let's get to the next murder here. If you're gonna jump scare me, at least give me some fresh material. The girl hung her head, looking a bit hurt.
えっと
So,
の
you ran off.
あなたが
So I
急に
came to
走り
check
出
on
して
you, and then you
様子を
fell.
見に来たら
So
倒
I
れてた
got
ので
worried,
心
but I,
配で
I don't want
で
anything
も
from you.
その今は用事とかあるわけじゃないんですがそ
She didn't
の
want anything from me.
え
What? That didn't make any sense.
じゃあ
Then
なんで
why have you been stalking me? It's the two most socially awkward people you know trying to hold a conversation with each other. Why are you here? I don't need anything.
えっと
Well, that's because she was getting flustered. I just couldn't get over how suspicious she was acting. Bro, you ran and tripped over a moped, while are now stuttering on the ground, trying to scamper away on your ass. You're just as suspicious. The eyes never bothered me, probably because the only other form of this content I had before was Steins Gate, I suppose. I played quite a few visual novels, yeah. Just going to experience anything I can. I bet the food will be great. Oh, I'm sure it will be, yeah. And trying out the hot springs would be awesome. I really, after playing all the anime I've played lately, I want to go to a fucking hot spring. I'm sure there's some in the US, though, but I don't really want to make a day of it. But if I was doing a trip, it would be part of the experience, I feel like.
私楠木優愛って言います
I'm Kusunoki Yua. What is that name? Nobody asked her to, but she suddenly started introducing herself anyway.
その実は
To be honest, ever since the moment I first saw you, I've wanted to know more
なんとな
about
く
you.
存
So
在が気になってそれで
I
つ
just
い
instinctively... What? She just instinctively started stalking me? The girl, whose name was Yua, apparently kept lowering her gaze as she talked.
ごめんなさい
I'm very sorry. She bowed her head. A Japanese name? Should have had a more American name. Are we not localizing this game? Was that the whole point of the fan service patch? It should have been like Jessica. Jessica Smith. Am I right, Americans in the chat? Or am I right? I don't know why that was the bit I decided to go with there, but there we go. All the characters get guns. And all of the shock psychological horror events are replaced with people getting healthcare and proper medical treatment. And have a deep voice do be nice. I appreciate that. Taking another look at her, this Yuya girl was pretty cute. I had to give her that much at least. But that was exactly why I couldn't trust her. Cute girls wouldn't talk to me. A 3D girl who wanted to interact with me with good intentions? What kind of eroge was this? My whole life, nobody ever said anything to me. There was no way I could take her confession seriously. It was just way too out of left field. Did she think I'd be jumping for joy or something? Did she forget she'd been stalking me until just now? I mean, weird people are drawn to other weird people, Takumi. It's a normal cycle of life. Sure, that kind of thing might work in the 2D world, but IRL, it was a certified boner killer. And that is a certified bruh moment. Also, this whole situation was really embarrassing. All I wanted was to get out of here ASAP. Just talking to her made me anxious. 3D really was total dog shit. I feel like this guy is like if they took all the worst traits of Daru from Steins Gate, dialed them up to like 11, and to do that, they removed all of Daru's positive traits. This is like in a spin-off game where characters get distilled down to their base, like, personality traits. I feel like we're playing a spin-off starring Daru of, like, all of his worst personality traits. Is what his character got distilled down to. The unlikable Daru, yeah. I like this guy more than Daru. That makes me, I'm not into 3D. Oh my god, can you imagine uttering that sentence to a real life woman? I don't know if you could pay me enough. I genuinely don't know if you could give me enough money to say this to a real life woman. Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, you're... I always stuttered when I tried to say something harsh, but I had to be clear. Don't follow me anymore, I don't like it. You're freaking me out. Quit following me. I'm sorry. She sure looked disheartened. Maybe she actually meant it. Don't fall for it. You can't trust anything about 3D women. You can only trust 2D. You can trust Sierra Tan far more than this harlot. What makes her a harlot, bro? Chill out. Just don't follow me anymore. I'm gonna go now. As I mumbled incoherently, I tried as hard as I could to stand up, but struggled. My body was still hurting all over the place. My collarbone in particular was being a real bitch. The pain was making me feel kind of dizzy. Might have hit my head when I'd fallen down earlier. I almost fell over again, but Yuya caught my hand and stopped me. Are you hurt? Here, I'll help you get up. Bro, why is she being so nice to him? She should have just left already. I tried really hard not to make eye contact. I could feel my face turning bright red. She'd definitely make fun of me if she noticed, so I turned away and forcefully shook her hand off. My mind was a total blank. I'd hardly, if ever, touched a female before. Except family members, of course, when I made out with my sister. My heart was beating out of my chest.
お家まで送ります。
I'll help you get back home,
あなたが
because
怪我したのは
you only got hurt because I was following you in the
付
first
きまとっ
place,
ちゃったせい
so
ですから。だから
please let me help
送
you.
らせてください。
I felt really happy when Yuya asked me that. I wasn't really used to being treated kindly by others. Every other 3D woman I had interacted with before was utterly vile. But this girl was actually starting to warm up to her a bit. But I didn't have the courage to look her straight in the eye. I mean, she had been stalking me. She also might have been related to the demon girl, and I didn't want to die. Why? There's nothing I want more than a hot girl to just fucking kill me. All sorts of thoughts flew through my head, but I couldn't focus on any single one of them. My mind was a blur. So, which way is your house? Oh.
Shinsei.
Shinsei.
深セン
I nodded before instantly regretting it. Why the hell had I told her that? Was I expecting something to happen if I did? This had to be one of my delusions. Maybe karma had put me on a lucky streak just so it could come to beat me down later. You saw that cliche all the time in anime. This must have been some sort of death flag. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Before I knew it, Yuya was trying her best to prop me up with her shoulders. Her soft body was tightly pressed against mine. I could smell a sweet scent coming from her long hair. This couldn't be real. There was no way a 3D girl was being nice to me. What is up with anime always like describing the scent of women? That's so weird.
歩けますか
Can you walk? I nodded in response.
じゃあ行きましょう。
Alright then, let's get going. Her voice almost sounded nervous. Then, with my head pointed down at the ground, I started to walk. She'd done so much for me at this point, I couldn't turn her down or shake her off anymore. I was out of options. I just had to let her do as she pleased. Leaning on her delicate shoulder for support, the two of us got moving. Do other games in anime do that? I don't feel like it, but I feel like these are the most like strictly visual novel games I've ever played. Because up before this, before like Steins Gate and this game, the only visual novels I'd played were like Danganronpa and stuff, which were a lot more interactive. So I feel like they kind of skip out on describing some of the minor details of like the scent of somebody. But since this game is like entirely reading, it feels like they've got to dedicate more time to like being descriptive. But I don't know. It feels weird. I'm fine with like descriptive adjectives and stuff, but I feel like once you start describing the scent of someone, it gets like weirdly personal and makes me uncomfortable. I don't know. Maybe it's just a me thing that I'm being weird about, but that's usually where I start getting like weirded out. Like when someone's like describing someone, like I don't know, fucking say you like. It's not even just Takumi, right? But, like, just in general. Like, if you were describing someone... Like, if I was having a conversation with somebody, and they were, like, describing to me someone they were attracted to. You know, and they were, like, they were tall, with long legs, and they had blonde hair, and these, like, beautiful blue eyes. And they were wearing, like, they had glasses on, da-da-da-da-da. I'd be like, yeah, okay. But if they were, like, you know, after all the descriptions and stuff, and, like, when I got in close, they smelled, like... daisies. It was a fresh fragrance that made me feel light. I'd be like, okay, bro, calm the fuck down. You are now really weird. Like, you crossed the line. Don't tell me. I don't know. Japan made a TV that emulates scents and smells. Could just be a thing there. Seriously? That's weird. But yeah, I always feel like scents are the, like, what makes me draw the line for, like, okay, now this is weird. When someone's, like, describing something. I don't really need to know, like, what people smell like when you're describing them to me. Hang on one second. He's describing the smell in his mind. I don't know. I don't feel like I ever even consciously described the scent of people in my mind either. I think I also just have a really bad sense of smell. And that could be part of it. When I got the plague 2 years ago, I feel like I haven't really been able to smell since very well. Maybe that's just part of, like, me now. But, like, scents really don't stick out to me all that much. Like smells or anything. Neither of us said a word until we reached the building where my base was located. After all, there was no way I could hold a half-decent conversation with a girl, let alone one I didn't really know. I knew that the second I'd bring up anime or video games, she'd automatically go, "Ew, what a freak," just like every other 3D girl. She wouldn't even bother listening or trying to understand. That's true, girls have never played video games. That's never happened. The girls never played video games, and the girls never wanted to talk about video games. It's never happened before. From my point of view, there was just no point in talking to bitches like that. Okay. Here's fine, you can go. That grumble was about all I could muster. I looked at Yuya to make sure she understood. She gave me a gentle nod in response, then removed her arm from under me. I was still a little unstable, but I managed to stay upright. How about I at least help you up to your room? I completely ignored her suggestion and walked towards the lobby. I say lobby, but it was really just a narrow entryway to the elevator hall. Still, the moment I lifted my foot to start climbing the small staircase leading up to it, a sharp pain ran through me and I nearly fell over. Are you okay? Yuya rushed to support me. Damn it, why was she still here? Alright. I'm coming with you to your room. I won't let you down. She sounded almost desperate. I hated to admit it, but Yuya had been a huge help, and in the end, she had taken me all the way back to my base. Now see, this is what would actually make a woman go, you freak, is your place is a fucking shipping container. To get there, first we had to go all the way up to the 8th floor, then take a steep flight of emergency stairs up to the roof. In my current state, there was no way I could have ever possibly managed that alone. Yuya wasn't strong in any sense of the word. She was very clearly running on fumes. And yet she had helped me up the stairs as if her life depended on it. You see that bathroom in the picture? I don't really see the bathroom. There's like a washing machine and a dryer. Or maybe a fridge of some kind, and then a cabinet for a kitchen, like a sink and stuff. But where's the bathroom? I think it's like really on the left. Is this supposed to be the bathroom? A porta potty? Well, I guess, but why is it up, like, on top of whatever this is? I don't know, man. Takumi strikes me as the type that has a piss bottle, if we're being honest with ourselves. In Ohio. I feel like he just has a piss bottle. Like, let's be real. So this is where you live, huh? Yuya was left speechless when she saw my container house. No surprise there. Normal people would probably never believe someone could live in a container. It's kind of nice. Huh? It has this sense of rebelliousness to it. I like it. I never thought she'd say something like that. Is she just trying to flatter me or something? You won't fool me, wench. I'll never fall for a 3D girl's tricks. With Yuya still propping me up, we walked to the container door, removed the padlock, and stepped inside. And then she stabbed me. I was finally back. Today was a total catastrophe. This was why you really couldn't beat staying indoors. It's so dark. Where's the light switch? Did she really not have any shame just coming into my room like this? I mean, to be fair, she had brought me all the way here on her shoulder. But I really didn't want her seeing the rest of the room if I could help it. I mean, I had dozens of figures lined up on my shelves, piles of eroge, boxes on my bed, trash all over the floor. I'm fine now. Let me go. After I said that, I waited for Yuya to let go of me, but she didn't budge. Your floor is a little messy. I mean, it seems a little hard for you to walk across. It's probably dangerous in your current state. Let me take you over to the couch first. I'll let you go after that. In the end, I just kept doing whatever she said. The couch was covered in CDs and magazines, but Yuya quickly cleared them off as soon as she could. Well, as quickly as she could while holding me up, anyway. As soon as she finished, I sat down. She's so sweet and caring. What am I saying? I'm not gonna fall for it. I'm not. Ladies, if any woman ever watches this stream, I'm sure that no woman would, but if you do, please don't be interested in a man that just wants you to be his mother. Like what's about to happen here. Please don't. For your best interests. If a guy starts expecting you to act like his mother or behave as a mother in any sort of way, just bail. Okay. Are you alright now? Yeah. The two of us were all alone in the room. It was almost pitch black, save for the tiny bit of moonlight shining through the open doorway. As a result, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Yuya had on her face. On the bright side, though, hearing a girl breathe in the dark was pretty hot. Come to think of it, it was the first time anyone aside from my little sister had ever seen my room, which meant it was the first time I'd had an actual girl here. If this was a game, I would have tripped some sort of flag. After that, soon enough, the mood would turn romantic, and before we knew it, we'd be all over each other. That said, I wasn't really expecting anything like that. Reality was complete and utter shit. It was nothing like the 2D world. Besides, this Yuya girl wasn't normal. She was a stalker. So yeah. Wait, why was she here? How long was she planning on staying? Her job was done, so shouldn't she be leaving? That was when it hit me. Wait, was her plan to get me alone in an isolated spot and then do something horrible to me?
明かりのスイッチは
Where's the light switch?
えっと
By my
パソコンの
PC.
パソコン
Your PC?
うん
The only light source in the room was the desk lamp by my PC. I wanted to tell her to turn the lamp on, but I couldn't get the words out.
そうか
Oh,
あの
I
デス
see.
クライトですね
The lamp over there, right?
うん
Yeah. Yuya carefully made her way over to my computer desk, avoiding all the garbage by her feet, and turned on the lamp. And then there was light. The darkness had put all sorts of embarrassing ideas and delusions in my head. Now that I could see her face clearly, all those fantasies made it hard to look her in the eye without getting more embarrassed than I was. Panicked, I couldn't get any words out, so I just kept my head down. Your place looks like shit! Eh? She sounded so suddenly that goosebumps shot across my skin. Her gaze was pointed straight at the Sierra Tan figure next to my monitor, who was striking her favorite sexy pose.
これってブラチュー
This
の
is
セイラ
Sierra
ちゃ
Chan
ん
from Bloodtoon,
です
right?
よね
Huh?
知ってる
You
の
know her?
はい
Yeah,
ブ
I
ラ
love
チュー大
Bloodtoon.
好きで
I
毎
watch
週
it every
見て
week.
ます
Huh?
セイラちゃんがお好きなんで
You
す
sure
ね
love Sierra, don't you?
私もヒロイン
She's
の
my
中では
favorite heroine
彼
too.
女が一番好き
Her
なんで
outfit
す
is
よ
so cute.
衣装も可愛いですし
Her voice was full of joy. She was clearly speaking genuinely. There was no way she was just trying to chick me. Who'd have thought? Could Yuya be a...
不女子
What the fuck is that Fujoshi? Term for female otaku with a particular interest in yaoi, or works of fiction that depict homosexual relationships between men. Does not apply to female otaku. How did he jump to that conclusion? She's talking about a female character. What? Huh?
あうん
Nothing. Well, maybe she just liked anime.
あれ
Okay.
フィギュアって言うんですよ
That's a
ね
figure, right?
ちょっと見せ
Could I
て
take
も
a
らっ
look
て
at
も
it
い
for
い
a
ですか
second?
あすみません
Oh,
ず
I'm
うずうしいこと言
sorry.
っちゃって
That was rude of me, wasn't it?
もう
Maybe I should just
帰っ
leave.
た方がいいですよね
She bowed repeatedly, clearly flustered.
見て
Sure,
いいよ
you can look. Well, I wouldn't say I didn't enjoy having her lay the praise on my waifu, so it might as well be a little nice to her.
本当ですか
Really?
ありがとう
Thank
ご
you
ざ
so
いま
much.
す
You took Sierra in her hand and started inspecting her closely.
それは山陽堂版の覚醒前バー
That's
ジ
the
ョンなんだ
Syoto pre-awakening
Sierra
version.
figure
A
はい
few
くつか
Sierra
種類が出
figures
て
have
る
been
けど
released, but this was
最
the
初に出
first
たや
one.
つ
へえ
Wow.
あまりクオリティは高くない
Not very high
顔
quality,
と
though.
か微妙に崩れ
Parts
て
of
る
it
し
are a little
ポー
misshapen
ズも
like
平
her
凡すぎ
face.
てあんまりエロく
The
ないし
poses you can do with it are also way too generic. You can't make her look very sexy at all.
でも服の胸元部分をキャスト
Well,
オ
the
フできる
clothes
のは
around her
今
boobs
の
are
ところそれだけ
removable.
なんだ
It's a cast-off figure. But that's pretty much all it has going for it.
胸元
Her boobs?
あちなみに僕はセ
Oh,
ーラフィギュ
by
ア
the
4
way,
種類全部
I've
揃えて
collected
る
all 4 Sierra
そっ
figures
ち
that
の
are
棚に
currently
制服
available.
バージョンとメイドバー
They're
ジョン
on
あと
those
水着バー
shelves.
ジョンがある
I've got uniform, maid, and swimsuit.
そんなに種類が
I had no idea there were that many. Must have been hard to get them all.
一番評価が高いのは
The most
メイドバー
expensive
ジョン
one
なん
is
だ
the
け
maid
ど個
version.
人的には水
But if
着
you
バー
ask
ジョンも
me,
悪くない
I'd say the swimsuit version is pretty good too. Goodbye with the stutter. Hey, I've been trying to do the stutter for like the last hour or so now as these two fucking awkward nerds converse with each other. I'm trying my best here. I'm trying to get cast in future fan dubs of any mods for games. Like if someone wants to English dub, make an English dub of any of these games, I'm down to try it. I do it for free too. I doubt anyone's doing fan dubs of these games, but sometimes people do them. For some reason, I had Virgin instead of Version. Well, I mean, we've talked about a Virgin a couple times already. You should dub Takumi. I mean, I would. If someone was like if someone was making a, you know, the Committee of Zero has their translation patch. If someone wanted to like then work on a English dub mod as well, I would do it. No problem. I would make him sound like the weebiest shut-in incel neat you've ever heard in your life. I would go even harder than I've done on the stream so far. Just let me know, anyone out there making fan dubs. You think so? Can you show me? Actually, it's still a little dark. Alpha's releasing the post-awakening version soon, and it seems like it will be pretty high quality. They're saying all of her clothes will be removable, not just her boobs, plus the different expressions and poses are going to be pretty top-notch. They nailed the paintwork too. It'll definitely be a candidate for Figure of the Year. Aren't figurines pretty expensive? How is this guy, like, buying so many? Like, I have a couple figures myself, but, like, they were all super expensive. And he's got, like, a couple dozen. Maybe is it just because he's in Japan they're cheaper? There's a reason it's called Chaos Head, I guess. Looks like COZ are finally doing patches for MDE. What's MDE? And LBP. Well, it's going to take him like years to do that, though, isn't it? He got money from money trading with ESO, it said earlier. But still, I mean, how much money can you really make from that? They're doing My Darling Embrace. But I already did My Darling's Embrace on stream. When are we doing Cube Icon? The minute I would have more than like 3 people attend it. I want more figures. I haven't really bought too many. They all seem so expensive. Like, if I hop on Amazon right now and I search Steins Gate figures. Figure. There's, like, not a result that's sub 100. The second result is a Suzuha one where she's on her bike and it's $500. Like, they're all so expensive. It's not even close. Like, there's not even one that's not triple digits in price. Even all of these, like, ones that are clearly not official of her, of, like, Makise Kurisu and bunny costumes and stuff. They're all so expensive, bro. It's crazy. How does a guy just get a reasonably priced figure? Oh, some of the more popular ones are cheaper. Because I've been playing so much Fire Emblem lately, I just looked up Fire Emblem ones. They're like $50. Need an autograph from my favorite dub voice actor. If there was like fan art of me I could make a print of and sign out or sign off on, I would do it. And sign one for you, Matt. Oh my god, only the like newest ones though are like that price, man. I scrolled down, there's fucking one Fire Emblem figure that's like $600, dude. Who is buying these? Like, you're insane. Yeah, there's a Tharja one that's $640. I mean, it looks really cool for sure, but $640, my dude. Chill. Anyway, we're talking about Alpha. They're a manufacturer. They make figures. Oh, I see. Suddenly realizing what I'd done, I'd clamped my mouth shut. I'd been rambling on for way too long. I feel like I must have caught a cold last night. Like, I feel like the cold air came in through the window and got me cold, or gave me a cold, or like a small head cold. I've been like sniffling and sneezing all fucking day. It was like in the negative degrees last night, so maybe it's possible. Muted sneeze. Well, yeah, I try not to like sneeze directly into your guys' ears and stuff. I try not to like sniffle directly in your ears. So usually if I ever have to like sniff or sneeze, I always try to mute the mic in time. It's a little bit harder on games like that you actually have to play, but when I'm doing visual novels or whatever, it's pretty easy to... I need the mucus to enter my ears. Just thinking of that. Grosser than any death we've experienced in this game so far. Also, I wonder if these are part of the fan patch, but are the Fate Grand Order characters like not copyright? Like, how did they get that character? That's a Fate character, right? The blonde-haired girl there with the blue dress. Fate Grand Order blonde girl. What's her fucking name? Oh, Jesus, there's a lot of blonde characters. Fuck. I don't know why I thought that would be, like, the way I could find this character. Main character? No, she's not a main character either. What the fuck? She seems like the most popular. Is she not a Fate character? Main blonde girl. Oh, there we go. Jeanne d'Arc, is that her name? Yeah, that's... No, that's not her. Maybe it's her? I don't know. Saber. Oh, okay. They worked with Nitro on this novel, so they probably could. Oh. Are these all Fate characters? Are any of you guys weeby enough to recognize all of these characters, or no? I'd gone off on a tangent about goddamn anime girl figures. Removable pieces and sexy poses. I bet I looked like a total idiot. I wanted to know what sort of face she was making, but I couldn't make myself... couldn't bring myself to look at her. Either way, though, it was obvious. She must have thought I was total human trash. It's because you are. I started panicking, my heart beating out of my chest. I tried to avert my gaze as far away as I could. I recognized the Fate and Tukatsuhime characters. So there's more than one Fate character here? Who are the other ones? These two girls, or these four girls in particular, seem to be like more artistically pointed than the others. Or I mean, like their sprites are higher quality. That's when she called out to me, and I reflexively turned back to look at her. Her expression, it wasn't actually full of horror and disgust like I'd expected. You said you had the combat and maid versions, right? May I see them? No, he didn't say anything about combat version. It was the maid, swimsuit, and the uniform versions. Sure. They're on the shelf. I was totally baffled. There wasn't a hint of anything on her face other than a wide, bright smile. That's amazing. You have such a big collection. In fact, her eyes were sparkling as she looked at my shelves full of figures. No way. Were there actually 3D women that weren't disgusted by this stuff? It must have been a 1 in a billion chance, but I suppose there were billions of people in the world. So this is Maid Sierra-chan, I see. It's still different from how she looks on the shelf, but she's still so cute. They even went so far as to make her little underwear, too. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this, but I like it. Maybe I should get one for myself. If you want one, you should pre-order the post-awakening version. That's my recommendation. You think so? I'm really interested in that one too, considering how you talked about it earlier. The post-awakening version is from that scene in episode 12, right? I can see that, like, when she gets to talk about her weeaboo shit, she's no longer the stuttering, like, awkward mess. Oh, you sure know your stuff, dear lady. You must be quite the fan. Yeah, I love the show. I've rewatched the clip of the awakening scene every single day since it came out. You know, the animation in that scene is all Miyagi. He directed it too, so there's no wonder it's so high quality. He's a god-tier animator. Hell, everything he makes is total god-tier. Whenever his work shows up in anything, people post on Hat Channel like, Miyagi, for the win, and stuff like that. Oh, really? I see. You certainly know a lot about this, huh? I never really pay much attention to the production staff. It's a good idea to check the director, producer, and scenario writers, at least. When it comes to new IP, you can usually tell off of those alone whether or not it'll be worth watching. I see. I'll start doing that from now on. As she said that, she turned to face me with another lovely smile. I made a girl smile. I never thought I'd see this kind of eroge stuff happen IRL, let alone to me. Usually 3D women, including my little sister, only ever smiled when they were making fun of me. There had to be some kind of catch. There was just no other explanation. I couldn't forget what Sierra-tan had told me. Till then, you can't trust anyone. Don't listen to anything that anyone says. I'm not sure if I have the right to ask, but... What? Mia got all shy out of nowhere. She was looking down and avoiding eye contact. Is it alright if I ask anyway? I'd like to know your name. My name? Now that she mentioned it, you had introduced yourself to me, but I'd never returned the favor. I was a little embarrassed, so I ended up weakly mumbling it out. I see. What year are you in?
2年
Second year. As any anime protagonist character is, they're always in their second year. That is the law of the land. I'm a third year. I guess I'm older than you then. Hehe. We're going. Oh man. I was getting dizzy from how moe that sounded. Could Yue be the kind of older sister type? Damn, trying to seduce me and shit. This woman was dangerous. She must be up to something. By the way, I have a request. A request? Seriously? It's good to be second year because it allows for a sequel. What if we actually had an anime game of the characters in... I have to look around to make sure any anime authors are not around near me. Okay, ready? Ready, guys? What if we had a story where an anime character was in college? Shh. 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 I won't repeat myself, but crazy, right? I love you. I've had my eyes on you for a long, long time now. But just looking at you isn't enough anymore. Yu's face turned bright red, and right after her sudden confession, she abruptly started undressing. Her face isn't red. What is happening in this game? I was so bewildered I could hardly bring myself to even peek, but when I did, I noticed she wasn't just taking off her top, but also her skirt. Her underwear flicked in and out of sight from beneath the hem of her blouse. It was black. Being so bold, despite being clearly embarrassed, sure was a huge turn-on. Things were happening so suddenly, my mind could hardly keep up. It took all of my strength just to swallow the saliva that had built up in my mouth. Next, Yu started fiddling with the buttons on her blouse. She was undoing them, one by one from top to bottom. Then almost, as if trying to tease me, ever so slowly and softly, dropped her blouse to the floor. And for some reason underneath it, she was wearing a competition swimsuit. It was a high-leg swimsuit and skin-tight, with the way it pressed in on her body. A little bit of her thighs spilled out over the edges. So those dark-colored panties I caught glimpses of earlier were the swimsuit? Man, how did a girl this timid have boobs this huge? And another thing, she didn't take her knee-high socks off. Good job. But... please do what you want to me. You can even ravage me if you so please.
No.
I was speechless. It was pretty strange for a 3D girl to say this stuff to a guy she'd just met. No sane girl would do that. Sure, it was sexy, but it wasn't even remotely moe. My sense of reason threatened to completely shatter right then and there. I struggled desperately to keep it contained. But... I refuse. Well, I was lost in my usual delusions. Yu suddenly had a huge fall and landed flat on her rear. She rubbed her butt while on the verge of tears. I think I just tripped on one of your CDs. The case might have been broken.
本当にごめんなさい。
I'm really sorry.
きち
I'll
んと
make sure to
片付
clean
け
it
ますか
up.
ら。
いいよ。
It's fine. Just get out of here already. You've done enough. What the hell was that request you mentioned? You just started cleaning up the trash and CD cases lying all over the floor, even though I told her she didn't have to. She looked so apologetic and almost made me feel guilty, like I had done something wrong.
じゃあ
Let me just
足の踏み場だけでも
clear enough space so I don't step on anything
確
else.
保させてください。
I'm really
すい
sorry.
ません。
I'll tell you about my request after I'm
お願
done.
い言いますから。
But the way she just started instantly cleaning up, and thoroughly at that, she reminded me somewhat of my mom. Gross. Not caring the slightest about what may cause problems for other people, rushing straight in to do whatever she pleased. You know, typical meddler. In that case, I should probably start helping her, shouldn't I? We both reach for a piece of trash at the same time. Our hands would touch, and we'd both say, ah! Then we'd stare into each other's eyes, just soaking in the glow of the moment, right? Wrong. The fuck you think this is? Some kind of rom-com? Yes. Oh, Takumi. I can't believe what a fucking filthy pigsty you live in. It's so great. I'm really in the mood now. No way in hell I was helping her. Yeah, I'm not gonna help her clean my shit up. Yeah, I'd rather live in filth. While in the middle of piling up magazines, she stopped. Her back was turned, so I couldn't tell what she'd just picked up.
いえ、君
It's fine. Don't
気に
mind
し
me.
ないでください。
What's she getting so nervous about? Something about it made me suspicious. Come to think of it, she was essentially ransacking my room at this point. What if she was trying to steal something? Ransacking by picking up the trash? Maybe she was thinking I had so many figures I wouldn't notice if one went missing? Little did she know she was dead wrong. I'd perfectly memorized every single waifu on the shelf. If even one went missing, I'd be able to tell in a nanosecond.
フィギュアには触らないでね。
Don't touch any of my figures, okay?
はい。
Alright, but
違うんです。
I think there's been a misunderstanding.
そのブラチューの同人誌っていうんです
This
か
is a blood tune
それが落
Delusion
ちてま
sheet,
し
I
て
think it's called, right?
ちょっと中
I
身
just saw
見
it
て
fall
みたら
down, and I decided to take a look at it. It's porn.
すごかったので
It's very interesting. So I was just surprised. That's all.
勝手に見ないでよ。
Don't look at my stuff without asking.
すいません
Sorry. I'll just continue picking up trash like I'm supposed to. Yu began tidying up again, nervous as ever. Shortly after, she quickly cleared a space to sit down and turned towards me.
それで
About the request I made earlier.
さっき言った
Well,
お願いです
finally.
けど
I gulped and then instinctively braced myself for impact.
さっき言った
Earlier,
フィギュアの予約
you mentioned that one
一緒に
figure
行ってもら
pre-order.
えませんか
Do you think we could go do that together? Girl. Huh?
私
You
そういう
see,
アニ
I've
メ
never gone to an
ショップ
anime
みたい
shop
な
or anything
今
like
まで
that
行ったこ
before.
となくて
What am I even saying? I'm so sorry. You must think I'm being so rude.
私のせいで日常
It's my fault you got injured after all. It's really not your fault that he's so fucking weird he ran away from human contact. This was some dangerous territory. I couldn't afford to just blurt out an answer. On one hand, Hughie and I had shared interest. Hell, she was even a fan of Sierra. She She also seemed very interested in what I had to say, which meant she was someone I could get along with as an otaku. But on the other hand, it had to be some sort of trap. There was no way in hell something like this, something so perfect, would actually happen in real life. It was an eroge cliche, nothing more. I couldn't let the 3D corrupt me. Think. What the hell could her true goal be? I'm sorry. Please, just forget what I had said. It's just all the things we talked about. Like when you talked about all the exposable boobs on the action figures and posing them all sexy, and then all the garbage on your floor, it made me really happy. She sat there with her head hung low. Pretty much every 3D girl ever was insanely full of themselves. Meanwhile, this girl was remarkably timid. There was no way 3D girls could be so pretty and have such a cute personality. Everyone knew that, meaning she had to be faking it. I'd turn her down, I'd gather all my strength, all the power vested in me as a man, and shoot her down. As Yuya looked back up at me, I saw tears welling up behind her glasses. She was crying? Was it because I wasn't saying anything? Had I just made her cry? Oh, give me a break. What a life or death situation. I'd never experienced anything like this outside of video games. My heart was pounding out of my chest. I was even starting to feel a little guilty. They say women weaponize their tears, but only now was that really starting to ring true. Honestly, I had absolutely no clue how to deal with it. Bruh, such an insult. I was getting more and more nervous by the second. We can go together, I tried to say. But ultimately, I couldn't bring myself to. Because if I did, surely she'd just freak out and say something like, ew, this dumbass actually took it serious? What a freak. Call it a persecution complex, but that's how I felt. I just couldn't do it. Yeah, that's what I'll call it. It's okay if you don't want to. After all, it's not right for me to ask for something so selfish. Her eyes seemed even more wet than before. I saw a single tear dripping out of the corner of her eye. Okay, drama queen. This is a bit excessive. I'll come with you. Good. You'll come along with me? I had no choice but to nod. I couldn't think of any other way to make her stop crying. Still, it felt like I was stepping right into a trap. You seemed incredibly relieved. She took a deep breath and took off her glasses and wiped away the tears. I never would have thought you'd agree to it. Thank you so much. She was thanking me. Seemed like I'd been able to stop her from completely breaking down. Maybe I should be the one thanking her. Shit, how'd I get myself into such a mess? Goddamn 3D women. You could never let your guard down around them. What time should we go? What time would suit you best? Hold on. What the hell had that sad-looking expression gone? Only a second had passed, and she was already looking happy as a clam. Those really were crocodile tears, weren't they? If so, she should win a fucking Academy Award. The new Sierra Tan figure's going on sale soon, right? Yeah. It'll probably sell out instantly, I think. So we should hurry and pre-order it as soon as possible then. Well, I feel like it's not selling out instantly if you're still able to pre-order it, yeah? Maybe I'm wrong. How about we go tomorrow? According to my schedule, I needed to go to school tomorrow, and I made it 3 times total this week. Then the week after, I'd only have to go twice. I had a feeling tomorrow was going to suck even more than usual. But she's going to go to school because she's a normal person. Well, by comparison. But I already told Yuya I'd go with her. If I tried changing my mind now, she'd start the waterworks all over again. I really had no choice here, huh? Also, vibing, wandering, I'm gonna need your guys' help after the stream to come up with a fucking meme for this. We definitely need to boost the viewership of this a bit. I need to start being able to advertise at places. This is, these numbers hurt compared to Steins Gate. But maybe we'll get there if I can just start linking at places. Fine. I was incredibly reluctant, but still I agreed. Yuya seemed happy to hear that. But she couldn't fool me with that face of hers. Which class are you in? We can meet up after school tomorrow. Class B. Class 2B then, right? Okay, I'll wait for you once classes are over. I nodded quickly in response, hoping that'd make her leave faster. Wait. I just made a promise to hang out with a girl? Was this a dream? A delusion? I pinched my cheeks to test that theory. It definitely hurt. Alright. Well, I'm really sorry for taking so much of your time today. If your leg keeps hurting, please see a doctor, alright? Sure. I sat on the couch and watched Yuya leave. She turned around and waved, then exited the front door. See you tomorrow. She said, see you tomorrow. She even waved goodbye. Felt like I was about to melt with bliss, so I quickly stiffened back up. That bitch has definitely fallen for me, no doubt about it. But really, it's up to me whether or not I end up dating her, right? So I'm just gonna dump that whore. No mercy, no sympathy. You know what I'm gonna say? As you are now, you're not fit to be my woman. Come back once you've surpassed Sierra. Which is to say, never. After all, there's no way you can beat Sierra. She's forever 17. Something along those lines. There was no way any girl could ever be better than Sierra. I picked up the Sierra figure and rubbed her against my cheek. And Sierra couldn't have looked happier. Bruh. Takumi's about to get the jar. Looks like we're out of time. As I'm sure you all know, we have a test coming up soon. So make sure you take good notes, hear me? Anyway, that's all for today. Wow. The math teacher. What was his name again? Oh, sorry, I need a stretch. Leg is cramping up from sitting. Yeah, I see the G in guy's name as well. Wandering. You blind? You blind now, Sonny? Whatever, the teacher left, and that was the end of classes. Some students started chatting about where they'd go after school. Those who were in clubs gathered with their fellow members and headed for the club rooms. And the rest were just getting ready to go home ASAP. I was last in the camp. As soon as the bell rang, I was always the first to pack up and leave. But today I stayed glued to my seat, trying to avoid eye contact with any of my classmates. Anxiety was killing me. After all, my date with Yuya was soon. Any normal, non-video obsessed person would have been losing their mind to have a date with a girl planned. But this was me we were talking about, and I couldn't feel any more depressed. I couldn't relax at all. I was feeling physically sick. This would be the first time I'd ever gone on a date with a girl, so I had no clue what to do. Besides, would Yuya even show? Maybe she'd just been fucking with me yesterday and was planning on standing me up. She was probably watching from the shadows right now, giggling at how gullible I was. Well, now that I thought about it, that honestly might be better than her actually showing up. Did I really have to just sit around waiting? I mean, I could just blow her off and go home. Alright, it's settled. Time to head home. We're in different grades anyways, so if I just canceled our date at the last minute, I'd never have to see her again for the rest of my life. Fully determined to follow through with that plan, I stood up. No! You still here? Out of nowhere, my back fell victim to a hard slap. I knew who was behind me without even looking. The only guy in our class who ever talked to me. No other than Misumi-kun. You plan on heading home? You usually vanish before the bells even finish ringing. In my head, I call it Takumi's supersonic split. Yeah, I'm about to leave. You waiting on someone? Eh? How did he know? No way. Was I right? How? Well, you're acting pretty damn fidgety. You've also looked over at the door about 100 times. He was good. Either way, I probably shouldn't say anything that'd make me stand out. Don't you forget, Takumi. You've got to be invisible at this school. You got to blend in. Be like air. Why? No, I'm not really waiting for anyone. Oh, really? Then what have you been up to all this time? Well... Fuck. He wasn't a bad guy, but at times like these, he could really get annoying. Take a hint for fuck's sake. Shivers ran down my spine. I slowly turned my head towards the voice. Oh, god damn it. Because of Misumi, I'd lost my chance to escape. What's going on? What the hell is going on? He looked unusually shocked. In fact, he was literally shaking. He put his arm around my shoulder and gave me a stern look. Dude, what the hell? Explain. That's your girlfriend? No, she's not. How many times have I told you I'm not into 3D? And who is she? I'm not buying any bullshit like she's my sister or something. Hell did a shut-in dude like you do to me to beat like that? She followed me around yesterday. So it's like that? She picked you up? Damn, bro. Lucky bastard. He put his hand on his chin, pondering for a moment. Then he let me go. I see. Well, different strokes for different folks, huh? Gotta be someone out there that's into whatever you've got. But I'll tell you what, Taku. I'm kind of relieved you get at least half a normal sex life. Sex life? Told you, it's not like that.
そうかそうか。
Whatever you say.
頑張れよ、タク。
Good luck out there. He wasn't taking me seriously at all. He just got excited over his own assumptions and slapped my back even harder. At this point, he's just screwing with me.
安心しろって。
John, dude, no one's stealing your girl.
だからそういう関係
I'm
じ
trying
ゃ
to tell you, it's not like that.
ほら、さっさと
Whatever,
行け
man.
よ。
Just get going. Your girl's waiting.
お待ちかねみたいだぜ。
He ordered me to move, so I stumbled over to Yuya. Despite my best efforts, I hadn't been able to escape.
迎えに来たの
I came to pick you up.
迷惑でした
Am I disturbing you?
いや
Not really, no. Yes, you fucking are. I turned to look at Misumi, but he just grinned and gave me the finger. Honestly, I couldn't tell whether he was trying to pick a fight or cheer me on. I couldn't deal with his shit any longer. I decided to just hurry up and leave with Yuya.
すいません昨日会った
I'm
ばか
really
りな
sorry.
のに
We only just met yesterday, so asking you to come with me for something like this isn't really...
いや
It's fine. I was so nervous. I was leaving school together with a 3D girl. Was I a normie now, or what? I always felt like this was all in all a completely different world from mine. I never would have thought I'd get to experience something like this. But now I was feeling the intense pressure of her silence. We were just walking side by side, not even talking. So why was this so stressful? And to top it off, I didn't really know who she was, or what her goal was. Just what'd she want from an otaku freak like me?
おとといの
So did you watch... I'm sorry?
あいや
Nothing. She started talking to me out of nowhere, so I got surprised, and that weird sound I'd made just come out. She also seemed really nervous. Her expression was so tense. She was older than me, so how is she still so innocent? How surprisingly low. Then again, I probably wasn't the best person to be talking about innocence, since I could hardly manage more than a quick sidelong glance at her. I was too embarrassed to take a proper look at her face. I just couldn't do it.
おとといのブラチュ見ましたよね
You watched the new Blood Tune episode, right? The one that aired the day before yesterday?
うん
Yeah.
私一箇所だけ
There was this one part I didn't quite understand. Susumu always rushes to rescue Sierra, right? But this time, how did he even know Sierra was in danger? I don't quite get it. Please do, because we're about to be sub 100 on the first stream. That's usually really bad. Usually views start declining as the series goes. So it's already super low. That was foreshadowed in last week's episode. There was that tiny scene where Sierra's phone rang from the moon, right? Susumu's name was on the caller ID. Now that you mention it, I think I remember that. Yamataku loves putting that sort of foreshadowing. There were similar things in Gold too. Yamataku. Gold. Yamataku is the nickname of a Blood Tune director. And he did an anime called Gold before Blood Tune. That's so hard to say. Oh, really? So he's a famous director? Well, I like him at least. As for why, well... What the fuck? I had been lecturing Yuya about the various facets of anime when I realized we were already in front of Anime 8. Time flew by faster than I'd expected. I let myself get carried away and talked way too much. Well, it didn't help that Yuya was such a good listener. She paid such close attention while I shared my wisdom. I couldn't help but want to tell her everything I knew, even though I knew I was falling right into her trap. All this, and yet I wasn't even good at talking. This is the first time I'd ever felt this way. I was talking out loud, but it felt like I was chatting online. It was a strange feeling. It's almost as if they're the same thing. Wild, bro. Oh dear. I'm getting a little nervous. Please don't leave without me, okay? Sure. Yuya only got more and more nervous as she went up and spoke to the store employee. It was clear she was out of her comfort zone, but all I could do was just stand there and watch as she placed the pre-order for the post-awakening version Sierra figure. There weren't any more opportunities to escape. Yuya kept anxiously glancing back at me, so I couldn't budge. Right after that, she even forced me to look around the store with her. Yuya was looking all around with a big grin on her face, saying things like, "Wow, there's not enough money in the world to buy all these figures." But even in the face of that enthusiasm, I couldn't find it in me to smile back at her, because I'm fucking weird. So apparently Yuya took the train to school, which meant I had to accompany her all the way to Shinsei Station. McDonald's with the golden points instead of the golden arches, I see. She might not look it, but she was a devious one, all right. She always managed to get her way, without making herself look even remotely selfish. Clever girl. Talk about a wolf in sheep's clothing. So, do you have a cell phone? Once we'd reached the station, she asked me that question. A cell phone? I shook my head weakly. So you don't have one. I see. Guess we can't stay in touch then. What? Why the hell would you want to stay in touch? Is she going to demand that I texted her about every little thing for the rest of my life? Oh, but you have a computer, don't you? I have one too, so maybe we could exchange email addresses? Why? Yeah? You know, because when the figure goes on sale, I'll have to come pick up my pre-order. So maybe we could go together again. I still don't have the courage to go all by myself. She was good. Besides, she was way too good. You see, I knew she had her claws in me, but I just couldn't turn her down. If I did, I'd look like the bad guy. I really... 3D was the scariest fucking thing in the world. I would really like to get to know you better, she says as her eyes bulge out of their sockets, glasses bending down, pupils piercing out through the whites of her eyes because they're fucking gigantic. How was she doing this? Was it just because I was bad at talking to people, or was she just this good? Either way, Yuya seemed intent on not leaving until she had my email. Yet at the same time, I could sense a bit of unease behind those glasses of hers. I could practically feel my will to resist draining from my body. Thumbnail for next stream needs those eyes. I don't have any ideas for next stream, and I don't want to like look up too much stuff at the risk of spoiling. But I can't use normally like with Steins Gate. I would use the CGs from the game to like be thumbnails, but obviously because of YouTube guidelines, I can't make the thumbnail for the stream be the dude who got stabbed 15 times. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. There were goosebumps all over my body. Shivers running down my spine, but I couldn't run away, and I couldn't turn her down. There was definitely something up with Yuya. Do the Yuya positive delusion? I feel like I run the risk of spoilers of that anyway. I feel like Googling this character in any way would be a spoiler. So I don't even know how I'd get my hands on the image. There was definitely something up with Yuya. This aura she had, it wasn't normal. Yeah, it's the yandere. I couldn't really put into words exactly what it was that bothered me so much. But whatever it was, something wasn't right. I can get the delusion picture and DM it to you. Oh, you don't need to DM it to me. You can post it in the anime chat. Just like spoiler tag it, I guess. For anyone in the Discord channel that doesn't want to see stuff they haven't picked yet. I really need to, like, her to flip her shit. Before I knew it, I torn out a scrap of notebook paper, written down my email address, and handed it to her. Maybe we could have the meme be a character with cursed eyes. Let me say, whose eyes are those? Yeah, I guess if I got her character sprite, I could Photoshop her eyes on, like, Makise Kurisu and say whose eyes are those or something. I don't know. That seems really fucking lame, but I don't really have any other ideas. She took it, looking happy as can be, then quickly bowed her head and disappeared into the station. It felt like my soul had left my body. I just stood there completely dumbfounded. Even after 10 minutes passed, I couldn't move an inch. That's so weird to me, I guess, that people get so anxious like this. I mean, it's not weird to me that people get anxious, I guess, just like at the mere thought of social interaction. Because I'm a super anxious dude. You know? I've taken medication to keep it under control, but I've never been, like, talking to somebody and been like, ugh! I don't know. I feel like Takumi is just way over the top. So what do you make of all this, of her? Because personally, I don't have the slightest clue. There's no way she doesn't have ulterior motives or something. Okay, but what would the ulterior motives be? I don't understand. She's gonna, like, get money from you or something? It doesn't make any sense otherwise. Hey, you listening, Grimm? What eroge is this? That night, I decided to consult Grimm about Yuya. Yes. When I asked my other otaku weeaboo friends about my relationship problems. It's all coming together. Steal his anime shit? Yeah. That's it. Me when the girl steals my anime figures. I figured it might as well. If I just kept my paranoia to myself, I wouldn't get anywhere. That was the response I'd gotten. Not like I could blame him. The first time I'd spoken with Yuya, I reacted the same way. Was stupid of me to think you'd be any help. Now wait one fucking second. You were being serious? You actually managed to raise a flag with someone? You really have a way better... You really have a way of getting whatever you want, huh? Now who said they were into 2D, or they weren't into 3D again? It's not like that, bro. Grimm's reaction was almost identical to Masumi's. Were they the same person or something? Well, for a turbo virgin like you, Nightheart, now that you have a girl, it should be easy to leave Otakudom behind and lose your V-card. You gotta be careful, though. Like, if you start talking to her about your school swimsuit fetish, she'll jump your ass. Use common sense. Actually, I prefer competition swimsuits over regular school ones. That scared the shit out of me. That's exactly what I'm talking about, dude, Lamau. You got mail, dum-dum. Oh. Out of nowhere, I heard Sierra's voice. That was my custom email notification sound. I casually went to check my email, and the sender's name was... Yuya. She sent one already. I hope it's a nude. And then she's waiting outside our shipping container with a knife. And it's like, did you get my email? I got an email. Just now. Well, there it is. This is the first time I'd ever gotten an email from a 3D girl. I gulped, then clicked to open it. Use usual elegance and purity shown through the email. By using a lot of emoticons, she gave a bit of a friendly tone, too. Good evening. This is Yuya. I sent this email as soon as I was able to. I'd appreciate if you added me to your address book. My apologies for making you accompany me today. I'm sorry. Even so, I had a lot of fun. Perhaps because it was my first time going to a store like that. Or maybe it was because you were with me. LOL. What time will you be coming to school tomorrow? I'm only asking because I was hoping I'd be able to say hello to you tomorrow morning, that's all. It'd be nice if we could run into each other again soon. Well, be sure to email you soon. Good night. I couldn't help but feel like she was up to something when I read this. Post it now. Dude, I remember when people used to say now, like NAO. That's another abbreviation that like died. I feel like that one died though because it's not actually shorter than now, and it means the same thing. It's tame. Chill the F out. Just usual greetings and shit. Whatever, bro. Just post it already. Wait, why'd the screen fade to black? Not just screen capping the email? Grimm wouldn't stop pestering me, so I just gave up and posted the email. Though I did censor mine and Yuya's personal info. Ho ho. Would you look at that lovey-dovey email? You normie scum. Please take this seriously. This must be some kind of trap. Yeah, how tight you got that tinfoil hat on. You sure you're not just overthinking it? It just looks like you raised a flag with this chick to me. You're almost at the good end. That's what I mean. There's no way this is real. Dude, the paranoia on this guy is insane. You think this could actually happen to an otaku freak like me? There's no way. You think a cute girl would try to pick me up at IRL? Dude, LOL. Are you seriously complimenting your GF already? Could you get trolling for a second? Come on, I told you already. You're just overthinking it. We're two of a kind, aren't we? We both know good girls like that don't exist anymore. Yeah, I was fully aware. But she really was just that nice. And that's exactly what didn't feel right to me. Well, maybe her stalking shit went a bit too far. But that's kind of hot, don't you think? I mean, she really likes you. You said she likes anime too? Yeah, no way such a perfect GF exists, bro. Not for us otaku, anyway, Lamau. Just don't go ruining her with your degenerate shit. Well, it might not be so bad. But also, first of all, isn't her stalking you kind of a red flag anyway? That she might just be just as, like, degen as you? Like, I don't feel like... you keep putting her on a pedestal as a perfect girl, but she might have dark secrets. Scratch that. That's exactly what I wanted. Still, cheer up a bit. She made the first move, bro. I'm not into 3D. You say that, but we both know you really want to go out with her, am I right?
そうだけど
If you want to de-otakify yourself, now's your chance, lol. You won't get a second one, and you know it. Were chat sites that went up to down common back then? You know, now that you mention it, I actually don't know. Since when does the chat go from, like, top down? No, I wish you hadn't pointed that out. I actually can't fucking... I actually can't stop thinking about that. I guess it's a Japanese thing. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Congrats, you're popular now. Won't last long, so don't let it go to waste. Just keep calm and go on the attack. Just beat Nineheart IRL. You can do it. You got the green light, bro. Send a surprise in Discord. Is it meme? Meme content? That's not what I wanted. If I could just do it, I wouldn't be going through so much turmoil. Like I'd realized something when I was talking with Yui the other day. Sure, there were a couple of moments where I had fun or felt happy, but aside from that, I just felt annoyed and completely exhausted. If that was what I had to go through with every IRL interaction, then honestly I'd rather just live in the 2D world, where I could do whatever I wanted. That was why I decided not to reply to Yuya's email. Bro! A fire burned bright into the sky. Scorching red cinders danced around the incinerator. The flame was fueled by a sailor-style school uniform, along with countless textbooks. On a foothill overlooking the Seto Inland Sea, a girl stood in her home's garden. The steam whistles of a boat echoed in the distance, and the nearby trees gently swayed in the refreshing sea breeze. In the midst of such a serene scene, the girl, Oirihara Koizu, stood still and alone in front of the incinerator, bathing in the somber ambiance of its cinders. The girl's gaze was locked onto the school uniform and textbooks as they were slowly reduced to ashes, each becoming clad in a crimson glimmer, until only yesterday they had been her school uniform and her textbooks. Despite having lit the fire herself, the girl did not move from the spot, perhaps out of a lingering sense of regret. That too lasted only a moment. She suddenly knitted her eyebrows and covered her ears as hard as she could. She gasped in agony, and yet she did nothing more. The girl did not moan, nor did she raise any tearful complaints. All she let out was a series of ragged breaths. She shook her head repeatedly from side to side, as if to express a fierce, visceral objection. And as she did, her strength slowly started to crumble, and she collapsed to the ground. She fell on her backside with a thud, let her jaw droop as if utterly exhausted, and then looked up to the sky with a dazed expression on her face. Minutes later, she was still in the exact same position, not having moved a single muscle. Until suddenly, she turned around with such conviction as if she had heard someone call out to her. Fine. She looked towards the house's porch. The wooden house had been built over 50 years ago, so despite it being daytime, it appeared quite dim. Anything beyond the porch could barely be seen. She slowly stood back up and walked over to the porch. At that very moment, her mother appeared with impeccable timing. There you are. I've been looking all over for you. Have you finished packing yet? She promptly nodded and sat down. I'll have to say goodbye to our little old place in a couple days. Her mother took a seat next to her, gazing toward the inland sea with a gentle look in her eye. This'll be your first time in Tokyo, won't it? Don't worry. I'm sure you'll make lots of friends. Despite her mother's caring words, she did not nod, nor even shake her head in response. She simply remained silent, gazing wistfully toward the still burning incinerator in the corner of the garden. Wait, what? Another week came, and with it another school day. As usual, I had my head low, depressed as ever. Autumn was starting to come into full swing. The leaves of the trees in Shoto Park were slowly changing color, and I was starting to feel chilly in my short-sleeve uniform. I supposed it made sense that I'd be surprised by the change of season, given I rarely went outside in the first place. I still hadn't really registered that summer had ended. My weekend had consisted of non-stop ESO. Grimm had kept bugging me about Yua, but I just ignored him. I hadn't gotten an email from her since the first one. I hadn't replied to her first one either, so maybe she'd finally given up on me. I really hoped that was the case. Whenever I talked to her, my feelings always got all jumbled up. Those interactions almost made me have a little hope. Excuse me. There was no point in being so optimistic. At the end of the day, I was just an otaku freak. My whole life, I'd never had any success with 3D, so I'd just given up on it. Yeah, my whole long life of fucking being a teenager, Jesus Christ. Please don't give me any hope. Please don't have any hope for me. Just as I thought that, someone tapped my shoulder from behind. I figured it was Nanami or Masumi, but when I turned around, I was shocked. Yua was looking at me with a smile on her face, her cheeks a little flushed. Why was she so out of breath? I was right behind you, and I thought, oh, is that Takumi? So I ran to catch up. Had she really not given up yet? Did she still have some hope left in me? Good morning. Yeah. Finally got a chance to say it. It only took me 4 days if you count the weekend, that is. Oh, right. I emailed you last week. Did you read it? I found myself nodding out of reflex. Oh, good. I hadn't seen any replies in my inbox, so I was worried maybe I didn't send properly. I considered sending it again, but I guess I was right to be patient. What the hell did she want from me? Did she expect me to like her back? Did she want me to be her boyfriend? And then did she want us to live out some intimate lovey-dovey fantasy together? There's no way I could do that. No way I could be that normal, no matter how hard I tried. I really wanted to, but it just wasn't possible. Dare I say, what if she even wanted to just be friends, bro? Cringe. I still don't understand why Yuya even liked me in the first place, which made it all the more impossible to trust her. So I just couldn't do it. Are you alright? Yeah? Well, you've just kind of been standing there for a while now. Upon realizing that, I quickly started to walk away, leaving her behind. Before I could get very far, she'd already caught up with me. I went over to your classroom yesterday, but you weren't there, right? So I thought maybe you caught a cold and taken the day off. I was really worried. You seem to be doing just fine, so that's good. Sometimes... Sorry. I don't come to school sometimes. Everyone calls me a shut-in. Did that break the spell? You're totally disillusioned now that you know the truth, right? If so, I didn't mind. I'd never gotten my hopes up anyway. Go ahead and call me an otaku freak. Then after that, never talk to me again. Yeah, as if she didn't see your shipping container with all your garbage on the floor and not already draw the line that you were, shut in neat. Like she probably knows. Oh. Well, I'm glad I got to see you today then. Huh? I was speechless. All I could manage to do was stare at her smile, but when our eyes met, I got flustered and looked down. How is she not disgusted by me? If you ask me, even if you don't always show up, I don't think that makes you a shut-in. I'm sorry. I shouldn't talk like I fully understand your situation, and just... But... going to school... it kills me. That's exactly why I respect you. Never thought I'd hear someone say that to me. What the hell was respectable about a total loser like me? A gentle smile had spread over her face. A smile so sweet it could cure any disease. That was genuinely what I thought in that moment. After all, even though it's so hard for you, you still make the effort to come sometimes. Most people wouldn't choose to do things that cause them pain. I'm just an otaku freak. But I like listening to you talk. What the hell? What was with all this validation? Why did hearing it make me feel so good about myself? I felt like she was embracing me, all the way down to my core. Like she was giving me the right to be here, to exist in the moment. It felt like when I was with her, maybe I could be a normal person. Oh, the bell! I hadn't realized it until now, but almost all the students were already gone. Everyone had made their way into the school building. Alright, I'll be sure to talk to you later. I almost forgot. Would you happen to have any time left after school today? Maybe we could walk home together. If you want. I mean... With a timid tone, Yuya mumbled her words. A faint blush on her cheeks. I'll wait for you in the courtyard after classes end. So, if you want to come, meet me there, please. But don't feel like you have to. It's perfectly fine if you don't come. I'll talk to you later, if you want, I mean. She bowed elegantly, then darted off towards the third-year classrooms. I watched her disappear into the building and pinched my cheek. It really wasn't a dream. Does this game have, like, chapters? So I'm trying to figure out what would be, like, a good wrap-up point. Or, like, when are we going to, I don't know. Hang on one second. I'm gonna grab a snack real quick. Bros, I am out of snack food. Tragedy. All I have left is my leftover iced coffee for my breakfast this morning that I was going to save for breakfast tomorrow. I guess I gotta go to the grocery store tomorrow. Fuck. But I don't want to go out. I'm such an otaku freak. DoorDash snacks. Well, it's 12 p.m. on it. Well, I guess it is Friday. I was gonna say it's midnight. Can you really DoorDash snacks? You can really only DoorDash like real food, right? Let's see. I mean, we're currently at the point where I'm drinking coffee as a snack. Yeah, nothing's really open except like fucking Taco Bell and shit. It's not really a snack though. I have like a dinner I'm going to, is it worth it to get your snacks DoorDash? No, not really. You can't really DoorDash snacks, you can only order from like restaurants. And then at that point I should just order a meal. I have like real food I'm going to, like this, for this afternoon I like made some ground beef and noodles and stuff together that I was going to warm up after the stream to eat, but I'm not gonna eat it on stream. I couldn't focus on my classes all day after that. But he's so smart, he could pass all the classes without even attending, so who cares? Or rather, I didn't bother trying to focus. I just rested my head on my hand, staring sluggishly into the autumn sky outside the window. My teachers, classmates, none of them ever paid attention to me. But Yua did. She was different from the other shitbags at this school. I couldn't stop thinking about her. I couldn't stop having delusions about her. Before I knew it, classes were over for the day. You know this is the gameplay mechanic that they keep saying delusions over and over again? Because normal people would just refer to this as daydreaming.
Yo, Taku.
You got a date today too? How'd your last date with the glasses chick go? Weird that the lady killer guy doesn't know who that is. Wait, you're not holding back just because you're a neat, are you? She made the first move. So it's not a question of whether or not you take her out. You just gotta go, man. I'm not doing that. It is the title, Delusional Science Adventure. Wait, is that true? Mine's just called Chaos Head Noah. How much do you hate Takumi at the moment? Just curious. He's lower tier than Daru. Oh, dope. I have an achievement called Delusional Synchronization Rate equals 0. How'd I get that achievement? Or maybe I didn't have to do anything. Steins Gate is hypothetical science adventure? Oh wait, really? How did I never notice these subtitles? Also, RIP viewership again. What's with the shouting? God damn. It's gonna be really hard for this to get any traction, isn't it? I really thought the mod coming out would make more people, like, be looking for this game. They're in Japanese? Ah. Oh, what's with the shouting? We're not like that.
Huh?
Huh? This shit again? I'm giving up on her already. It's about time you got out of your shut-in phase, isn't it? I'm not a shut-in. That wasn't even what this was about. There's no point in trying to explain that. A guy who only thought with the wrong head. So ignoring how puzzled he was, I quickly made my way out of the classroom. We've spent like probably over an hour now about Takumi just freaking out about having to have any interactions with Yuya. We gotta progress this a bit. The shortest path from here to the courtyard is through the skyway to the third-year building and down the stairs, I think. I didn't come to school often enough to have a good grasp on the layout. I didn't even know where half the club rooms were. So I was a little bit anxious as I walked down the hallway to the next building. As I walked, I noticed a girl standing alone in the middle of the hall, staring up at the sky. Her face looked stiff. So despite her looking out the window, it wasn't in the wistful kind of way. She's a lot cuter. I'm a fan of this character. She reminds me of Yuri from Doki Doki Literature Club, except angrier, but she's still got the weird eyes. She was obviously in everyone's way, but she didn't seem to care in the slightest. You know you can hear me walking towards you. Move along, will you? I'm in a bit of a hurry. I was getting real DQN vibes from her, and I didn't want anything to do with it. So I tried to keep my distance and slip by girl B without getting noticed.
Oi.
You. Oh shit, was she talking to me? Fuck. Was she gonna threaten me and take all my money? Or take me to the DQN hangout spot and have me lynched just because she didn't like my face? Or worse? I like that Takumi gets scared by that a woman is gonna beat him up. Give me a fucking break. What have I ever done to deserve this? I looked towards her and she was staring at me. Who are you? Huh? She just asked me that? I'm Takumi. This is the first time I've ever spoken to her, so obviously she wouldn't know that. So I was right. Whatever she wants from me can't be good. Pardon me. I quickly bowed to avoid looking her in the face, then ran away as fast as I could. What'd you miss? Some girl likes our character, Takumi, and he's being weird about it. And it's been that for the last, 3 hours. After bolting through the hall down the stairs and out the door, I shot a look behind me at the third-year building. It seemed like the scary girl hadn't come after me. I was safe. To be completely honest, I was getting tired of this bullshit. Whenever I went to the third dimension, I was always running into another goddamn trap. Ugh. I took a second to catch my breath and then looked for the courtyard. The courtyard was between the school building and the pool. It was so narrow, it was more like a path than an actual garden. There were a few evenly shaped flower beds across the courtyard. The violet-colored flowers were especially eye-catching. What kind of flowers are those, I wondered. But I really didn't have a clue. And standing in front of the flower beds was none other than Yua. She stood still, gazing at the flowers listlessly. Just like she promised, she really waited for me here. She waited for me, and me alone. She hadn't betrayed me. Maybe I could trust her. Maybe she really was the savior I'd been looking for. Are you liking it so far? Nah, not really. But I also really didn't like Steins Gate at the beginning either. I feel like these mage games just kind of have um, slow build up, so we're just kind of waiting for it to pick up here. Took me a couple chapters to like Steins Gate, so I'm not like that worried yet. You just post a reaction of your short to the Nanami positive delusion? I did everything positive. We've been nothing but green so far. Because no one explained to me what they were before I started. So I just decided after the first one, I'm like, we're green from here on out. Because I still don't know what the fuck the first thing was that we did. We picked green, but like, nothing seemed to happen. Help, he's planning to do all green. This is all your fault. I asked for an explanation on the color choices, and no one gave an explanation, and everyone said, just make your choice. So I made my choice. You guys could have explained. But did you? No. Now you want to cry. We've already picked a team. Buckle up, everybody. And get along for the green team ride. But I feel like, anyway, posting a short of me reacting to the Nanami thing I don't feel like is memey enough. Green equal positive and red equal negative. Yeah, but no one made the connotation that green being positive would also mean, like, incest route. There was no warning label there. Since when is incest route labeled positive in any way, shape, or form? If you were to tell me, hey, if you pick green, you're always going to get the good choice. Incest wouldn't have been on the list of things that would have come to mind for me for positive things. Like, bro, you'll get all the good scenes. Oh yeah? Could you tell me one of those good scenes? You make out with your sister. Kyler went off about it on the Discord. Well, but if he spoiler tagged everything because I hadn't played the game yet, I didn't read it. Believe it or not, I have self-control. I don't read the things that are spoiler tagged. Hey, what's up, Epsane? You seem to join in at an interesting time. We're just being positive, bro. You looked up and noticed me standing there. And a moment later, her eyes wiped. And he didn't spoiler I'm going for incest? I might have just thought it was Kyler being weird. Then if it wasn't spoiler tagged. I got shy and looked away, frozen in place. Should I walk towards her? I didn't know. And also, to be fair, when I picked out the green option, I didn't start making out with the Misumi dude. So how was I supposed to know green was horny? Nothing horny happened after the first green selection. So how was I supposed to know the next one was supposed to be incest? We still saw the bloodied pink-haired girl after I picked green the first time, so I thought it would kind of still just be horror. Depends on the situation. Well, the stream is about to be the situation, so get ready. Green makes him calmer. Red makes him more careful. How could he be more careful than this, where he's already, like, not trying to fucking talk to Yuya at all? Oh, I got shy and looked away, frozen in place. Should I walk towards her? I didn't know. This isn't real, right? Like, who gets this shy? These are not real human interactions. Why was she so surprised? Maybe I shouldn't have come. But as I was lost in thought, she ran over to me.
びっく
I can't believe
り
it.
しました。
Huh?
西条くんが
You
本当
actually
に来てくれ
came.
るなんて。
Not yet.
どうせ来て
Give
も
me
らえ
another
ない
green
って
delusion.
諦めかけてたんです。
I was so close to giving up, thinking you weren't going to come.
でも
But I'm so glad I waited. I was taken aback. She was thinking the same way as me. We both had the same pessimistic mindset. But there was one clear place that we differed. Whenever I had negative thoughts, I'd freeze up and do nothing. But whenever Yuya had negative thoughts, she'd take action anyway. I respected her initiative. I wanted to be like that too.
一緒に
This expression is so funny to me. Like, there's no way this isn't a yandere character whenever she makes these faces. No anime character has ever been like... and not fucking killed you after. Like, that just, it hasn't happened. So, are we gonna walk back together? She timidly asked me, and I nodded in response. Walking side by side, the two of us passed through the school gate. It was a little embarrassing. It felt like other students were staring daggers at me, green with envy. And the more aware of that I became, the more anxious I got. I guess I was right. I really can't walk home alone with a girl. Phoenix, right! We crossed paths with a teacher I'd never seen before. Or at least I assumed he was a teacher, since he was wearing a suit instead of a school uniform. Wasn't he a little young to be a teacher? Well, I hardly ever came to school, so it only made sense I wouldn't know what half the teachers looked like. Hell, sometimes I even forgot what my homeroom teacher looked like. The teacher in the suit was looking around restlessly as he headed for the school building.
どうしました？
Something wrong? Not knowing how to react, I quickly shook my head, returned to Yuya's side, and went back to walking with her. We said we'd walk home together, but my base was only 10 minutes from school. Meanwhile, Yuya needed to go all the way to Shinsen Station, so I needed to accompany her before I could go home. But by force of habit, I led Yuya to Shoto Park. The park was something of a shortcut on my route to school, saving me about a minute each way. Bro, a whole minute?
西条くんって朝よく
So, you eat your breakfast here in the morning, right? Yeah. How'd she know that?
やっぱりよく
I
見
knew
か
it.
けたんです。
I've seen you eat here quite often, but I
いる
noticed
時
you
と
weren't
い
here
ない
every
時が
day.
あって今日ようやく
It looks
その
like I
謎が
finally
解けま
solved
した
that mystery.
学校
It's
に
just
た
because
ま
you
に
don't
し
go
か
to
来
school
ないか
every
らだ
day,
ったん
right?
ですね。別に
Oh,
それがダ
well,
メって言ってるわ
I'm
け
not
じゃな
saying
くて
there's
です
anything
ね。
wrong with that, just that I was
素朴
curious.
な疑問だったので。
Right. She suddenly stopped, turning towards the bench I always ate breakfast on. No one was sitting there at the moment. Is Epstein still here? I assumed he bolted after a couple conversations of no one justifying the talk of incest briefly as soon as he arrived and was like, fuck this shit, I'm out of here. But yeah, basically if he's in here, our guy's kind of having hallucinations of like wildly weird scenarios. After we witnessed a murder take place, he's been kind of freaking out about it ever since. But he's also a weeaboo, so when a girl talks to him, he thinks she's trying to like murder him or some shit as well. So this like nerdy girl's just trying to reach out to us and be nice, and he's like, oh my god, she has a plan! She has ulterior motives! You know, whenever I looked at you from behind while you sat here, you always looked really sad. She bent forward slightly, gently stroking the back of the bench. And the more I looked at you, the more I wanted to talk to you. The bench was right in front of the fence by the pond. Whenever you sat by it, you could just stare out to the pond without needing to worry about whether others might be looking at you. I don't get Takumi being scared of a normal human being talking. Yeah, like, there's being, like, antisocial, and, like, I definitely get anxiety when, like, I talk to new people for the first time, for sure. But, like, this degree seems fictional. I, like, don't believe real people have interactions like this ever, where they're like... and they're like, just can't fucking have a conversation. Especially if the other person is the one that breaks the ice, like this scenario. Like, I could definitely struggle, like, breaking the ice with somebody. But if someone else, like, breaks the ice, like, bet. I'll keep the conversation going. It was right by the watermill, making it even more inconspicuous. That was another huge plus. Whenever I didn't see you here, I got so worried that I had trouble eating. Okay, the yandere signs are all starting to get there. She doesn't even know us, and she's so worried she can't even, like, eat properly. Really? I never noticed her looking at me when I was here. It's a bit silly, isn't it? Worrying about someone you've never spoken to. But I just couldn't find the courage to talk to you. One more plot predicted? Bro, we need, like, an archived list of all the plots I've predicted, I feel like. I just need someone to justify that I'm, like, just this good. So her initial stalking was an extension of that. Or maybe not stalking, per se. Maybe she'd just been looking out for me. Do you mind if we sit down here for a little? I want to see the scenery you were always looking at. Predict the end right now, then? The murderer was us all along, and all of the anime girls were just him coping that he couldn't actually be a murderer, and he was imagining all of them. I didn't really have much of a reason to refuse. I nodded my head, still facing out toward the lake. She placed her bag on top of the bench and quietly took a seat. She then straightened her posture and gazed out at the lake. It was so incredibly quiet, so incredibly serene, and Yuya was sitting right by my side. It's time for another jump scare soon, flashing back to that one dude who got crossed. A gentle breeze drew ripples on the water, and it softly swayed Yuya's hair. Was this what it felt like to be a normie? The situation was so ordinary, so casual. Why did it feel like I was right about to cry? Enjoying a nice breakfast here sure sounds amazing. I looked at the side of her face as she whispered that. Why, for an Oroga, this would be the part where she confessed her love. Then we'd lean in, kiss, and the good end credits would roll. And who knows, if the situation called for it, maybe we'd get straight into some exhibitionism. JK. Maybe I'll give it a try sometime soon. She turned up and looked at me. Unable to find the words to say, I looked down at her bag. Cursing my inability to maintain eye contact with the girl, I stared instead at the 3 froggy straps hanging from her bag. And what was the prologue? Same thing as in Steins Gate, where we were randomly in the apocalypse. Just a casual little thing. Hold on. Wait a minute. Something about this was really nagging at me. And that thing was the Froggies. Characters that were popular with high school girls. But I'd seen those exact ones before, hadn't I? Where, though? At the cafe. We already established that she was at the cafe, though, right? Oh, that's right. Nanami had one attached to her cell phone. That's what I was thinking of. It was perfectly normal. What did I think was so strange about it? I was just being paranoid over nothing. It was so stupid. Nanami did say that the Froggies were super popular with high school girls. So it really should come as no surprise that Yuya had some too. Yep. Nothing out of the ordinary here, not even slightly. Sometimes, having such a big imagination really sucked. With how terrifying my delusions can be, it got so much worse. Haha.
Nishijo-kun?
I actually really don't remember where else we would have seen that other than the cafe. Like, she was in room 36 or whatever, but I thought we already kind of established she was following us. And was there. But the game kind of acted like that was supposed to be a surprise. Like, huh, where had we seen this before? Oh, like a fucking hour ago when we established that the bag was hers? She was looking at me, tilting her head in confusion. Not knowing how to reply, I just forced a smile. Those are real popular nowadays, aren't they? Froggies. Huh? What kind of reaction was that? Why had her expression turned so stiff? Had I said something wrong? All I'd done was mention the Froggies as a conversation starter. Nothing else. So then why? Why had her smile, that gentle smile she had this entire time, suddenly vanished? Why did she hang her head, as if she didn't even want to look at me? I couldn't tell what kind of expression she was making anymore. It all gave me a terrible feeling I couldn't shake. When first laid eyes on those Froggies hanging from her back, I'd been hit by a massive sense of deja vu. Looking back, I guess my instincts were right. I had seen those Froggies somewhere before. And now that I'd mentioned them, she was freaking out. Suspicion slowly crept through my head until it completely took over my mind. I wanted to trust her, but I didn't know if I should. Oh. You've also heard about Froggies, I see. Ooh. I'm really trying to up my game on the dramatic reading, by the way, so if you got feedback for that, just feel free to let me know. Her voice lacked even the least bit of composure. They're really popular, aren't they? I mean, I don't really find them cute, but some friends started giving them to me. Before I knew it, I already had 3 of them. The more Yuya spun her tale, the more artificial it felt. I mean, we all know that Jiro Froggy is actually a minor character in comparison to Detective Frog. I still have to Photoshop that emoji of Detective Frog. I still have that image saved of him. I do. Yeah. Jiro? Giro? G-R-O? They don't even mention them? By, like... She doesn't even say it by name. Just like the sound a frog makes? You mean ribbit? What?
ゲロカエル西条くんも
Gero? It's Gero. Okay. Gero. Just like the sound a frog makes. That sounds nothing like ribbit. What? I don't know. I feel like I'm going insane now. I guess I forget that Japanese, they like mix up the order. I guess I shouldn't say mix up the word order, but they say the words differently. Like I kept I'm trying to listen to this like in the order that she would say the rest of the sentence. But I forget that the Japanese dialogue is like has a different sentence structure than English. Because every time I play this back, I was expecting her to say all these words in this order. Like Takumi, you've also heard about Gero frogs. I don't. It like starts with that, which really weirds me out. I don't know. She wasn't looking at me. She didn't even try to. Her smile was gone. Even though until that very moment she'd been so gentle, so sweet. English superiority. I mean, come on. That's why we watch dubs in this house. I started to feel dead inside. Please don't say any more, I begged inside my head. Would you like a closer look? You reached out for her bag, trying to take the straps off of it. Wait a moment, please. Her hands trembling. She frantically tried to pull them off of her bag, but they wouldn't budge. Why not just let me see the bag? I don't understand. Why is she freaking out about this? It's strange. Why aren't they coming off? Are they tangled or something? Uh-oh. She pulled on the straps a bit too hard, causing the bag to fall off the bench. The bag was unzipped, so all of her notebooks and textbooks spilled onto the ground. Uh-oh, are those all the victims she's been stalking? Is the killer? Silly me. I'm all over the place today. Just a few minutes ago. I might have even thought of Yuya's ditziness as moe, but at the present moment I was just frozen in place. And that was because one of the fallen notebooks had flipped open. Tons of notes and newspaper snippets were scattered across the ground. It looked like it was some sort of scrapbook. And all of the newspaper snippets, everything, was focused on a certain string of cases. Its name was written there, clear as day. New Gen. Why? My voice came out ragged. In a panic, she started frantically gathering everything up and shoving it back into her bag. Once she did, she held the bag close to her chest and stood up. She looked toward me and nodded, her expression intensely uncomfortable. Her smile from before was nowhere to be found. Were those? She didn't answer. Why wouldn't she talk to me? Just say something. Anything. Even still, she said nothing, which meant she must have realized she'd been caught. I'd wanted to trust her so badly, and I'd just been starting to think that maybe she was actually on my side, that she could have been an ally. You can't trust anyone. Don't listen to anything that anyone says. In the end, Sierra was right. 3D girls were the worst pieces of shit imaginable. Every last one of them. You never liked me. She only wanted to get close because she had ulterior motives. What were the ulterior motives? I don't understand. Maybe she wanted to turn me into the police. Maybe she wanted to blackmail me. God damn it. God fucking damn it. I'd almost forgotten about that incident. Here we go again. The police never questioned me, so I thought maybe I could go on pretending it had nothing to do with me. All I wanted to do was get away from those stupid murders, so why? What the hell was you really after here? I didn't even care anymore. I just wanted to run away as far as I could, so I went to turn around. But she quickly grabbed my wrist. Are you running away? Her voice sent chills down my spine. So does this kind of confirm my thoughts that he's the killer? And she's like figured it out or something? That's why she's documenting all the notes and following him around? Her tone was so cold. It felt like my body might freeze over. It didn't even feel like she was the same person. It wasn't the you I thought I knew. Her grip. Grip was way tighter than I'd have expected. It wasn't normal. Jolts of pain ran through my arm. My bones felt like they were being crushed. I tried to shake her off me, but she wouldn't let go. In fact, she was pulling me toward her, practically pinning my arm behind my back. Are you running away? From behind me, right by my ear, I heard a whisper that crushed any emotion I had left. With a shiver, I slowly turned around. She was staring at me. There was no longer any color left in those eyes of hers. I won't let you run. I'm sorry for lying to you. It's not like I was the only one. You have some things you're hiding too, don't you? I'm hiding things? Only a single thing crossed my mind. Somehow, she knew I witnessed that staking murder. She knew that I had seen the perpetrator. That was most likely why she tried to get close to me. I knew she was good. Too good. She had me wrapped around her little finger. Everything she told me was a lie. Her taking an interest in me from just one glance. Her liking Bloodtoon. Her arranging to go with me to pick up the Sierra Post-Awakening version figure from the store when it went on sale. That's very specific. All her nice little comments as she listened to what I had to say. Her wanting to get to know me better. Her being worried about me when I didn't come to school. Saying that she respected me. Everything that came from her mouth had been a lie. That thought killed me inside. I was overwrought with grief. I tightly clenched my fists. Fuck. Why had I believed a single fucking thing she said? To be honest, I'd have liked a little more time to look into things, but the cat's out of the bag now, so there's no point pretending. There's something I want to ask you. You'll listen, right? Surely you'll listen, won't you? You need to listen. Listen to me. You're gonna listen, right? Fucking get to the point. If you won't listen. What'll happen if I don't listen? She was almost a completely different person now. The gentle and carefree atmosphere from before was completely gone. She felt completely unapproachable. The atmosphere felt bizarre, like one molded from utter obsession. Her tone was composed as could be, though perhaps cold as ice was a better description. Her usual femininity was completely gone. I didn't want to listen. I tried to cover my ears, but I couldn't. She was holding onto one of my arms. La 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 la. Her grip was weaker than a second ago, but she still didn't let go. I couldn't move my hand. While we were in that deadlock, she took a dark gray shiny object from her bag and held it out to me. I was petrified. My heart skipped a beat. Any composure I had left was gone. I was so shocked that the hand was going to cover my ear just to fell to my side. Before long, Yuya's voice, now sounding almost regretful, reached my ears.
この十字架に見覚えあるよね。
You've seen this cross before, haven't you? Of course, I've definitely seen it before. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but I quickly realized. It might have looked like a cross, but it was in fact a stake. A very small one. And stakes with such a unique shape are not something you'd see every day. At the very least, I had only come across them once. That night, scattered across the alleyway. That night, as the demon girl nailed them into the wall. That night, as a corpse was being nailed to the wall.
やっぱり知ってるの。
So you do know him. Unsurprising.
知ってるんでしょ。
You know, don't you?
知ってるに決まってる。
You definitely know.
知らないなんて言わせない。
Don't you dare claim you don't know.
知ってなくちゃおかし
It'd be
い。
very odd if you didn't.
知ってるよね。
I know you know.
知ってるよね。
Okay, fucking get to the point. You know, don't you? I frantically shook my head in denial. A disgusting cold sweat broke out on my brow. All I could do to wipe it away. Or it was all I could do to wipe it away, as I kept shaking my head as hard as I could.
これ、
I
あな
found
たの
this
部屋
in
にあ
your
ったの
room.
よ。あなたの部屋、
In your room.
ベッドの下、
Under your bed.
床に落ちてた。
Down on the floor.
落ちてたの。
It had fallen down there.
落としたよね。
You dropped it, didn't you?
それとも捨てた？
Or did you mean to throw it there?
とにかく落ちてた。
Either way, that's where it was.
落ちてたの。
Right on the floor. Who the hell was this girl? Why does she keep repeating shit? When the fuck did she search my room? Was it the day we'd met? You mean when she was cleaning up all the trash in your room? Gee, I wonder. When my leg got injured, she'd come all the way to my room with me? When she'd seen my Sierra figures and her face lit up all cute like a fucking Christmas tree?
この杭、外国製のすごく珍しい杭なのよ。
This stake is very unique. It was manufactured abroad.
それと、ニュージェネ第3の事件で使われ
Moreover,
た杭と同
it's
じ。
the same as the stakes used in the third New Gen incident.
同じなの。
The exact same one.
同じよね。
It's the same, right?
同じなのは間違い
There's
ない
no way it isn't.
同じよ。
It's exactly the same.
遺体を壁に貼り付け
The
にした
same as the ones used to nail the corpse.
同じ。
The same. I was convinced. This woman thought that I was the culprit behind New Gen. She thought I was some kind of insane cutthroat murderer. Did she think she was a detective or something? What, did she call herself Ace High School Detective or some shit? More like Ace Defective, am I right, boys? Ace Defective? 'Cause he's a loser? Get it? Guys, why aren't you laughing? Please laugh. That shit might have worked in anime or video games. But this was real life, and little did she know her reasoning had a fatal flaw. I knew who the real killer was. I'd seen her with my own eyes. I'd seen that demon myself. Sure, I didn't know her name, but she'd been wearing the Sumiya uniform, which meant that she was someone I could know. So what? She suddenly hung her head and let out a small sigh. She loosened her grip on my wrist even more, then finally let go.
それ以上でもそれ以下でもない
That's
です。
everything. I have nothing more to say.
あなたが
I
知っ
just
てる
wanted to
かどうかを
confirm
確
that
か
you
めたかった
actually
だ
knew
け。
about this stake.
本当
To be
は
honest, I really
ま
wasn't
だ言
intending
う
to
つもり
question
じ
you
ゃなか
about
った
it
で
yet.
すし。
What the fuck did she mean by yet?
それじゃあ、もう一つ確認さ
Since
せて
it's
くだ
too
さい。
late now, could you please confirm one more thing for me?
あなたには予知能力が
Do
あり
you
ま
have
すか？
precognitive powers?
は？
Excuse me? I couldn't help but just stand there with my mouth open. Precognitive powers? What the fuck? What do they have to do with the incidents? I tilted my head to the side, utterly perplexed. As I did, her hand retreated into her bag once more and took out a picture printed in full color. Well, right here is an unaccountable digital picture that can only be explained by precognitive powers. That's why I had to ask. The picture was that grotesque one Shogun had sent me. Why did Yua have it? I thought she was about to send us the one that Grimm doodled. The stick figure with the stab wounds. That's... Why do you have an image that depicts the third new gen case? When did he didn't like print this out, what? What's even more curious is how this image leaked the day before the incident. It was in the cache of the PC you always use. You don't understand. I'd gotten that image earlier that day when I was chatting with Shogun, and I hadn't made it myself. I downloaded it, so it must have still been in my history. That's it, I'll just show her that. Still though, how had she even gotten this image in the first place? She said she'd been in my computer's cache, but how would she have known that? When she'd come into my room, she definitely hadn't had the time to snoop around my PC. Oh god, are you Shogun? Was she trying to frame me? It was all a setup. She was the new gen killer, and now she was going to use me as a scapegoat in order to throw off the police? Help me. It was all too much. Why'd it have to be me, of all people? Was it because I was a freak? Was it because I had no friends? She didn't say a word. She just shook her head lightly. I got this image from the PC in room 37 at Cafe. And I'd like to look into your private PC too, but unfortunately I didn't get the chance. Room 37. That was the one I always used. This bitch really did her research. She looked at me with a slightly apologetic look. It almost felt like she turned back into the Yua I knew, if only for a moment. While that happened, she started fishing around in her bag once more. But this time, she took out a page with text on it and held it out to me. I had a bad feeling about this. Alarm bells were going off in my head telling me not to look. There was no way I could ignore it, because if I did, I'd surely end up being framed. Everything there is you. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Did that mean she had all of my personal info? Was she some sort of hacker? A super hacker? I reached out and grabbed the printout. All of my heart was pounding out of my chest. But to my surprise, the page didn't have my personal info. It was just some chat log. The two members of the chat log were Neidhart and Shogun. So she has all this, but doesn't know that he's not Shogun? That log is quite strange, don't you think? What was so strange about it? Looks like a perfectly normal chat log to me. I definitely remembered having this conversation. Neidhart and Shogun's timestamps. Don't match up in the slightest. What? Huh? What the hell? How is that possible? Wait a second. I think the text order is throwing me off here. What are we looking for? So, Neidhart sent these messages on September 28th at 3 a.m. Then Shogun sent these at September 29th at like almost 8 p.m. Because that's military time, so that's 8 p.m. And he's sending these messages at 8 a.m. So more than 18 hours later, with fucking math. Over 12 hours later. Why don't these line up, though? He sent one image separately way before, No? Why'd she omit that message? He sent one image first, and then a whole bunch later. The 9 heart there is you. Those are your messages from 3 a.m. on September 28th. And the next day, you went to cafe. You only ever go to the cafe after school. You only go to school 2.5 times a week. Your fellow classmates told me. However, last week you went to school on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Monday last week was September 29th. The same day Shogun's messages were sent. What? What was she talking about? I inspected the chat logs on Room 37's PC. That's when I realized. For just a moment, Yua hesitated. Then she stared straight at me and broke the cold, unfailing truth. Both members of that chat log were you. Don't look at me. This Shogun. Don't look at me. Is you. No, you're not my father. Alright, so far so good on predicting him going into a delusional trance and killing shit and then snapping back to normal. My powers of prediction are beyond your mortal understandings. This was definitely not super obvious, and I was only able to see it because I am so giga-brained. Yeah, that's right, be impressed. Be sure to subscribe too for more brilliant deductions such as this. That's right. You're welcome. I don't want to see anything. I don't want to hear anything. Time is not a constant. There are contradictions in my memories. There are errors in my point of view. The Earth isn't spinning. This is just another game. Oh, he said it was a game! And we're playing a game! I stuffed my mouth with some fresh fish sausage as I turned in my PC. What? I'm not me. Dude, that's what gets you into fucking trouble when you start saying that shit in Persona 4, bro. You can't say that. Own up to who you are. Every side of you. What is a fish sausage? Gross. Oh, it's the grossest thing I've ever seen. I've never been so horrified. They should have just, if this game wanted to freak me out, they should have just shown a picture of that instead of this fucking dude that got nailed to the wall. Fish sausage stream win? Never. Alright, hang on, I gotta go to the bathroom. What the fuck are you seeing? Grossness. I'll be right back. Fucking look up fish sausage for all I care. I was expecting worse. Why do I make you guys do only positive delusions? Because I'm just such a positive person. You see nothing wrong with them, then you guys are part of the problem. Be more negative. No. Besides, I feel like it'll give me a more unique stream, because I imagine most people probably do the negative delusions in an effort to be edgy. That's my assumption. I'm not me. Before long, my monitor shone brightly with my Sierra Tan wallpaper. This world. I went straight to EOS and opened it up without an ounce of hesitation. Isn't the one I belong to. For real, for real. Chapter 2. Click me. Vroom vroom. Quick. Get on if you're going on the field trip. All aboard. Lying face down on the floor, Takumi held a colored pencil in his hand. The one he was currently using was yellow, having switched from a red one only a few minutes ago. Wow. No way. He joyously ran his pencils across the spread-out sketchbook, which he was nearly lying on top of. He loved drawing pictures. He would always doodle on the edges of his notes during every lesson at school. The morning news had been left running in the background, but since news and the like was so boring to a fourth grader like Takumi, he didn't pay it any mind. Vroom vroom, get your candy here. Only 300 yen. He was drawing a yellow bus and pretending to be the bus driver. Where are we dropping, boys? All ashore that's going ashore. We're heading out. As he imagined the scene in his head, he actually made it happen in the picture. Times where he would get too excited and accidentally draw on the tatami beneath him were not exactly infrequent. Nanami, who would always read manga beside him, would scold him each time he did it. She had some nerve, considering she was the little sister, usually saying things along the lines of, "Come on, don't get the floor all dirty." Even so, Takumi never became any less immersed in his art. However, when he got to the point of drawing the people in the window, his hand stopped. I can't fucking draw people! He ripped up the sketchbook and threw it away. On the previous day, and the day where the autumn field trip had only been one more day away, Takumi had suddenly been told by his parents he couldn't go, even though it had been something he had been looking forward to for a very long time. So much so that he had been in a constant state of excitement for the entire day, waiting for the next to arrive as soon as possible. The cruel declaration from his parents was something Takumi could absolutely not accept. He kicked and screamed, saying he would definitely go no matter what, but it was no use. His parents would not listen to him no matter what he said, choosing only to repeat the same words again and again. You just can't. We're doing this for you. He sunk into his bed and trembled with so much frustration he was very close to ripping his futon to shreds. He resented his parents from the bottom of his heart. For Takumi, that field trip had been a big event that could not have come soon enough. Everyone else in his class could go, but he alone was not allowed to. From his perspective, that was beyond unreasonable. Takumi was in a lonely world. Everyone else was in a super fun world. To him, it felt like he alone had been completely cut off from it. He could not forgive the teacher, his classmates, or anyone. They had all left him behind. and he especially could not forgive his parents for their sudden, unfair decision. My bro got told no once when he was in 4th grade and never fucking got over it. My dude. It's for your own good though, bro. I don't understand. Those feelings transformed into pure hatred towards his parents, and toward all of his classmates. Takumi bit his lip hard enough to draw blood, and muttered curses at them over and over. I don't think anyone should be allowed to go. And then he killed them all. The following morning arrived. The phone had been ringing over and over again since dawn. Each time his mother would pick up the phone, she seemed to be very shaken while talking. Takumi could not even get a wink of sleep. The clock passed 9 a.m. In her usual well-behaved manner, Nanami was sitting on the floor cushion, reading manga. She had told Takumi the day before, "I'm going to take a break from school to keep you company, okay?" As if she thought it was the obvious thing for her to do. Their father had already gone to work, so he wasn't around. Their mother was very busy with the phone calls and had yet to prepare breakfast. There was no need for him to go to school that day. Sullen as he was, Takumi opened his sketchbook and began drawing to distract himself. I thought he ripped it up. His feelings of rage refused to subside, so he tore up the sketchbook in frustration. But as he did that, however... Hey, that bus. Nanami sounded puzzled. Takumi had thought she was talking about his picture, but her gaze was actually aimed at the TV. Mommy! Mother dearest! Nanami called out loudly to her mother, who was still busy with the phone calls. Now listening, Takumi followed her sister's gaze and stared vacantly at the TV on the screen. The screen displayed a scene of a collapsed elevated highway. A section that was only about 50 meters long had fallen. Regrettably, a bus driving along there at the time had been caught in the collapse, toppled sideways below the overpass. It was this very same bus that Takumi should have been on. The bus his classmates were riding. From a single glance, Takumi could imagine exactly what happened. His classmates were on the screen. One child was sobbing, another had blood all across their forehead, and another was lying atop a stretcher being carried into an ambulance. The reporter was announcing the state of the accident with a grave look on their face, but Takumi did not really understand what they were talking about. It's awful. His mother was standing at the entrance to the room, holding a cordless phone, her face pale. The bus from the field trip was in an accident on the highway. It's on TV right now. And Mr. Saito died. For some reason, Takumi was already sure of this. Everything happening on the TV was eerily similar to what he had pictured in his head the night before, when he had been overwhelmed by frustration and hatred. There was only one feeling that occupied the depths of his mind. A peculiar conviction, one where he was sure that he had precognitive abilities. Long ago, a show on TV that examined people who claimed to have ESP had been etched into Takumi's mind. So does he have predictive powers, or does he have the power to make things happen by wishing them in his mind, and using his mind's eye to steer the cogs of fate? A person with precognitive abilities had appeared on the show, and shocked the world at the time by demonstrating frightening ESP in the experiment. The experiment verified whether or not the psychic could guess which of the 12 items were placed in the numbered box. They did this by placing the subject in a different room, then proceeding to have them predict which cards with the item name on them belonged to which box. Afterward, staff members in the other room would place the actual items into boxes, and verify how many the psychic foretold. The person on the show received an incredible 90% correct, causing an uproar among the entertainers. As this happened, Takumi tested if he could predict things the same way the psychic on TV did, and got every single one correct. Of course, he didn't tell anyone about this. So as he gazed up at the TV, he believed that the accident was yet another instance of his precognitive prediction being exactly right.
クラスの半数以上の子が怪我したらしくて。
Sounds like over half the class is injured.
なんてこと。
How awful. His mother tried hugging him as he lay down, but Takumi avoided her grasp and crawled to the corner of the room.
でも本当によかった。
I'm so relieved. Her eyes swam about as she whispered in a hollowed voice.
今日タクちゃんを
I'm
休
so
ませて
relieved I
あげ
made
て
you stay home, Taku. So she must also have those powers, maybe. He felt sick. They're useless, he thought to himself. His abilities had not made a single difference. Just thinking about it made his heart turn to ice. After that, Takumi stopped speaking to others for a while. He quite literally went mute. He did not say a single word to another soul. His parents worried about him. Their already overprotective habits escalated even further. Takumi started to find them more and more ridiculous, and decided to deliberately play the act of a mute boy. He thought of it as revenge against them. Due to his complete lack of talking, his mother took him to be seen at the psychiatry ward of the general hospital. There, he was diagnosed with PTSD. Since Takumi did not actually have PTSD or anything of the sort, he never once took his medicine, merely pretended to drink it. His parents never realized he was acting, and in the end, he didn't even feel a hint of pity as they worried themselves sick over him. He was a sociopath. Nice. Everything felt like a lie. The world was filled with falsities. It was overflowing with malice, and it was out to get me. Bro, if you were psychic, then nothing could be out to get you because you would just predict it. Please log into the chat room you always use and take a look. Then you'll understand that what I'm saying is true. And everything I said was all genuine. I hope you can at least believe me about that. After bombarding me with her nonsensical theories, Yu had said one last thing before she left. There's no way I could believe her. How the hell was I supposed to believe someone that had been lying to me this entire time? I refused to believe that everything there was me, like she said. Everything she said about me being Shogun was a joke. I wanted to believe that. But when I checked the timestamps in the chat log, there was no mistaking that the conversation didn't match up. Have I been sleepwalking? Problem was, during the time Shogun appeared to be posting in the chat, I hadn't been sleeping. If I recalled correctly, I had indeed been at that cafe at the time, but I hadn't slept, so I couldn't have been sleepwalking. In that case, I wondered why I didn't have any memories of posting as Shogun. Maybe my body had been controlled by someone else, which would mean... That's ridiculous. I felt that the best way to calm myself down was to escape from reality into the fictional world of ESO. In ESO, everything was fake, a lie. At the end of the day, its world was just part of a video game. But at Baselard, I could become the godlike existence known as Nineheart. A fabrication like that, a lie like that, was something I'd readily accept and wanted to stay there. Nobody would mind if I did, would they? Or maybe. The world of ESO is actually the real world. My own reality was the fake one. Just a game. In that case, Takumi would be a fictional character, and Nineheart would be my true form. Homeboy is obsessed over this game instead of progressing the plot. Good fucking lord. I don't care. Either let me play this game or stop talking about it. Hey, Nineheart. I called out to the paladin standing inside the monitor, and wondered where the fuck did his halo go that he got earlier that was such a big deal. Was I controlling you, or were you controlling me? Which was it? Could you be real, and I a mere avatar? What if the world I was in was just a game in and of itself? If that were true, I would solve every mystery I was struggling with. What if, just like how I was staring at Nineheart with my monitor, what if someone was staring at me in the exact same way? That's us, the player, wow. Whose eyes are those eyes? Ooh. That would make them the player controlling me. It's all a simulation. If I did have someone controlling me, would it kill them to do less of a shit job? Alright, Takumi, listen here, you little shit. You don't have any skills or techniques or, like, movement abilities. You're a player character in a visual novel. I'm doing what I fucking can here. There's not much to work with. Though I guess an avatar couldn't really complain. Me staring at Taku during every moment of his life. No, bro, it's fine. No one's watching you. Hey, James. What is up, my dude? It would also explain how Shogun and I could be the same person, validating that theory. Come to think of it, it was kind of like what Liselette was. Nineheart and Liselette couldn't possibly exist in Baselard at the same time. I was the only one playing as them, after all. Maybe Shogun and Takumi were similar, and couldn't exist in the world at the same time. Is this going to be another horrific version of like a depiction of a mental disorder where they're like, oh, it's two separate personalities? Ooh, he sneezes and then bah, he's Shogun. And then he sneezes again and then bah, he's Takumi. I hate those depictions. Glad to see more people enjoying Chaos Head. Well, feel free to subscribe, my man, and watch for my playthrough of this game. We recently just finished up Steins Gate and Steins Gate 0. Another casual YouTuber plug, you know what I mean. Someone new shows up to the chat, I gotta tell them to subscribe. It was also possible that it was a bug. Speaking of bugs, encountering that bizarre girl in a murder case, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff that happened, could have been bugs too. I see Fire Emblem 3 Houses on your channel, so maybe I will. Oh, I've got hella games on my channel. If you're looking for Fire Emblem stuff, I just finished Engage 2 the other day on stream. And Awakening. And Fates. I got it all. Man, they really want to jump scare you with that thing. The game's gotta start adding more murders into here to cycle in through the jump scares. I'm already desensitized to the dude that was crossed to the wall. Staked to the wall? Crucified to the wall. Whatever. They really keep hitting you with that sound effect too, but it's like, come on, bro. I already know. We gotta start killing some more people. Let's go. The image Shogun had sent me had flashed through my mind. I gripped my... Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Look at that. Did you see those sales tactics? The negotiations? Thanks for subbing, James. I appreciate it. Look at the salesman techniques on me, my dudes. I wanted to run away from everything. If, maybe, just maybe, there was a player controlling me. Wink. Please, just reset me already. Just remake my character and start from scratch. Please. I, like, never start my characters over again. I pretty much just struggle through, like, whatever character build I got. Time to reset Chaos Head. Yeah, I just Alt F4 here. One more closer to 9K. Bro, it's been 2 months and I can't get to 8,400, man. It's been a struggle. I'm desperately trying. I'm plugging up my brains out every stream. We'll get there, though, one day. The waiting room of the university hospital was filled to the brim with middle-aged people waiting to be examined. A view hadn't changed from a few years prior. It almost made me feel as if time itself had stopped there. Moreover, everyone there looked miserable. A smell of disinfectant pervaded the stagnant air. It was the kind of place that sucked all the life out of you, and made you wish for the sweet embrace of death in 5 minutes, tops. I didn't like hospitals. The way the lobbies had countless people, yet the corridors beyond felt completely devoid of them, had always freaked me out ever since I was a kid. It almost felt like the corridors themselves absorbed and stewed in the stench of death. I always felt like that was what a hospital truly represented beyond its outer facade. I even thought that some of the horrifying creature was lying in wait deep within the corridors. That was why I really didn't want to go there. There was something I had to make sure of no matter what, so I found myself reluctantly waiting for my turn in line for an examination. Even when I tried to fully immerse myself in ESO, the bombshell that Yuya had dropped on me continued to swirl around and around inside my head, and I hadn't been able to concentrate for a second. As a result, my mind had been torturing me with all the various possibilities, all the way until the morning. I'd become genuinely scared that something was wrong with me. That was why I went to the hospital. To get an official stamp of approval from a medical professional that says, Takumi is completely normal. I wanted to prove that it wasn't me who was abnormal, but Yua. Well, you should go to a hospital. You should go to a therapist or something for this kind of evaluation, but okay. I was used to coming to the hospital's psych ward. Oh, they have a psych ward, never mind. Casual non-American things. And yet, when the grill at the reception asked, "Is this your first time?" I nodded without thinking. Wow. He wants to be normal, but he's talking to grills. My dude. Grills can't talk. They just make food. And use propane and propane accessories. Maybe you should try talking to a real woman who actually works there. Ever since that bus accident, my mother had regularly taken me here for checkups. During middle school, my physician said I'd completely recovered, and I stopped going after that. This is my first time coming back in about 4.5 years. Have you watched King of the Hill? No. I just know the memes. My first physician had been some senile professor who was supposed to have some authority in the field, but I'd only seen him a few times. And after that, someone else had taken over. A student of his or something. Very suspicious that we've got the Men in Black in the background there. This nurse looks like the cute one, but she's covered by the Delusions. Although, despite calling himself the other guy's student, he hadn't been particularly young. To be honest, he looked pretty old. The night before, I was reminded of something that Dr. Takashina said. This hospital isn't just for physical injuries, but also for mental ones. I hated hospitals, but that doctor had been very nice. He left a good impression on me, and I thought he was a good person. Even then, I'd still thoroughly fool all the adults to the very end. That is, except Dr. Takashina. He'd seen through it all, and he was the one that declared me completely recovered.
あの人に
If
調
I
べて
can
もらえれば。
get him to examine me. What streaming site is King of the Hill on? ThePirateBay.org. I wondered what he'd say if he'd learned that I'd become an otaku freak. Nah, there's no way he'd remember me after all this time. What's up with the alien text and the, like, flashing images? It didn't take long for me to be called into the examination room. I'd expected to be waiting there for quite a while, but I guess I was wrong. Why have there been so many people in the lobby, then? Maybe they were being paid to just sit there to make it look busy? God, the fucking whooshing around of the image is gonna make me seasick. It was a different examination room than the one from 4 years ago, but when I stepped inside, I was welcomed with a face I did remember dearly. Hey there! Dr. Takashina rose to his feet with a familiar smile and reached his hand out to me. Realizing he was searching for a handshake, I hurriedly reciprocated. So delightful seeing you again. Well, I suppose delightful might be a strange way of putting it. After all, you must be having a really hard time for you to come back here again. Despite it being 4 years since we last seen each other, he was being incredibly friendly. My slight nervousness that I had been struggling with was eased within seconds. What brings you here today? He gestured for me to sit down, so I did. Likely due to all the tension melting away, I told him everything about what happened to me, and what might happen to me in the future. I stumbled over my words many times, probably because I wasn't used to talking so much, but Dr. Takashina didn't rush me. He listened to me intently with a serious look on his face while offering occasional interjections to make sure I knew he was following. Of course, I also told him everything about Yuya and the demon girl. I considered that doing so might be dangerous, but right now he was the only person I could rely on. Wow. That should be enough for me to tell you what's wrong. After hearing everything I had to say, he pondered for a moment and began to speak. You done fucked up, Sonny. Question: is there a difference between daydream and delusion? Yes. Absolutely there is. The port translation removed most of the net slang. Did it at least make him a likable person? I do feel like this mod makes it pretty, I don't know, would be a good way to describe it. Not gravelly. I don't know. What's the word I'm looking for? Garish, maybe? No, I don't think that's it either. Just made it more bland. Fair enough, I guess. Vulgar? I guess vulgar would work. I'm trying to think of something that's like offensive. I don't know why the word's like on the tip of my tongue and it starts with a G. Fuck, I don't know, man. Anyway, he's lying to our face and saying you're perfectly normal.
何の問題もない
There's nothing wrong with you at all.
本当
Are you
で
sure?
すか？
もちろん
Of course. Those are the words I'd wanted to hear more than anything. I dragged myself to the hospital for the sole purpose of hearing them. Grounded. Yeah, that's how I would describe him. I mean, the doctor himself did say he's normal, so I guess grounded was the word I was looking for. He's just such a grounded and reasonable guy. It's all those fucking 3D grills that are they're the problem. I was scared that he would tell me there was something wrong with me, and I had no idea what I would have done if he had. But getting checked out by Dr. Takashina had been the right choice after all.
むしろおかしいのは
Rather, the one who might have something wrong with her is that girl you mentioned.
西条くんの
It's difficult
話
to
だけ
judge
で
from
判
your
断す
story
るのは
alone, but that girl
難
may be
しいが
suffering from some kind of mental
おそら
disability.
くその女性は精神的な障害を患
I
って
feel like when you choose the positive delusions like these, it's almost over the top that the game is not even trying to convince you that it's like a positive delusion, like a make believe thing, like not even subtle. And maybe that's part of it, the positive delusion thing. But like, it's like this. Obviously, this is the example, right? He's like, "Boy, I sure hope the doctor says I'm normal." And then the doctor's like, "Wow, you are super normal. You're the normaliest normal person that's ever been normal. And also, that bitch Cray that you were talking to, absolutely whack, yo. Totally in the wrong for doing you wrong. Man, she might even be mental." It's like, okay, there's like no middle ground. He's not like trying to like weave in like a believable positive delusion where he's at least kind of being like, you know, you might have some like a little bit of paranoia, but honestly nothing that unusual. You're pretty normal. And like honestly, that girl, you know, whatever her thoughts might have been, I don't think she's right. Instead, it's not that. Kyler and Kubai will have a civil discussion on who's more normal. Well, sounds like you're about to have a civil discussion with Kyler about him complimenting Daru, so... Have fun. There's a real possibility she'll take actions that endanger you. As such, we ought to inform the police as soon as possible. No, that sounds like a bad idea. Huh? The police? True, that was probably the safest option. He was right. There had to be something wrong with her. She was batshit insane. The thought of her stalking me again sent shivers down my spine. Of course. I intend to take full responsibility for your safety. Looking at me with a powerful, reassuring gaze, the doctor clapped his hand on my shoulder encouragingly. He even handed me his business card, complete with his phone number. If any problems occur, don't hesitate to contact me at any time. I'll be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Just give me a call, and I'll be there in a jiffy. Why? He's a doctor, not a fucking superhero. You sure? Absolutely. You needn't even ask. I am your primary physician, after all. I was on the verge of tears. I was truly grateful to be under his care. From the bottom of my heart. Doctors as good as him were hard to find nowadays. Regarding that demon girl, it'd be best to report her as well, don't you think? The girl you saw must be the true culprit of New Gen. There's no mistaking it. You carry an incredible witness testimony. The doctor seemed somewhat excited, but you couldn't tell from his tone. As always, he spoke calmly.
西条君のお
Those
かげで
cases will
解決
all
だ
be resolved thanks to you.
君は渋谷のヒーロー
You're
だ
the hero of Shibuya.
僕はこの瞬間
I
に
feel
立ち会え
beyond
て
honored to be standing here
実
before
に
you at this
光栄
very
に
moment.
思う
I was a hero? This wasn't ESO. There was no way someone like me could be a hero. No way. But when I imagined it, my face just about broke into a grin. Middle school girls, high school girls, college girls, the MILFs, all of them would be screaming my name and about how much they loved me. I'd be renowned all over the world as one of the most charismatic people to ever live. Okay, yeah, I don't know about that. You know why I don't know about that? Because he started that off with the middle school girls. Thanks, Japan. Being a TV celebrity sounded cool and all, but I didn't want to appear in front of people. So I just created a startup company instead. And then, become a hugely charismatic boss, making the big bucks. I'd be surrounded by a harem of beautiful secretaries, serving my every need. And of course, I'd trip all their flags and make them go crazy over me. I'd have a high-rise apartment in Ropponagi, and hire a bunch of cute maids. It would be like my own personal maid cafe. Of course, I'd be indulging in the endlessly passionate nightly services. JK. I wanted life.
Takumi.
Wah. I abruptly came to my senses, found myself sitting on the sofa in the lobby. Unable to grasp what exactly was going on, I frantically looked around the room. Beside me was a hunched-over old lady, her eyes covered in wrinkles, so I couldn't tell whether she was asleep or awake. You say that, Wandering. We're still sub 100, which is making me nervous. But hopefully, maybe the VOD will get a lot of views. I still need meme ideas. We're gonna try. I took a look at the clock above the reception desk, and I saw that I'd been waiting in the lobby for a full hour. Had all that just been a dream? I hadn't slept last night, so had I dozed off while waiting? How glorious it would be if that dream was actually real. Talk about disappointing. In the end, I found myself waiting for another 2 hours before my name was called. One thing I would like, and I mean it's too early, I guess, for me to really say. But I would kind of like if he just had a delusion through some events, rather than being like a separate dream. But I guess that's supposed to be like his precognitive abilities, right? When he's like influencing the future. Like he would just go through the event and like there would be an actual event happening, but you didn't get to see the actual event happening. You just lived the delusion and then kept going. Either you do A reaction to that scene, or B, Takumi trusting his figure over real women. That's not really a meme, though. I don't know if I can post that and then try to share the stream. Maybe I could, I guess. The doctor in the office appeared exactly like the dream he had. It was probably just that they barely changed since the last time I saw him 4 years ago. This time, he didn't rise from his seat, nor did he offer to shake my hand.
今日はどうしました
How can I help you today? But unlike the dream, he didn't seem especially happy to see me again.
西
Well,
条です。
I'm Takumi.
ん
Yeah. Introductions are probably in order.
高階です
My name is Dr. Takashina. A pleasure to meet you. He bowed his head cheerfully. I was lost for words. It's a pleasure to meet you? That was what he just said. He'd completely forgotten me. I shouldn't be surprised. It's been 4 years after all. But I truly believed that Dr. Takashina, of all people, would remember me. Maybe that was arrogant, but I'd hoped for it all the same. So my heart was overwhelmed with loneliness and emptiness when those expectations were smashed to pieces. It felt like my very existence was being denied. Dr. Takashina started talking to me while making eye contact, but I averted my eyes. It's written here you wanted to check whether or not you'd been sleepwalking, yeah? Should I take that to mean something happened during your normal sleeping hours? Right. I'd written that on the questionnaire, but it was all meaningless now. He didn't remember me at all. Who cares if he doesn't remember? Whether he remembers you or not has nothing to do with anything, does it? Don't you dare go forgetting your mission. Man, those nips are absolutely fighting for the fight of their lives. Oh, right. I hadn't come here to meet Dr. Takashina. I'd come here to prove that I was completely healthy and sane. Our reunion was merely a bonus. Who gives a shit if he'd forgotten me? If Sierra hadn't stepped in and given me that advice, I would have come dangerously close to losing sight of myself. Is unconsciously doing stuff, like going outside and typing sentences on my PC without remembering any of it? Can that kind of thing happen? I hope in the voice acting class I signed up for, I can learn, like, what's the proper time, like, how long should you wait before that pause becomes weird? Someone I know pointed it out to me, and I've been so confused. Do you think there's a possibility that this person's merely playing a prank on you? His eyes had been serious. It hadn't looked at all like she was messing with me. At the very least, I had no doubt that you had believed what she said. I'm not sure. I see. Also, what kind of relationship do you have with this person? A romantic one? Where the hell did that come from? And what do they have to do with anything? Was I missing something here? Well, that might not have been a good way of putting it. I'll rephrase. Did this person you know actually witness you walking around while unconscious? Oh, that's what he meant. I shook my head. So that means there's no evidence of it? Once again, I shook my head. They acted like a detective, like they were confronting me with evidence and stuff. I see. While we're on the topic, have you ever shown any signs of sleepwalking before? No. Does he know what the symptoms of sleepwalking are before he goes and says that? Have you ever experienced waking up in the morning only to find yourself in a different location than when you had gone to sleep? No. So that would mean that the event this person told you about is the first time you believe you'd experienced it, correct? After nodding weakly, I steeled myself and spoke. I haven't slept. Is that scaring you? If so, I assure you it isn't anything serious. No, That's not what I meant. I couldn't figure out how to explain it. It was too late to say it out loud anymore. I was too flustered. After scribbling something on a medical form, the doctor swiveled away from me in his chair and leaned forward toward the back of the examination room.
葉月くん、ちょっと。
Hazuki, a moment, please.
はい。
Of course, doctor. The young nurse rushed over to him, and the doctor showed her the form. As he did so, he whispered for her to do something, and she quickly withdrew to the back of the room. What had that been about? The doctor turned back towards my puzzled self. Then, in a gentle voice, he began to explain to me how sleepwalking worked. When a person falls asleep, they first begin non-REM sleep, before eventually progressing to REM. Non-REM sleep is a deeper sleep where the brain hibernates and brain activity ceases. Meanwhile, REM is a type of sleep where the body's resting, but the brain is active in a state that's fairly close to being awake. Sleepwalking is believed to more easily occur during non-REM sleep. By the way, the number one tip for not waking up super groggy, and I've never been a master of this, you want to wake up in REM sleep, and you'll not feel as like when you wake up. If you do a sleep test and you kind of learn the different phases of sleep and how long it takes you to reach REM sleep, that's how you can feel more well-rested and less groggy when you fall asleep. Just some fun facts for you. If you take a nap, but the nap is too short for you to hit REM sleep, you're just going to wake up more tired than when you took the nap. If you only ever achieve like non-REM. Fun facts. With the brain not performing its usual activities, it's difficult for it to formulate normal responses. It can still respond accurately to a certain degree, however, even allowing actions such as climbing up and down a staircase without a single misstep. How long does it take for someone to get into REM sleep? It's different for a lot of people. Can't really give a specific answer. But it can depend just on what kind of sleeper you are, how tired you are, how sleep deprived you are. You can hit REM a lot faster if you are pretty sleep deprived and exhausted. It depends on a lot of factors. Average, probably around 2 to 3 hours. On average, for you to hit REM. One cause of this is when experiencing severe mental stress. It can easily occur then. It's a common symptom in children, but it also often occurs in adults. That should explain it, yes? That's what I mean by it being nothing serious. Okay, but I hadn't been sleeping. Even though I hadn't been sleeping, I'd still done things I didn't remember. The times Shogun had been posting from room 37 in the chat room should have been when I was busy playing ESL. Could sleepwalking really be possible there? I wanted to ask him that, but he was already moving to a different topic. I like that the story has already kind of shown multiple cases where he's phased out into his other thing. There are many ways to check whether or not you've been sleepwalking. As for the quick and easy way, we'd have you lie down in this bed right here. However, there may be certain conditions that need to be met in order for it to occur. For example, it might not happen if you aren't lying in your own bed. While you may be walking around in an unconscious state, you could be walking around aimlessly. Or you could be being driven by something more compulsive, leading you to walk around with a series of goals.
一連の目的を持ってて、それに
Moreover,
君の精
it
神
could also
状態
require
について
specific
も
conditions in regards to
特
your
定
mental
の
state.
条件下じゃ
For
ないと
example,
ダメかもしれ
you'd
な
be
い。
able to relax on your bed at home, but
自
you'd have
宅
no
の
way
ベ
of
ッドの
relaxing
上ならリ
here.
ラックスできるけど、ここじゃあリラックスのどうする？
Well, what do you
と
think?
りあえず
Would you like to
寝て
try
いて
sleeping
みたい
here regardless? I had nothing to lose. I didn't see a reason not to try. After I proved I wasn't sleepwalking, I could try asking the real question I had in mind. The nurse from before, Hazuki or something, guided me over to the hospital bed located at the back of the room. I don't know what Kyler's posting. Anyway, as it wasn't a bed meant for sleeping, it was firm and uncomfortable. And again, considering the sofa I usually slept on, it shouldn't pose any problems for me.
3時間くらいしたら起こしに来ますから。
I'll come to wake you up in about 3 hours from now. Nurse was cute. As I lied on the bed, I took a quick peek at her face while being careful to avoid eye contact. Jesus. Get a grip, dude. Her baby face made her look kind of unreliable. She even had this almost despondent aura about her. She was doing her job well. She felt like a heroine right out of a classic eroge. One with kinky hospital sex. Hee
できるだけ目は離さないようにしていますので、安心して眠ってくださ
I'll
い
make
ね。
sure to keep a close eye on you, so please relax and have a nice rest, okay? James, you can join my Discord channel, link in the description below, to see all the high-quality content Kyler posts in it. And maybe save the Discord channel by also posting your own high-quality content. I mean, what? Basically, if symptoms of sleepwalking occurred, like I started wandering around on my own, she'd make sure to take care of me.
それではごゆっ
Oh,
くり。
good night. At least they said, like, take care of him or something. It's dangerous to wake up people that are sleepwalking. Don't do that shit. You gotta, like, kinda just monitor them that they're not about to fucking, like, trip down the stairs and die. But definitely don't, like, abruptly shake someone sleepwalking awake. That's really bad. Don't do that. After giving a slight smile, the nurse closed the curtain and left the hospital room. Now surrounded in a pure white curtain, I took a deep breath. All around me, I could hear the voices of doctors examining patients, the sound of nurses running around, and the sound of the door to the examination room opening and closing. I doubted I'd be able to relax here. Could I actually fall asleep like this? I certainly wouldn't be able to. Figuring I had nothing to lose, I closed my eyes. No matter what I did, my mind refused to think of anything other than that corpse that had been massacred and crucified with stakes, as well as the gory pictures Shogun had sent me. So I forcibly conjured Sierra into my head. Wow, you're amazing for going to the hospital, even though you hate going outside. I've been thinking this for a while now, but you're like actually super duper strong, aren't you? Sierra animatedly moved about my delusion. Her cute voice chirped for me. Gonna run out of save slots? Wait a minute. Does this not have, like, the Steins Gate, like, 90,000 save slots? Oh, wait, what? That's wild. It does have about 60? Oh, okay, then we're good. I really love how strong you are. Why isn't she animated? And also, Taki, you know you don't sleepwalk, right? I watch you every day, so of course I know. I'm a gosh darn Taki expert. You can't let those 3D girls trick you. Besides, you got me here. Righto? Let's spend time in that container house again. Just the two of us. You big dum-dum. Sierra, you're so cute. She really was my ideal waifu. There wasn't a single woman better than her. 3D? The fuck is that? Ugh, I want to go home already. I want to go home and have Sierra welcome me back with a smile. Wait for me, okay, Sierra? I'll be coming home soon. You don't have to go home.
どういうこと?
Huh? You know, since I've come to get you. An incredibly realistic whisper reached my ears. It was almost like something poking my cheek. I opened my eyes. Morning, you big dum-dum. Oh, is this supposed to be Sierra's, like, normal girl outfit? Beside the bed stood Sierra, pre-transformation Amanogawa Sierra version. She certainly wasn't at the 1/8 scale. She was life-sized and moving smoothly. Actually, more like a wobbly sway back and forth. With a gulp, I sat up, then reached out to try and poke her breasts. They were squishy, voluptuous, goddamn. She's no figure. She's the real deal. She's joined the realm of 3D. Not Sherry. This is 2D, of course. What? Even though they're so squishy? It's 2D squishiness, silly. I didn't get what she meant by that, but as long as they were squishy, it wasn't like anything else mattered. I'd realized I touched her breasts out of sheer surprise, and I rapidly grew embarrassed. The life-size Sierra Tan was insanely cute, so moe I could die, and most importantly, she was real. Thanks to that, the bashfulness that came from me touching her breasts, and the fear of her potentially hating me for it, had become much stronger.
ごめん、セイラタン。
I'm sorry, Sierra. I see why now Naru could never be a protagonist. Because this would just be the game. I don't mind if it's you, Taki. Really?
本当?
Yeah. Though I'd get real steamed if anyone else did something like that to me. Especially guys like Susan. If that guy ever tries to grab me, I'll smash his patootie right to the moon with my bat. Quiet. If you're too loud, that nurse lady might find us. Sierra must have been mindful of the world outside the curtain. Without making a sound, she took off her shoes and climbed into the bed, then on top of me. What? Almost saying something out loud again, I hurriedly covered my mouth. She was straddling me, her bare panties underneath her skirt, pressing against my crotch. This was bad. I was about to go berserk. Bros, it's gonna be hard to keep playing this game. She drew her face close to mine. A sweet aroma filtered into my nose. So that was how she smelled. Hey, I've got an idea. You should become 2D too. What's that mean? Wow, you're still 3D, aren't you? So, I'm gonna make it 2D, just like me. Sound good? Can you do that? Of course I can. Besides, it feels super good. I could hear the sounds of nurses hurriedly walking about, and the voices of doctors examining other patients. We were in a place separated only by a single curtain. If that curtain would open, or opened, we'd get found out for sure. That heart-pounding thought, combined with the taboo nature of doing something like this in a hospital, I was getting lightheaded. And to think I was committing such obscene acts with my #1 waifu. So this is what bliss is. Takumi's gonna actually be daydreaming, or like sleepwalking, but it's just gonna be him jerking off in the hospital room and the nurse like calling the police. We'll be right back. Oh wait, actually I don't need your, I have water right here. Never mind. I forgot I brought a cup of water in earlier. And I got the coffee. I also brought in a cup of water. All other thoughts had been pushed out of my mind. And so, in response to everything she said, I nodded. That's the spirit. That's what I love about you. She then firmly pressed her lips against mine. I went out. She was so soft. Was this the softness of 2D? Was it more soft than the real thing? Keeps going green, yet wondering why it's weird. I mean, you know, just don't write the game like this. Everyone Cuba, I wanted more stuff like this in Darling's Embrace. Yeah, but I liked the characters in Steins Gate, so it would have been different. Also, it was a spin-off game. The sudden borderline H scene turned my thoughts into spaghetti. I had no idea what I was doing. Then, in the face of my bewilderment, Sierra pushed my tongue, her tongue between my lips, encroaching upon my mouth. It felt so good, I started to get dizzy. To think a kiss would feel this amazing. I wanted her seductive, swirling tongue to violate me forever. My arms wrapped around her. She was very thin, since she was 2D and all. Flat as a board, yet squishy and voluptuous at the same time. Wasn't this basically the same as kissing paper, though? But it felt incredibly good, so I didn't care. Sierra was terra sexy. I wish to not hear this. She sucked in my tongue. I felt like I was gonna die. It's starting to get painful now. Her suction was frighteningly strong. I tried pulling my tongue back, but please let this scene transition to her just fucking like ripping it off. I could. She just sucked even more. When you nut, but she keeps sucking. Yeah, I don't know if we can make it through this game. I'm gonna be real. She was pulling hard. So hard, I felt like it might rip off. It wasn't just my tongue. The inside of my throat felt hot. My eyes felt like they were gonna pop out of my sockets. Couldn't breathe. My chest hurt. The inside of my stomach turning into a pulpy, sopping mess. I was being sucked in. Everything inside my body, my organs, flesh, bones, they were all being sucked. I could feel my pounding heart rising up from my throat, the thick blood vessels tearing off one by one. It was an impossible sensation. It was incomprehensibly painful, and yet even more pleasurable. My entire body had become an erogenous. Yes, my entire body. Not just the outside, but the inside. Having Sierra violate the inside of my body made me so happy. And that happiness, the sheer ecstasy I was feeling, it made me feel faint. I'm gonna die. It feels so good I'm gonna die. You chose this. I did choose this game. I'm starting to have regrets. After everything inside my body had been sucked, she pulled her lips away, satisfied. Her mouth was dripping with a mix of blood and drool. You were so scrumptious. She gave a bewitching smile. I didn't have the energy to respond. She had taken everything. It was the first time I'd ever experienced such overwhelming pleasure. I was in a total gaze. Fog enshrouded my consciousness. My thoughts were a blur. Go on. Give your body a look-see. With this, you're now a permanent part of the 2D world. Although I was very unsteady, I tried to get off the bed and stand up. My body had become just as thin as Sierra's. It was kind of hard to walk. My body felt limp and I could hardly stand. I fell to my hands and knees, hitting the floor without a sound. Sierra, I can't get up. Give me a hand here. I gotta stretch again. Ugh. I don't know why my legs have been like cramping up so bad lately. Both yesterday and today. Her voice came from above. Welcome to 2D. I sprung up, found myself on the bed, my heart pounding like crazy. My heart was still inside my chest where it should be. I touched every part of my body. I was still 3D. I couldn't see Sierra anywhere. The nurse is just like in the corner. As it should be. Oh, a dream. Was that a good thing or a bad thing? I let out a sigh. That scene was just like one in a doujin I'd read. I bought from Circle Perupu. In other words, I had a delusion using it as a basis. Why hadn't I noticed that in my dream? Well, I knew that it was a dream because I hadn't noticed. But I couldn't help thinking that regardless. A voice called to me from the other side of the curtain. The curtain quickly opened and the nurse from before popped her head inside. You fucked up, kid. I don't know what to tell you. I've never seen such horrific shit in my life. I bowed my head silently, keeping my eyes low. You ended up sleeping soundly for 3 hours. You liar. Huh? Did I really slept for 3 whole hours? been so lost in my dream, I completely lost all sense of time. Then again, I was pretty exhausted.
少しうなされていたみたいですけど、
It
大丈
sounded
夫？
like you were having a bad dream. Everything alright? Naturally, I couldn't mention my borderline wet dream straight to her face. Admitting to my maxed out libido stat would be pretty embarrassing.
でも、無
But
遊病の症状は
ultimately, you
結
showed no
局出
signs
ま
of
せんでしたよ。
sleepwalking. Her reassuring voice conveyed that to me.
まあ、今日はたま
Well,
たま
it's
症状
possible
が出
that
なかった
symptoms
だ
didn't
けか
occur
もしれ
today
な
by
いから、
chance.
無遊
So we
病
can't
でないという
definitively
断定
say
は
you
できない
haven't
です
been.
けど。
I really don't think I'm a sleepwalker, so more importantly, I had to ask the doctor that really important question. But I couldn't see him anywhere. As I looked around, she handed me a blank form. Not really focusing all that hard, I took it from her and ran my eyes over it. It was a fill-in-the-blank style form.
それはあなたの心理状態を
It's
把
a
握するた
checklist
め
to
のチェ
assess
ック
your
シー
mental
トです。
condition. It
心理
functions
テスト
more
の
or
よう
less
な
like
も
a
のね。
psychological test.
それを書
The
いてく
doctor
れた
said
ら
you
今
can
日
go
はも
home
う
after
帰っ
filling
てい
it
い
out.
って先生が。
Has the OP played? I think it has. Where's the doctor?
ごめんなさい。
I'm
ずっ
very
と診
sorry.
察が続いてて、
He's busy with other patients right now.
来週まで様子
He
を
said
見
to see
て、
how things go
まだ
until
改
next
善が
week.
見られ
And
ない
come
よう
again
なら
if there's
もう
no
一度
signs
来
of
てくださいっ
improvement.
て。
Then again, it wasn't like he was my primary physician or anything, I supposed. He'd probably just given Hazuki a bunch of directions to get me out of here. Well, I guess that means there's pretty much no point in me coming to the hospital today. I really wanted to ask the doctor about that someone that wasn't me controlling me. Whatever it meant. It was a really chilling symptom, so I didn't want to leave without getting an answer. That being said, I didn't have the courage to demand Hazuki bring him back here to see me, especially when she already looked so apologetic. Reluctantly, I decided to give the test a try. I guess I'd write about my symptoms on the back of the sheet or something. If I did that, I should be able to get another examination next week.
チェックシートは質問に対してイエス
The
か
test
ノ
is
ーかだけを答える簡単な
Each
もので
question
す
you
から、
answer with a yes or no.
当てはまる点
The
があった
question
ら
is
イ
applicable
エ
to
ス
you.
にチェックして
Mark
く
the
ださ
box
い
labeled
ね。
yes.
今後の西条さ
It'll
ん
be
の治
used
療
as a
に対する
reference so we
参
can
考にします
personalize
か
your
ら、
treatment going
じっ
forward.
くり考えて答えて
So,
ください。
please consider your answers carefully. She went out of her way to explain the procedure thoroughly. The test had strange questions mixed in, ones you wouldn't normally expect to run into at a hospital. It really did seem like some sort of psychological test. Would they really be able to learn anything from questions like these? Well, what are the questions? Tell me. She stared at me intently, and showed no signs of leaving. But it wasn't like she had nothing else to do or anything. It was more like she was monitoring or watching over me or something. My nervousness at being watched made it hard for me to think clearly, but I guess she was just doing her job. Either way, I knew I ought to fill out the test quickly. Oh, I do get to answer this. Let's go. All right. So should I answer this based on me? Is it more fun if I answer this based on me, or should I answer this based on him? Because this one feels like obviously very specific to him. And if I answer this, if I leave this box blank, like you have felt someone's gaze and turned around before, like I would put no. What the? I'm reading the rest of these questions. What the shit? He must be. This must be a delusion as well, right? You wouldn't ask these questions. Alright, whatever. Let's answer them. When you have business to take care of, you prefer to use emails over phone calls. True. Don't fucking call me. Your ears ring every now and then. Yeah, pretty constantly. My hearing is pretty fucked. You have felt someone's gaze and turned around before. Not really. I can't really think of a phenomenon where I've ever been like, oh, someone's watching me. Like, not in general, anyway. I mean, I've had it before where, like, I've seen a horror movie, and then I'm, like, creeped out for the next day or so, and, like, at night. And I'm like, oh. But, like, I wouldn't say this is a general symptom that I ever, like, have occur in my life unprompted. You've seen objects that are supposedly stationary move for an instant. No. You've experienced a premonition. I don't know how you define this. I mean, I guess I've had, like, I've predicted things in my head, but I feel like I've never, like, had it take over my senses and I experienced the thing. I've predicted things before. Would it be a spoiler to look at results on a first playthrough? I think so. Let's not go over results of what this is. Let's just take the test for fun on how I would answer, and we'll see what happens. I'm gonna say yeah, I've experienced a premonition. You know, I've done things that I've based in my life assumptions of my predictions of things where I feel like I could say yeah. While looking at a digital clock in passing, you've seen the same numbers appear in sequence. What does that mean? Like, you look at a clock and it's 3:33? Is that what it means by that? I mean, yeah, I've seen that before. I guess. I don't feel like it happens often, though. But, I mean, it has happened. It doesn't say this happens to you a lot. It just says you've seen that before. And yeah. You've already cried once this month. Well, it's technically only the 4th, so no, I haven't cried. I haven't really cried last month either, in January. Maybe after seeing a sad movie, but not really like anything in general has made me cry. You can masturbate using only your imagination. When masturbating, you can visualize uninterrupted imagery. Okay. You can daydream without closing your eyes. Yeah. The frontal view of a car sometimes looks like a face. What does that mean? No? I don't think so. You have a hard time going to the bathroom after watching a horror movie. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a hard time, but like after watching a horror movie, like that dark walk to the bathroom, like at night when you wake up and like it's all dark. Yeah, it's a little spooky, but not like I guess it's not a hard time, but whatever. I experience that. I watch a horror movie and I sometimes like get unnerved in the dark immediately after. Which normally I would wake up in the dark and be totally fine, I guess. So I guess I would mark that. You cannot handle haunted houses? No, I like haunted houses. How have you never seen a car that looks like a face? I don't know. When you start reading a book, you become so immersed you lose track of time, for sure. If I start getting immersed in things, I can definitely lose track of time, but reading is definitely one of those things where I'm like, wow. You believe that other planets inhabited by human-like creatures exist, yeah? The personality attributed to your astrological sign matches your personality perfectly. What's the personality attributed to my sign? Oh, let's look up sci-fi adventure Scorpio. Is there a... No. There's really nothing related to sci-fi or the sci-adventure universe and horoscopes. I was wondering if the game had like an in-universe explanation of the like personality. All right, well, we'll just do the Scorpio personality. We'll just use the first Google result, I guess. Allure.com. Let's see. Scorpio is one of the most misunderstood signs of the zodiac because of its incredible passion and power. Scorpio is often mistaken for a fire sign. In fact, Scorpio is a water sign that derives its strength from its psychic emotional realm. Like fellow water signs, Scorpio is extremely clairvoyant and intuitive. That's me, baby. I know these are all supposed to be written for you to think that they're describing you. But I like to think I'm intuitive. What makes this water sign unique is its distinctive venomous sting. Ooh. Like their celestial spirit animal, the scorpion. Scorpios lie in wait and strike when least expected. Okay, no, I don't think so. Life is a game of chess for these calculating water signs, who are constantly plotting several steps ahead in order to orchestrate an eventual checkmate. No, I don't think so. This doesn't mean their intentions are necessarily nefarious. Scorpios simply know what they want and aren't afraid to work hard and play the long game to get it. Not really, I guess. They never show their cards, and their enigmatic nature is what makes them so seductive. Scorpio is the sign most closely associated with sex. Let's go. Fucking Sigma male grind set over here in my life. The part of the body that the Scorpio governs is the genital area. Ooh. Sex isn't solely about pleasure for these sensual scorpions. They also crave the physical closeness, the spiritual illumination, and emotional intimacy that sex can provide. No, I'm just trying to hit it and quit it, boys. Scorpio is ruled by Pluto, the planet that governs both destruction and transformation. On a good day, Scorpion energy is ambitious and enticing. On a bad day, the shadowy side of Scorpio is fueled by a relentless desire for control. Power-hungry Scorpios must remember that if controlled by their egos, they're at risk of poisoning themselves. This sign is at its best when that intrinsic intensity is applied to deep, soulful connections with friends and lovers. When they build trust with others, Scorpios demonstrate unparalleled empathy, depth, and commitment that brighten even the darkest parts of the Scorpio's magical personality. That's gonna be a no from me, dog. Just based on our first Google result, I'm sure if we kept diving, there's a million interpretations of Scorpio. That would be something to describe me, but I'm gonna have to say no. I'm not really craving the physical intimacy of sex at all times. And when I'm having sex, I am for the pleasure. You are prone to motion sickness. Yes. You believe there is a god. Nah, bro. That's cringe. I'm too Sigma. You have a strong ability to sense the supernatural. No. I don't see ghosts. You have dreamed in color before. Oh, that's interesting. Have Have any of you guys not dreamed in color? I thought that was like a standard thing. I don't think I've ever dreamed in black and white. What? That's wild. I rarely dream. Well, you probably just don't remember your dream a lot. You always dream when you sleep, fun fact. Every time you sleep, you dream. But you just usually forget it. But yeah, I've never dreamed in black and white. That's so bizarre. Most reports of black and white dreams are from before color television. That's wild. If you watch a black and white movie, you're more likely to have a black and white dream. Have you guys ever dreamt in, like, I guess just hearing things, though? I always, like, my dreams are always, like, visual and colorful, and, like, if I do remember the dream, it feels real. That's usually the kind of dream you remember, though, right? Because every other kind of dream you just forget. But I can't ever, like, consciously remember a dream I've had where it's just been, like, sounds, you know? You know, like, throughout the day, you have the internal dialogue where, like, you can... Maybe I'm just fucking nuts, but you, like, talk through your own thoughts, obviously. Or maybe it's not obvious, because I know some people don't actually do that. But, like, I've had dreams where it's just, like, my consciousness talking through, like, some event or something. But I can't think of just a time where it's just been like that. I feel like all the dreams are usually like events in movies. So I would say... But that's interesting. I never even considered that someone would dream without color. I mean, if you were blind, right, you'd probably dream without color. Interesting. You've been in a dream in which you knew you were dreaming, yeah. You've experienced memory loss. I don't remember. You have a hard time making eye contact with people. No. In fact, sometimes I make so much eye contact with people, like when I'm talking, I've like consciously had to remind myself to like, okay, look away. Like you gotta like look away at some point so the person's not getting creeped out. You know what I mean? Especially like if I'm having a serious conversation with somebody, I can absolutely like stay like locked the fuck in on the person's eyes. And I have to consciously sometimes think like, okay, like look down for a couple seconds so the person doesn't think you're like just staring a hole into the back of their head. So no, I don't have any issues making eye contact with people. Do some people not monologue in their head? Yeah, some people don't have that like internal dialogue. Like some people don't have an internal voice. You know? Which believe me, I think is super odd, but some people don't have that. I think it's called something. I just don't remember it. What is it called when people don't have internal dialogue? Aphantasia. It's called a blindness of the mind's eye. It's a really interesting condition. But yeah, some people can't form images in their mind, and some people don't have that internal voice. I've read about it before, and I studied it as briefly. It wasn't a major subject, but in one of my psychology classes in college, it was one of the lessons we talked about. Where some people just don't have that. And to me, that was always, like, crazy. Like, you just not have that voice. I would feel like weird because I mean I use that like voice in my head, you know what I mean, like all the time. I feel like I'd go fucking nuts without it. It's just such a part of me, you know? Like that internal dialogue to like think through things and stuff. It sounds lonely and weird, right? I don't know how I would process things without it. But I mean, I guess it's just so part of my personality where those people would be like, why the fuck would you talk to yourself? Just make decision. You'd kind of just be like a purely instinctual person, right? Like you wouldn't think things over. You would just do. Kind of wish that was you. Drives me crazy listening to myself all the time. Really? God, that would be... To me, I'd like... That's... I don't know. I'd enjoy it. But long story short, I don't have a hard time making eye contact with people. Very cool. Merely the sight of sour food makes your mouth fill with saliva. You read quicker without the internal voice? Oh, for sure, yeah. I would imagine you would. That would make sense, actually. Do you have the internal voice, AK? But yeah, I remember my world, like, fucking... My mind fucking blew the first time I figured out that some people didn't have that, like, internal voice. Actually, one of the craziest fucking things I had ever, like, experienced was just kind of, like, thinking of that as a mental thing. I see the word saliva. I get saliva in my mouth. Yeah, I kind of feel like anytime I see food, I get saliva in my mouth. Like, salivating in response to food is a normal response. Not just sour food. I mean, I guess the thought of this is more in line with, like, do you get that like, pucker? Not just does your mouth fill with saliva, but that, like, feeling when you see lemons. Or something like that. I think that would be more apt. Because everyone salivates when they see food they would eat. But do you get the full, like, emotion, like, I guess not emotional, physical response? When submitting this, a tip will pop up showing your diagnosis. That's dope. I can't wait to see it. But yeah, when I see lemons, I can kind of get that physical, like, reaction. Like, that, I guess that's that reaction you have when you eat sour food. That pucker, that, you know what I mean? Just seeing sour food will make me do that. And you feel like yawning when other people do. That's also true of me. Can you actually not yawn when other people? Can be a spoiler. I mean, we'll check it out. I think if the game wants to show me it, I don't think it's that much of a spoiler. You feel like yawning when other people do. I wish I didn't, but yeah, I feel like if I see people yawn, I'm totally like... What about you guys? What did that do for you? The word yawn makes me yawn. Yeah, right? So I'm going to mark yeah. Can you see a yawn and not yawn? Let's Google that. Can you even do that? Ooh. I hate to tell you guys, I don't yawn when people yawn. Oh, you should have kept that to yourself, Ivan. The first Google result is psychopaths don't yawn when other people yawn. Uh-oh, Vibin. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Someone get Vibin his meds. Someone get his meds. Quick. It's hard not to yawn when someone else does. Yawning is so contagious, even dogs will yawn if they see a human yawn. Uh-oh. Alright, I don't even need to look at the rest of the Google results. I diagnose you with psychopathy. Vibin. I'm sorry. Take your meds. Okay, let's submit the exam. This was fun. I might actually make this a separate video too. Then we'll read our diagnosis after.
はい、お疲れ様でした。
Thank you very much for your time. Wait, is it like actually confirmed? No. You would need like you would need to check multiple boxes to actually be a psychopath, not just you didn't yawn when other people did. The word psychopathy is weird. I mean, it's fun though. Vyman got psychopath on a one-question quiz. Vyman went to his therapist appointment, and the therapist yawned, and Vyman went. And then this therapist went, lock this man the fuck up. Get him out of my office. Thank you very much for your time. That was really fun. I always like those kind of things. I remember when like Facebook quizzes were so big. Wonder if Kubai is ever going to enable costume DLC? Probably not. Sounds like it would be cringe based off of the delusions we've seen so far. She thanked me as I answered the final question, despite the fact that I hadn't said anything. Felt pretty embarrassed about being watched the whole time. My face was probably bright red. Because of that, I avoided looking at her when I handed her the test. There had been no time to write my symptoms on the back.
それでは待合室でお待ちくだ
Please
さ
go
い
in the waiting room.
お薬が出てますから
We'll have your medication out to you in just a few minutes. Oh god.
え
I am actually getting my meds. Medication? They were prescribing me something? The doctor never said anything about that.
ええ、先生の指示で
As per the doctor's orders,
弱い
it's
精
a
神
weak
安定剤
sedative.
です
You'll be able to
ぐっ
sleep
す
more
り眠れ
soundly.
るようになる
And
し
there aren't any
副
side
作用なども
effects.
ありませんよ
Oh. Wow. Thoughtful as ever, doctor. And yet, when I realized I'd have to wait in the lobby again, my mood was immediately sent spiraling. I was gonna wait till the lobby before we check the tips. This isn't the lobby. Let's see. What's our diagnosis? Oh, I'm basic. You are moderately delusional, which is a common diagnosis. Bruh. You live a relatively comfortable life in the real world, and you are likely able to spend around the same amount of time hanging out with friends as you do enjoy TV, video games, and other media by yourself. Human beings are creatures that require delusions in moderation, for such a thing is the reason why our minds are so enriched. In your case, I'm sure you can enjoy your delusions while still making the best of your real life. Going forward, it'll be important to maintain a good balance between real life and delusions. If you allow your delusions to run too wild, you may find yourself in danger of becoming a freak in no time. A word from Ayelise. I suggest you sing. Let the song flow from your lips. Singing is an act that exists in reality. However, pouring your thoughts into song is an act born from delusion. Singing allows these two sides to coexist, and you can share such a beautiful coalescence with many. That is why you should sing. No. I will not do that. A word from Yua. I by no means think it's weird to enjoy anime, but please don't let anime be the only thing you talk about in daily conversations. Don't worry, I don't. In fact, I typically don't let anyone even know I like anime. I keep that shit locked up. Absolutely not. I don't let anyone in real life know I'm a weeb. Only people on this YouTube channel and in my Discord server know I watch anime. That's it. Even my IRL friends don't know I am an anime, or I like anime. Nobody knows in my real life. I keep that shit locked up. Absolutely. Nobody knows. Your roommates actually like anime, which is cool. Beat them up. What's up with this billboard? Value of death. Life is suffering caused by desire. To end the suffering, we must end desire. Okay. Your neighbors do when they hear you talking about it at 2 a.m.? Maybe, yeah. Weird that the game doesn't really prompt you about that diagnosis. Who's the girl that wants me to sing? I'm guessing it's the purple-haired girl. The way Cubai pronounced a yace is psychopathic in itself. I mean, okay, weeb. How thick are your walls? It's not that my walls are thick, but I have all that foam on my wall when I computer room where I play games to like try to absorb the sound. By the time I'd gotten back to Shibuya, hey, what's up, Astros? It was already evening. The hospital was technically in Shibuya Ward, but since Yoyogi was the closest station to it, commuting via train was the fastest. The Yamanote line, it was as crowded as ever, and despite being 2 stops long, the trip back still made me incredibly tired. Iyase? Then why does it start with an A? Ayase? Fucking weebs, bro. Second one? Nah, I don't care. I feel like part of it is I never really hear anyone actually speak Japanese because I never watch Japanese subs or anything for anime. I just really have, like, a frame of reference for how most of these names are ever fucking pronounced. Or, like, I don't really even know how to enunciate most Japanese words. How do you say Nanami? Nanami. You got close? Yeah. I roll with it. There's still tons of people outside the station, and I despise crowds. They made my head spin. We've referenced this multiple times, bro. You don't need to re-emphasize that. I know you don't like crowds, or people, or being outside. Not wanting to stay much longer, I tried to speed walk out of the scrambled crossing. But even walking straight was nigh impossible. Stumbling even slightly caused people from both behind and in front to bump into me. What's more, a bunch of people handing out pocket tissue packs blocked the way, practically forcing everyone who passed by to take them. Fed up with everything, I ignored the first person handing them out, but took some off the second one because at least she was a cute grill. This one was a charcoal grill. I was so sick and tired of these people handing out tissue packs and shit to push their products. Don't they have anything better to do than stand right in the middle of the road? Whatever, it was free, so I might as well take it. Inside the tissue pack I took was a red flyer. There was a paragraph worth of shit written on top of it with white ink. Talk about ostentatious, like holy shit. You couldn't exactly miss something with that color scheme. As I walked along, I gave it a quick skim. It was a blood donation flyer. As I read it, I thought back to the form I'd filled out in the hospital. Type B blood is in short supply. Currently, Shibuya Ward is suffering from a severely short supply of Type B blood. This has only continued to worsen, though we've been struggling to secure the proper quantities of blood for those in need of transfusions.
In the worst-case scenario, this may lead to the deaths of many. Without your cooperation, lives may be lost. Please consider becoming a blood donor and visit the donation station at Shibuya Station in the Kashiri line. Yeah, I read it all. I actually don't know what blood type I am. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I have zero idea what fucking blood type I am. Just absolutely none. I couldn't tell you. What are the types? Like A, B, negative, positive, AB, and then O, right? I don't fucking know. I didn't have any memory of filling out something like that 4 years ago. Maybe the way they examined patients had changed recently. Or your parents filled it out because you were like 10. Even then, though, something felt oddly familiar about that test. Deja vu. I've been getting hit by it all the time recently. Having my mind and body not function the way I wanted them to, the sense of dissonance was an incredibly uncomfortable feeling. So in order to ascertain the true cause behind the deja vu, I tried flipping back through the pages of my memories. I thought back to when Mom had taken me to the hospital about once a week. I kept my mouth shut at all times and only expressed myself via nodding or shaking my head. SMH. At first, I'd been taken to a perfectly ordinary examination room. But since I showed no signs of improvement, I started going to a different room before long. The room had essentially been a counseling room, which meant it would put the patient's relaxation first and foremost. In other words, there were sofas and plushies and whatnot located all throughout the room. Dr. Takashina had been very patient in approaching me, all while refusing to blame my situation on anyone. He alone caught on to how I was merely choosing not to speak, rather than having the inability to do so. Meanwhile, my mom would always talk to me in an unnaturally cheery voice. Every time I'd gone to the hospital, the doctor would always welcome me with a refreshing smile. The nurses also treated me with all the love and care they could, and I had a feeling there'd always been one more person in the room. Is that his mother? She's a cutie. Right. There had been a man in a black suit, one that felt fairly out of place in a hospital. As I'd been doing my best not to speak, I never asked about him. I didn't know who the hell he was the entire time he was there. He didn't feel like a doctor, and he always stood out alone a fair distance away from everyone else, all while gazing out the window. I had dubbed him Mr. Nozomi in my head, although that wasn't his actual name or anything.
Nozomi.
The man in the suit always had a badge on his chest, no matter the situation. On that badge was the word Nozomi. It looked like a logo to me, though, so it probably wasn't a name tag. That was also the label was written on the test that we just took. No. I knew why it was bothering me now. The test from before also had the Nozomi logo printed on it. Pog, I just said that. I had a hunch that I'd seen it somewhere before, and now I finally remembered exactly where. It was like a huge weight had been lifted off my chest. That aside, what was Nozomi anyway? I was pretty sure it was the name of a business.
のぞみさんっていう美人女社長が設立したカウンターテロ組織とか、漫画みたいだ。
It could be a counter-terrorist organization founded by a gorgeous female CEO named Miss Nozomi, just like a manga. Wow. Manga is real. Shut up, weeb. So I still don't get what Yua was trying to, like, accuse us of. That we're the murderer, or what? You know what I mean? Weird. When I'd arrived at base, I'd gone straight to look up Nozomi online. However, there were so many results, I couldn't manage to pin down anything specific. Well, let's go with a more normal theory first. That Nozomi guy could have been from the company that made the test, and he was just at the hospital in order to sell them or something. The hospital had then adopted the tests recently, and they decided to have me fill one out today. I doubt that. I'd never heard of some rando attending a patient's examination like that. So, who the hell was that Nozomi guy? Memories kept pulling at my mind, but I was fed up with it at this point. Either way, the reason behind my deja vu was now clear. I decided that I'd ask the doctor about my memory issues next week, but until then, I was going to stay cooped up in my room without bothering with school. There was no way in hell I'd go to a school where people were trying to hurt me. In all honesty, I really don't want to screw up the minimum attendance chart I'd so carefully constructed, but it wasn't worth getting myself killed over. I gave up on the Nozomi search and went to look for anything interesting, or any interesting looking threads on @channel. The news board was almost completely filled with the new gen threads. Morning Anons. New gen news bearer. New gen number 1, the group dive. New gen number 2, the man-child. New gen number 3, the crucifixion. New gen number 4, to be continued. Ooh. The news board was almost completely filled with... I just said that. Even the ESO boards had threads like, let's try and replicate the new gen crimes in ESO. And to be honest, I was beyond sick and tired of this whole thing. Can you imagine? I mean, people are fucking weird, so I guess they would. Bro, let's recreate a national serial killing tragedy in this video game. Let's Minecraft it, bro. Diving back into ESO, I found Grimm. God, I can't... I see Elder Scrolls Online every time. Oh wow, we're in a new background in our game world. That's wild. You can see that this is a separate character model, though. It's like green screened in on that shit like it was one of my thumbnails. The @channel board is super fucking boring recently. They really won't shut the fuck up about new gen. Okay, who writes like... Since when does it go from top to down? They won't shut the fuck up about new gen. Well, it is the biggest thing of note recently. Whenever a new incident like this happens, people always freak the fuck out about it. It's shit show incarnate. I still haven't caught the culprit? I mean, you and I both know the police aren't competent. There's tons of idiots all over the web painting the culprit as some moe hot chick. LOL. That demon girl. The desolate eyes of the girls I'd seen at the Crooks a Fiction murder scene flashed through my mind. I felt a shiver run down my spine. As much as I didn't want to remember, that ghastly memory could come back any time I let my guard down. Wait, I'd seen the culprit's face and I knew who they were. Should I report it to the police? I didn't want to get involved. Oh, I can't read it. Fuck. Okay. Demon Girl. Was there already an offshoot of the perp like that? That might be taking it a bit too far, to be honest. Anyway, new gen cases are seriously interesting, dude. I've joined the Free para new gen community. You're getting way too into this. Everyone but you and Sisen from our guild has joined. God, was he serious? Now I won't be able to hop on and chat with my guild anymore. New gen is some weird shit, man. Gives me chills. I knew you were into gory stuff, Grimm, but... Tell me you're the type that looks for artistic merit in murder cases. True, the crucifixion corpse could have easily been mistaken for modern art, so it'd be fair to say that it was artistic in some sense. Takumi is the only one that's referred to this as artistic, by the way. It's really weird. Nah, the only thing you should be seeking here is how lewd it is. It's like the ultimate form of BDSM. What? This guy's hopeless. I better do something quick. You'll get it once you leave behind your virginhood. You lowly bastard. Are you saying you're not a virgin? Ooh. You traitor! Back on topic, though. The site pulling all the info together is filled to the brim, so you really ought to take a look. I really didn't want to. I was scared to. I wanted to escape the reality in which I'd witnessed the scene of the crime, and so I had been intentionally avoiding all info related to New Gen ever since. I wanted to fool myself into believing that the gruesome scene I'd seen before had been just a delusion, but I was basically a god in ESO. Not just someone strong, but someone who knew all. Not to mention I was the guild leader. That'd be beyond embarrassing if the organizer of the group couldn't keep up with the latest topics. I had to make sure that didn't happen. I clicked the link to the site Grimm sent me. The top of the site had the title, All Things New Gen, written in big letters right in the center of the page. This type of website was basically like a wiki. It was open to the public, and anyone could enter info related to a particular topic. In the case of this New Gen site, loads of people entered the info concerning New Gen, and the site updated as they did. Have we not seen Yuya since, bro? Sites like it tended to suffer from unreliable info being mixed in, as well as its fair share of vandalism from trolls, but they could still be pretty useful for getting a quick overview of an incident. Many links were pasted all over the page. I promptly clicked on the link that read the current timeline. My heart raced. Just reading this site was making me nervous. My palms slick with sweat. Want the Gen news? This has, like, multiple incidents listed. The first incident, dubbed the group dive, was the suicide of 5 high schoolers that had jumped to their deaths. This, the writers of this really like 4chan. The following post will be presented by Anonymous. 2 months ago, an earthquake with seismic intensity of 3 occurred, with Shibuya as its epicenter, yet there were 8 fatalities. It happened in the end of the night on September 7th, which was about a month ago at this point. The building they jumped off was Cornelius Tower, which was located in Shibuya. They dove off the rooftop helipad. Of course, all 5 died instantly. According to the autopsies, the 5 had all foreign pieces of flesh under their fingernails, along with various scratch marks on their hands. They just, like, all group mangled each other before they jumped. Based on that, it was surmised that the 5 had been holding hands as they jumped for one reason or another. There's no suicide note of any form on the rooftop. A person online, one of those people acting like Snake, had actually gone to Cornelius Tower themselves and reported that the door to the roof had a sign on it saying no entry to unauthorized personnel, that it was locked practically 24/7. Do they mean like Metal Gear Snake? Or is that someone else? The protagonist of a certain video game who's a professional in covert operations, often referenced on the internet when an ordinary person is conducting anonymous investigations. Door of Light, you're still here, what up? This is Snake. I've infiltrated the building. I'm like absolutely horrible at stealth games, but I kind of have been wanting to play through Metal Gear recently. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. What is happening in the Discord server right now? Okay. Just finished my work shift. Nice. Glad you're out of work. Hope you had a good day at work. Do you think stealth rhythm games exist? Oh my god, probably. That would be the worst combination of games I could play. I mean, I'm not afraid to play games I'm bad at on stream. I think it's fun to do that sometimes. I think this game is definitely, or my YouTube channel has definitely like broadened my horizons on games I would have like never fucking played if I didn't do this YouTube thing. Your boy would probably be playing first-person shooters like 24/7 if it wasn't for this YouTube channel and the streams and people suggesting that I do games and me going, let's get some views, baby, and then I do that. Like, I would have never played Fire Emblem without this channel. Or like half the games I played. How many science adventure games have you played? Just Steins Gate? Steins Gate and Steins Gate 0, yeah. So, just Steins Gate. Back to the story. Naturally, the door had been locked at the time of the incident, and the key was not found among the belongings of the deceased. Oh yeah, and My Darling's Embrace, which is another Steins Gate thing, but you're right. Essentially, the rooftop helipad had eventually been a locked room murder mystery, and the method the five had used to enter was completely unknown. Unless the person had let them up on the roof, just locked the door behind them. I miss locked room murder mysteries. I kind of miss interactivity at all in these visual novels, like in Danganronpa. That was fun. There was a very high chance that someone other than the five had been present at the scene of the incident. The second incident, dubbed the man-child murder case, had occurred 12 days after the first incident, placing it on September 19th. You escaped the normie Steins Gate shit? Oh, by playing this, I've escaped the normie shit? Is that what you mean? You might be right. I'm still normie, though. Early in the morning, a university student on their way home from a karaoke session discovered a collapsed man covered in blood by the Shibuya Station underpass. The victim had been a university student residing in Shibuya Ward, a 21-year-old man named Kone Chizu. He was already dead when discovered, but his abdomen had an unnatural large swelling. According to the autopsy someone had performed, an abdomen... Bah. According to the autopsy, someone had performed an abdominal incision on the man, stuffing a newly born fetus inside the man's stomach, then stitched it up. Gross, dude. Who even thinks of that shit? It was hard to get him to do this. Yeah, well, the Committee of Zero patch needed to be updated. Oh, Joe convinced him. I was tricked into believing I would get a lot of views if I streamed this game on the day the Committee of Zero patch came out. I have been lied to and deceived. I was told I would gain hundreds and thousands of subs, and I would be the face of the sci-fi adventure universe. It was all deception. I'm just kidding. They told me I would get views, though. And I am nothing if not an absolute sellout. So please, share the stream wherever you can. Join my Discord channel to chat with us about the game. Link in the description below. Like the video to help boost it in the YouTube algorithm. And subscribe and hit the bell button to not miss out on all the other streams I do. For hundreds of random ass games. And help me think of funny memes so I can post my streams on Reddit without getting banned from the Steins Gate subreddit. They delete my posts if I just post the stream, but if I post a funny meme and then link the stream in the comments, they let it slide. Chaos Head will make you broke. Somebody must want to watch someone do it, though. Hasn't my dramatic reading been enough to make people interested? Put Steins Gate in the title and it'll work. I doubt it. I've been trying to put on a performance here. Right? My dramatic reading has improved over the last, couple months of constant visual novels, I feel. We'll get there. See. Moreover, a DNA test confirmed that the fetus had no blood relation to the victim. The victim was a bachelor and had no relations with any women. Well, then he's not a bachelor, am I right? It was only online speculation, but it was assumed that the 32-year-old My mind just connected the dots. I saw the hyphens in the number /old. My brain immediately went, 32-year-old, yeah? Because that's what you would normally commonly see there. Fucking, the brain is weird, man. It was only speculation online, but it was assumed that the 32-week-old fetus had been removed from its mother's body via C-section. Crazy Steins Gate prequel. Blind Let's Play Part 1. I do still put blind in the title. I don't feel like people put Let's Play in videos too much anymore, but you're right. I could put that in the tags of the video or something to get it to show up for that. Gory Steins Gate. I put Community of Zero in the title for the stream. I thought that would generate some clicks. While people were Google searching the Committee of Zero patch to download, I thought maybe my stream would show up in their Google results. You know what I mean? Don't think I was that lucky, though. But join my Discord and help me think of memes for tomorrow's stream. That I'm actually being serious about. However, The mother's identity, current whereabouts, and even whether or not she was alive was completely unknown. Well, she's probably not alive. It was possible that the police had already discovered her whereabouts, but if they had, nothing had been publicly revealed. I averted my eyes from the monitor to keep myself from throwing up. Man, this game's kind of cowardly, I'm not gonna lie to you. Not showing us the man with the baby stuffed inside him. You got that weak sauce crucifixion shit. But not the man being stuffed like a turkey dinner at Thanksgiving. Jesus Christ, talk about nauseating. That culprit was completely insane. And maybe, just maybe, these ghastly murders committed by me. Oh, or the one lady. Had been carried out by that girl. Japan is over. Not so kawaii anymore. I stared at Sierra in an attempt to bleach my eyes. And with that, I somehow managed to stabilize my mental state. I considered taking the meds the doctor had given me, but Sierra did the job nonetheless. What chapter is this? I think chapter 2. Do you know the patch release got more than double the amount of people to play concurrently on Steam than the release date? The release date was like 100, and today was like 200. Nice. That sounds about right, though. I've kind of figured most of the mage games have like a cult following. And so they are actually in the know on when those patches are going to release. Honestly, they might not have realized it, Committee of Zero, but when they announced that they would make a like patch for this game, I bet you it actually kind of killed the initial sales for the Steam port of this game. But now it's probably doing fine. I've got Steam cards. Wow. Didn't buy it for a while waiting for the patch, but then you bought it on the Steam sale. Yeah, I didn't. I really thought the patch, once it got delayed, I thought it was going to be out for like a couple month delay. But I guess it was only like a month. With that, yeah, I heard that. Anyway, while that might have been necessary to maintain Neidhart's honor, reading all that gory stuff really fucking sucked. What are those visions supposed to be? They just look like scribbles. If it's so hard, then you don't have to read it, you silly goose. Though if you're a super masochist, I won't stop you. I just can't bear to see my Taki go through so much pain. So why don't you just stop? We can just stick to the fun things in life. How wonderful and caring you are, Sierra. Sierra was the only one who would stay by my side. I couldn't ask for a better waifu. Oh, that was my neck. I rested my chin in my hands above the table, watching Sierra smile as I took deep breaths. My soul had been healed. I might be able to go through a little more if I kept glancing at her as I read, and so I decided to put that into practice right away. Come to think of it, why had those two unrelated cases both been slapped with the new gen label? Apparently, the group dive had been initially treated as a group suicide. But after the man-child incident occurred, people online reinvestigated it and discovered the unnatural circumstances surrounding the scene of the crime. Rumors then began to appear, saying that the five may have actually been killed and that their suicide label was merely a cover-up. According to the parents and good friends of the five victims, there was no way it could have been suicide. Then, the mass media had started making connections between the two incidents, starting with where they occurred, in Shibuya. Madness brought forth by the new generation of youths. It's the new generation madness. Sensationalist headlines like that start popping up everywhere, to my understanding anyway. Then came the third case. The murder case eyewitness, dubbed the Crucifixion. The site didn't have much info on this case, likely due to it having only occurred recently. The victim, 56-year-old Ota Hisashi, was a university professor who had been crucified with stakes to the concrete wall of a vacant house. That was all that had been publicly revealed. Many of the neighborhood residents had claimed that, for over an hour after the time the crime was thought to have occurred, around 8 p.m., they could hear the sounds of nails being hammered into something. Even I'd heard the sound. I could hear it now. A horrible, terrifying sound. It must suck having to update each game's patch as COZ, trying to keep everything the same. I would imagine you just... Really, though, is Mages publishing any fucking updates for these games? It kind of seems like they just, like, release the game and then ignore it after. Like, I don't feel like we're getting patches on Chaos Head. Right? They have... Oh, you mean, like, previous games to keep up with new game releases. I don't think that would be a pain, though. That feels like a passion-type project. Where they'd be like, oh, cool, there's more info. Let's go back and change those. It's funny they changed the case name to Man-Child. Originally, it was Pregnant Man Case, but because Atchan is supposed to be memey and offensive, they made it Man-Child. Also, probably a bit more of a sensitive topic nowadays, anyway. So phrasing is important. On a related note, no connection between the third case and the group dive for the man-child had been discovered yet. But with it being the third abnormal incident to happen in quick succession in Shibuya, the crucifixion was naturally treated as another new-gen incident. The police and the mass media believed that all the crimes had different culprits, but the predominant opinion online, or rather what most of the net hoped was going on, was that the crimes either shared a single culprit or they were an organized group of culprits. Those 4chan and Reddit detectives. They always know what's up. That MasterCard logo. There were also many occult-based theories whispered about online, such as that everything had begun with the earthquake from 2 months ago. Should I be reading this like a news anchor woman? I feel like I should have some proper enunciation in my voice, though. The news anchor is always reading in that same monotone voice. Drives me nuts. 2 months ago, an earthquake with a seismic intensity of 3 occurred, with Shibuya as the epicenter. Although the scale was fairly minor, there were still 8 fatalities, which became a popular topic of discussion. It doesn't feel like there's very much music in this game, does it? We might actually not get too many copyright strikes on this stream. Come to think of it, it was true that the new-gen cases had begun after that earthquake. Because of that, The New Gen occultists argued that the 8 deaths in the earthquake should be counted as the first New Gen incident, causing a dispute between them and the New Gen mainstreamers. Regardless, the entire situation was abnormal. After all, despite the fact that 3 brutal cases had occurred in quick succession, no clues on any of their culprits had been found. Many online were eagerly awaiting for a 4th case. Isn't every single track copyrighted? Yeah. Like every Steins Gate stream, I'd get like 20 plus copyright strikes. It was great! I love my streams not being put on recommended on YouTube. Ah. Like, I don't care about the money. It's that my effort to bring in new people to the streams to chat and hang out gets stifled by the stream not getting recommended. So that's why I always try to come up with like different ways to promote the stream. Like on YouTube and stuff, or like by posting memes on Reddit and shit. Because YouTube won't recommend copyrighted stuff. If I wasn't directly connected to it at all, I probably would have joined in on the chaos myself. Posted in a few threads, made a few theories. I could have been waiting excitingly for the Thor's incident at this very moment. Damn. All these assholes are just having the time of their lives, weren't they?
犯人を早く捕まえてくれよ。
When he randomly talks, it's so loud. Please just catch the culprit already. A week had passed since the crucifixion. But neither the demon girl nor the police had made any moves. If they knew I'd been at the scene of the crime, they would definitely come and question me about it. There hadn't been any signs of that actually happening. Thank God. Looked like I wasn't going to get dragged into this after all. But the one girl had already kind of tried to drag us into that, right? What's happening there? Yeah. Are you planning to play through the whole game or just the basic ending? Kind of depends. I ended up doing the true ending for both Steins Gate games I played. But yeah, just kind of depends on if people are watching and hanging out and chatting. If people stop watching and it's just me reading to myself, then I probably won't. But if people come and stick around and hang out for all of them, I will. That's pretty much how I determine how every stream goes. Like, do I stop playing a game or not on stream? It's just based on, like, if people want to hang out and watch it. If nobody does, then I stop streaming it. That's all, really. So I'll definitely probably get at least one ending, though, for sure. But, like, I'm not opposed to, like, getting the Drew ending. If that makes sense. You are asking if we had precognitive powers. Well, right here is an unaccountable digital picture that can only be explained by precognitive powers. That's why I had to ask. Even though I'd finally started to relax, that feeling of despair came flying right back in an instant. The image sent by Shogun, the data still on my PC. Yua's claims were no more than delusions she'd dreamt up. Her deductions were a total stretch, not to mention logically bankrupt. While I might have ended up not asking about it in the hospital today, the idea of me doing things without remembering them was completely absurd. Utterly impossible. I mean, nothing like that has ever happened to me before. So the gory image was obviously faked. In that case... you should find proof that it's fake. So let's give the picture a little look-see. But it's so disgusting. I really don't want to look at it any more than I already have.
あの女を論破しちゃえばタッキーはもう怯えることなく平穏な生活で
If you destroy that bimbo's argument, Taki, you'll be able to go back to your peaceful life, don't you know? And if you do that, then there'll be nothing to fear no longer.
やるしかないっしょ
So you know what you gotta do. Of course, she was exactly right. Yua had talked to me as if I was the culprit behind the crucifixion. But that wasn't true. I mean, I'd seen the culprit's face. As if I'd let Yuya put the blame on me after that. So with a gulp, I double-clicked on the folder where the images were cached. What just happened? Is this another delusion? Visual novels are all about the true endings. Well, yeah. And I'm definitely about the true ending. I would definitely, like, still read it on my own time. But I just don't like talking to myself when I'm streaming a game. So that's what I mean. It's like, I would still experience the true end. But if, like, no one ended up interested in watching the finale, I'd probably not go that far. If that makes sense. Best character time? Okay. If you say so. We've been going for 9 hours. Is this a good wrap-up? Or should we at least meet the new character? Let's at least meet the new character. It was the first time in 3 days that Ban Yasuji had set foot in the Shibuya police station conference room. The investigation meeting for the Mario Yamacho crucifixion homicide case had already begun, and Ban was Ban? Is it Ban or Ban? Ban was greeted with universal gazes of displeasure for his tardiness. Ban forced a polite smile before bending down to sit. He supposed that it was not quite the right time to reveal that he had been cooped up in the bathroom. The Maru Yamocho, long A sound. So Ban. Like a yawn. Yawn. Ban. Bon. Okay. Bon. Why is there an A in it then, bruh? Dude's name should just be John. Standard detective name. John Doe. Where's my localization? Why is everyone in this game not named like Jeff, Michael, Sam? Jeff. John. What chapter are we at again? I think this is technically still 2. Anyway, the crucifixion homicide case had been assigned to the Shibuya police station the morning after the incident. As they were lacking in manpower due to the Cornelius Tower mass suicide case and the Shibuya Station undergrad and fetus homicide case. Even the third-rate assistant inspector, Ban, whose Metropolitan Police Department's investigation division were practically begging to retire. They had been called in by the main office. Moreover, as all the incidents had occurred within Shibuya Police Station's jurisdiction, it was an unusual situation in which a single jurisdictional station was utilizing 3 special investigation teams. And I imagine if you had like that many murders going on, you'd probably borrow local precincts' detectives. I feel like some people would be transferred temporarily to investigate. Especially from some of the smaller cities nearby Shibuya. Because of this, operations were made quite difficult, with the 3 investigation teams having access to only one large conference room that they had to alternate between. The mass media was hailing it as one large case known as New Gen. There were rumors that the police would combine the investigation teams in order to make a New Gen investigation division, thus solving the issue of manpower. I mean, they would still have to divvy up the division between the cases anyway. That doesn't really make much sense. All the detectives found this prospect completely asinine and regarded it as nothing more than an absolute joke.
警部補、君の報告を。
Assistant Inspector, your report. Bond's supervisor, Inspector Matsunaga, who was in charge of the investigation team, called out to Bond with a piercing gaze. But Bond did not notice this. He simply continued to cool himself down with a handheld fan as he took a moment to recuperate.
警部補、
Assistant Inspector, are you listening to me?
聞いているのか？
呼ばれてるっすよ。
The boss is calling you,
報告
Bond.
待ちなんすから。
He's waiting for your report.
ちょっと。
Hello? Hey, it's the dude we saw at the school. The whispers of Bond's partner, a rookie named Suwa, finally got him to realize he was being called. Sorry about that. Suwa will give the report.
自分っすか。
You want me to do it?
俺がいなくても報告しとけって言って
I did tell you to if I wasn't here, so them's the breaks.
早くしろ。
Hurry up. But you're here, though. Suwa sighed as his superior jabbed him in the elbow, then stood up straight and tall. Why does the assistant have someone with him? The assistant has an assistant? That seems weird. The analysis of the security camera footage from near the crime scene is finally concluded. The recording shows a suspicious individual present at the scene at around the time the crime was likely committed. Murmurs echoed throughout the conference room. The relaxed atmosphere from before had turned on its head. The other detectives began to take frantic notes in order to not miss a single word of Suwa's report. Considering the situation, it was no surprise they were so frantic about it. After all, 3 horrific cases had occurred within their jurisdiction in the span of a single month, only one of which was not ruled as a homicide as of yet. Their strong determination to find the culprit, even in the face of their reputations, was only natural. I'll show the footage on the projector. Barely see shit, bro. As per the instructions Bond had given him in advance, Suwa had the projector display the footage on the projector screen. The projector showed an image of a confined, filthy back alley. It was night, and there were very few streetlights present, so virtually nothing was visible. This is a security camera from a coin-operated parking lot, located about 50 meters from the scene of the crime. How long is 50 meters in real distance, though? Ah, 54.5 yards. I see. Now I understand. The parking lot was only big enough to fit 2 vehicles. It was a tiny plot of land, interposed between 2 buildings, and it was constructed without any real care as well. The scene of the crime was not visible in the footage. Not even the path leading to it could be seen. So how is this helpful? All it displayed was the road that was one further away from the crime scene. The video had no sound. The time the video had been recorded was graciously displayed at the bottom right-hand of the corner of the screen. 9:34 p.m. According to the testimony of residents near the crime scene, the sound of nails being hammered could be heard beginning from just past 9 and ending at around 9:30, which I imagine you already know. This footage is from 9:34, which means it was recorded right after the time of the crime.
The suspicious individual is shown for around 6 seconds starting from 9:34:53. During that time, they run from the back of the road in front of the parking lot to the front. Uh-oh. Immediately following Sua's explanation, a silhouette appeared on the footage. They seemed to be in a great hurry and ran from the back of the screen to the front. As the resolution was quite poor, not even their gender could be ascertained at a glance. But Bond had already gotten the crime laboratory to analyze that very point. The results of the forensic analysis show that the individual is a man with an age estimated between late teens and early 20s. And early 20s. It is impossible to discern facial features. Their clothing, however, is fairly distinct. It was discovered to be a male uniform of the Suemi Private Academy, located in Shoto. Also, if you would direct your attention toward the right hand, the image enlarged on the right hand of the suspicious individual. It appeared to be grasping something. Upon playing the footage back in slow motion, we discovered that when he waves his arms while running, the light reflects from the object he's holding, thanks to the lighting present in the parking lot. Should I talk with a more gravelly voice if I'm voicing this dude? Upon playing the footage back in slow motion, we discovered that when he waves his arms while running, the light reflects from the object he's holding thanks to the lighting present in the parking lot. I'm not gonna do that. Now with the good part, Bond took over Sua's explanation. Judging by the shape, there's a possibility that it's the same kind of cross-shaped stake used in the crime. Sorry. Starting to get back to that old Steins Gate, my throat getting super hoarse when I read for fucking 9 hours straight. Woo! Alright. The detectives continued to murmur noisily. The crucifixion culprit may be a high schooler. The proposition was fairly shocking to them. After all, it meant that the new generation madness moniker that the mass media had been pushing could actually become a reality. You gotta go for 24? Yeah, I don't think so. No one would watch the VOD if it was 24 hours long. I feel like some people will watch it if it's like under 10 over the course of like a while, but no one's watching a 24-hour VOD. So the closest person we have to a suspect would be this boy, correct? Boy. That would be the case indeed. Edit it into 30-minute videos? Absolutely not. I also feel like that wouldn't get any views. I guess we could eventually try, but I don't think so. Ben stroked the stubble on his jaw. It was a habit of his whenever he felt one step closer to cornering a culprit. He would always reach for that satisfying scraping sensation. Maybe do a highlight video with the hide parts? Yeah, I always think about doing that, and then I never end up actually making it. Because then I basically have to watch my own stream back. It's not a bad idea. It might be something I do once I go back to work. Like, and I can't stream every day, I might just start putting out periodic content like that. Like, abbreviated streams. Calliman, welcome back. Just ask us for our favorite parts and do a compilation of it? I would be totally down with that, yeah. But every time I ask people to tell me their favorite moments of a stream so I can make a highlight compilation, I never get any responses. Like, ever. I've asked multiple times. I feel like I never get actual responses to that. Can't believe you're still streaming. What a legend. I know. Ain't it the truth, though? I'm really trying to get a lot of people to notice I'm doing this stream. Watch mine instead of all the big YouTubers. The man's holding us down. That's all. Suwa took a deep breath and sat down. You're the worst, sir. I can't believe you robbed me of the best part like that. Ignoring Sua's grumbling, Bon once again turned the image of the high school boy into his mind. I'm hungry again? Dude, I am starving, bro. I last ate kind of a peanut butter and jelly sandwich fucking 9 hours ago. But I'm dedicated to the stream. I'll probably wrap up soon, though. So you've finally shown yourself. Now I just gotta grab onto you and never let go. Last time I ate was lunch. Must be nice. I could go for a double cheeseburger. Oh, bro, don't say that. Cutscene. Oh, no. I'm actually quite surprised this game doesn't have, like, shock warnings. Like in the opening menu. Because, like, that reminded me, I just kind of thought of it right now, actually, because now that we're about to see this, and it, like, paused the video, like, right before we were about to see the gore. But, like, in the Dead Space remake, like, when you start up the game, it gives you a lot of, like, warnings about, like, hey, there's a lot of psychologically distressing things in this. Just a heads up. I'm pretty sure. Does it? Maybe I just skimmed by it. I didn't watch the, like, OP opening video before I started the stream because I didn't want to spoil anything for myself, so I just immediately, like, clicked to the main menu. So maybe I did skip it. Looks like he's got all kinds of folders here. Sure enough, the image Shogun had sent me was in my cache folder. 168491 JPEG was in its name. But he's got so many so similar. How do you fucking remember the specific one? You should probably look at all of them, right? Obviously, a part of me was still hesitant to even look at this picture. I mean, it was a pretty fucking nasty image. Grotesque as all hell, too. I was sure just looking at it would throw me right back to the scene of the crucifixion, where that violent scene had taken place right in front of me. But even then, I needed to expose Yua's flawed logic, and therefore guarantee my own safety and innocence. Thankfully, since Sierra was there for me, I could handle a little bit of gore. Mustering all the courage I had, I double-clicked the file. Gone! We gotta start showing some new murder cases, you know what I mean? Start clicking on some of these other photos. You can't keep trying to jump scare me with this image. God, it was so gory. But compared to the crucifixion scene I'd seen in person, it wasn't quite as bad. Telling myself that the image had to be fake, I was just barely able to stomach it. When I first received the image, I closed it immediately after looking at it once. I hadn't inspected it thoroughly. This time, holding back the urge to vomit, I decided to examine the large image in excruciating detail. I've never, seen something so gross where I've been like, oh, I gotta vomit. I never have that, like, visceral thing. I've definitely smelled smells that made me want to vomit. For sure. But I've never visually seen something and been like... But smells will definitely do it to me. For sure. Chaos Head isn't really about jump scare horror. It's about the long-term psychological. Yeah, but this game's definitely made some attempts at jump scare, though. And it's with this image. It'll make like a nice piano crash noise and then show this image up really quickly. It's done that a couple times. I'll be like, "Darn," and then show this picture. But I'm over it. I didn't know much about how to tell whether a picture was fake or not. But taking a look at the shadows, seeing if there was anything off about the surrounding area, and other stuff like that should probably be enough. Just do a reverse Google image search, man. That's immediately how I figure out stuff on the internet, if it's fake or not, or if it's like been posted before. How many times have you vomited in your life? Oh, countless. Countless. But I'm not the... I've talked about this briefly before on stream, which is probably an odd thing to have talked about, but I'm not a person who gets, like, really hesitant about puking. I'll just puke. Like, if I'm feeling kind of sick, I'm never the person that's like, oh, I don't want to go throw up. Like, I immediately, like, go vomit. Like, if I, like, immediately, if I'm, like, feeling like, oh, like, my stomach's sick, and I feel like, oh, I'll feel better after I vomit, I'll just go do it. Like, I don't care. And not only that, I'll go to the toilet and then kind of just, like, urge it along. You know what I mean? Start to do the, like, reflexive motions to get it to go. You know, I've never hesitated about it. So it's not something that I'm really, like, queasy about. Or, like, weird about. I'm a big puke and rally guy. Puke and then absolutely keep going. Like, it doesn't stop me. I brush my teeth usually after, but still. Anyway, what? The possibility I had in mind was that the photo had been taken in advance, and the crucifixion corpse had been put on top of it using CGI. And then, the day after Shogun sent the image to me, they'd executed the crime exactly as they edited the image. Thanks to the poor resolution and how dark the image was, I could really only see the stakes, leaving the identity of the victim unclear. Lighting was only hitting the area surrounding the corpse, yet something about the image was just begging for me to look at the crucifixion itself. I felt like that was the intent of the person who made it. I mean, come on. Focusing that much light on the corpse was kind of overkill, don't you think? Well, it wasn't like I'd been paying close attention to the actual crime scene, so I couldn't really jump to conclusions. In the picture, the demon girl wasn't standing in front of the corpse. When I opened my eyes wide and looked closer, I noticed a silhouette in the dark spot on the left side of the image. I don't see it. I'd almost completely missed it. I've still missed it currently. You gonna zoom in on it? Due to the low res of the image, the shadow the figure stood in perfectly blended into the surrounding scenery. You could easily miss it if you weren't paying close attention. Alright, hang on. Where is this shit? Is this supposed to be it? Okay, hang on. Let me actually put on my glasses here. Let's fucking like a grandma. This doesn't look like human-like, though. This just looks like random debris. Maybe that's what we're looking for, though. Obviously, the image was fake. But what if the person who'd taken the photo had accidentally left themselves in? From this angle, how could you possibly accidentally leave yourself in the photo, though? If they had, it was possible they'd forgotten to edit themselves out when they tampered with the image. Looked like they were wearing a uniform. In that case, it had to be the demon girl. She had been wearing one at the time of the crime, after all. But when I took a closer look, I noticed the figure's hair was actually pretty short. The demon girl had long hair, like Yua. Alright then. Time for some computer magic. I needed the details. I opened up some image processing software and dragged the image in. With a big gulp, I selected the Levels option in the Adjustments menu, and brightened the once darkened corners of the image. Bah! Eh? What the hell? What? That's pictured on the screen was unmistakably me. How was it me? It didn't make any sense. I had never been there before September 29th. It was fake. It had to be fake. I couldn't find any bit of proof that it was, but it absolutely had to be. Nothing made sense otherwise. I mean, Shogun had sent the image on the 28th. The crucifixion murder case occurred on the 29th. If the image is of what happened on the 29th, then wouldn't that mean it was a picture taken from the future? A D-mail! Do you have precognitive powers? Fuck you! There's no way I have powers. I'm just a weeb. I kicked the plastic bottle at my feet and closed the paint program. I checked the file's properties to see when it was made, and then I lost all words. The timestamp was the 28th. That was the least of my worries now. In the comments section of the properties menu was a single, inconspicuous sentence. A sentence my eyes couldn't look away from. Whose eyes were those eyes? Bwam! Ugh. I slammed my hands on the keyboard before shoving it to the edge of my desk. I clutched my head. Save me, Sierra. It's too real. I could barely hold back my tears. The hell had I done to deserve a whole week of nothing but more and more insane bullshit? Why was I the only one that had to deal with this shit? Hang on a second. If they had somehow managed to get a photo of me, and they edited it into the image of a crime scene, that would mean either Shogun had taken a photo of me without my consent, or that he had somehow obtained my photo from another source. And considering how he'd suddenly entered the chat room and started talking to me right after Grimm had left, he'd likely been aiming for me and me alone from the start. Shogun might very well have discovered my real identity. If that was true, then Shogun, the demon girl, anyone could raid my base at any moment, and then I'd be abducted. I felt a chill on the nape of my neck. It was the gaze again. There was someone there, watching me. Don't look at me. Do the turn! Did you really think I'd turn around?
I knew the rules of the game better than anyone. The it'll take more than that to make me turn around game. This is a great game to play in BioShock. There's like a specific spawn in BioShock, some of you might remember, that was a super popular game, where an enemy will always specifically turn around, or like spawn behind you when you reach a dead end room, and it'll only react once you've turned around. But it'll like spawn a shadow, so you can very clearly see in your first-person perspective that it's spawned behind you. It's a cool detail. It's really fun. This reminds me of that. Fear sent goosebumps all over my body. I felt a strong urge to check that the door was locked, but instead of doing that, I just continued to stare at my monitor. I was way too stubborn to let myself lose. What if you turned off the monitor? And then you looked in the reflection of the monitor. And you went, oh! Unable to calm down, I opened up my default word processor and wrote down everything on my mind. That has to be it. The demon girl is the cold-blooded murderer. She has psychic powers. Shogun is the demon girl's underling, and Yua is the Shogun's underling. As I stared fearfully at the word demon, I began to wonder if the girl at the crime scene was actually a real demon. Come on, she couldn't be human by any means. If she was a demon, she might actually be able to see the future. And if she could see the future, projecting a scene from the future onto a picture via psychic photography would be child's play. It would line up perfectly with how she somehow managed to carry out the gruesome crucifixion all on her own. She then got her underling, Shogun, to send an image to me, a person who she knew would end up accidentally witnessing the crime. I didn't know why she'd done that. Maybe it was a threat. This'll be you next if you tell anyone what you saw. Or maybe it was a death sentence. You're next. And if that was really what it meant, then I'm fucked. They could come and murder me at any moment. Oh, I thought it was about to get me. This is a much brighter and colorful room. Who's this artist? This looks like an Avril Lavigne poster. Ingolia Livera? Oh, is this Avril Lavigne? Is that actually Avril Lavigne? It almost feels like that edgy. This is like Avril backwards, right? That's definitely not how you spell her last name, though. If I spell that name backwards, who is it? It looks like it's from that era of music, though. Yeah, if you do A... Yeah, that's her name, but without the L in front of her last name. That's funny. Lamau. Is this a good spot to end? We got the twist. We start tomorrow on Yua and her perspective. I feel like this might be a good spot to end. Thoughts?
questions, comments, concerns. It's not a bad spot. So we've done a chapter in probably a half or more, 9.5 hours of stream. What do you think of the game so far? I'm hoping it's about to start picking up. I thought the intro was pretty rough. But I'm hoping now that we've kind of seen that, like, uh-oh, Takumi is at the scene of the crime, it might start getting wild. I mean, it took me a couple chapters to get into Steins Gate too, so I thought the opening to the first game was really rough. Yeah. However you feel. I'm, like, starving. So, I want to get some food. It's been 9.5 hours. Still going strong, so... And then I can use what we've learned so far from today to maybe make a meme to promote the next stream, to maybe get some more people in here. We'll see. If you guys got ideas for stream, or for meme ideas, let me know. I'll be back streaming this game tomorrow, though, starting at the same time as I did today. 9.5 hours ago, from whatever time you're in right now. But if you're new to the channel from this stream, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell button, so that way you can watch the rest of my playthrough. We're definitely going to at least do a couple more streams of this game. So, will we get every single ending? It remains to be seen, but we'll get at least an ending or two for sure. I'm a big true ending guy, so we'll see. But we'll at least get an ending or two. So be sure to subscribe and hit the bell button. So that way you don't miss out on the rest of the streams. I found the stream by just looking up Chaos Head on YouTube. Oh, nice. That's a good sign. So while I'm streaming, it's still searchable. That's good. That's good. We take those victories. Small victories, but we take those. You need all the endings to get the true end? I don't know if I believe that. That would be very different from the other Mages games. But, yeah. If you guys can think of a funny meme or anything to help me promote the stream, I would greatly appreciate it. If you want to go into the Discord server, link in the description below, free for anyone to join. Yeah, come and chat with us outside of the stream. We talk about all kinds of things on my Discord, but you can also just talk about the Mages games if you want. Just don't spoil me on stuff, is all I ask. I like to go in fully blind to every game I do. So, just like this game, I have literally no idea what's going on. I don't even know who any of the characters are. Yeah. So that's it, I think. Yeah. Anything else I'm missing for my outro here? Subscribe, hit the bell button. Drop a like on the video, help boost it in the YouTube algorithm. Join my Discord to chat with us and post funny memes. And you can check out my other playthroughs of the other Mages games or whatever else you'd want to watch on my channel. And thanks for people that have subscribed today. I got one notification to roll.
Good job.
James subscribed today, so I'll play that notification again. Cool. Thanks for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow with more of Mr. Noah and his delusions. Do you know it's more effective to ask to only subscribe or like? If you ask for both, people ignore it. Is that true? Maybe that's why, speaking of, as soon as you said that, the Nightbot message came up. Maybe that's why I only say subscribe in the Nightbot message rather than subscribe and like. Game Theory MatPat said so in an interview. The guy's got a couple million subscribers, so can't, he's probably, he knows something. Okay. I'll stop asking people to like at the end. Just subscribe. Smash that sub button. Stay tuned for more cool streams. Won't say it as sarcastically next time, though. But thanks for the tip. Night, guy. But yeah, cool. If you guys end up watching the video, but you can't watch it live, of course, I respond to every comment on the video. So if you're just watching the VOD and you want to inject something that I missed while playing through, because I'm sure we'll miss a lot of things going through this stream in this game, just comment about something that I missed. Or you can message me in the Discord about it too. But just feel free to, at any point during the VOD, just comment and be like, hey, you should have noticed X here, or something like that. Yeah. Have a good night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.